welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. I'm out for a bit of a bumble today on the old Lifan King, the 125. Not really planning on going anywhere, just fancied a bit of a ride out, bit of a bumble around. Let's see where we end up, shall we? Right, well, hopefully this works. I'm trying out a new microphone setup with the microphone inside my helmet. I tried it in the house, just walking about with my helmet and the microphone in there. Worked a lot better than I thought it would. I thought it was going to be crap. Hopefully the helmet is doing a good job of keeping the wind noise out, and all you can really hear is the bike and my voice. I suppose I'll find out when I get home and run it through the video editor. It might all be shit and you might never watch this, but there we go. Previous attempts at recording ride footage have either resulted in crap footage or completely unusable footage. Yeah, that's about it. Now, I was trying to think of something to talk about whilst we're riding around. We'll think of all, stuff going on at work. Yeah, I don't really like to talk about work online, it just invites trouble. I do work for a tech company, so no doubt they're watching me for stuff like that. Talking about the fact that we've just had a general election called. Well, at the time of filming it was called yesterday. By the time you get to watch this, if you get to watch it, I don't know when, we might have already had the election. Depends how long I procrastinate over the editing. Or if we want to talk about the weather, or talk about progress on making the bikes. I'm going to talk about anything. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Those of you who can afford my biking series will notice there's something missing from the front of the bike. Yeah, I've lost the screen. Literally about 10 minutes before I started filming. What happened was I wheeled the bike around the front of... Oh dear. What happened was I wheeled the bike around the front of the house, put it on its kickstand, as I've done hundreds of times before, went back inside to get my gloves and helmets and to lock up the house and everything. Came back outside and the bike's on its side. Well, it wasn't fully on its side. It'd fallen against a pile of paving slabs that I'd parked it next to. What the fuck has happened here? I don't fully understand how it's happened. It's not windy at all. It's quite a calm day. I've parked it in that exact spot, like I say, hundreds of times before. But still, the bike somehow found a way to fall over. Whatever. Fortunately, the only damage was to the screen. It's landed on those paving slabs on its screen, and that's like just cracked and shattered. So I've taken it off because I couldn't go out riding with it. It'd been flapping around and firing bits of sharp plastic at me. And yeah, so we're riding without the screen now, which is a bit disappointing, but never mind. All the other damage, there's a slight bend on the bottom of the tank. But if I'm honest, you wouldn't notice it unless I pointed it out to you. And also, this rev counter here has been bent inwards slightly, so it's at a bit of a funny angle now. I'll see if I can bend that out later. Other than that though, she has survived, which is good. Why are we going so slowly, Joseph? 125, I should not be catching up to you. So yeah, no screen. A bit disappointed. It was quite a bit of money, that screen, like 50 quid. Yeah, not sure I can get another one. I'm fairly sure that was the last one that my supplier had, and I haven't seen any others for sale since. So this bike may now be permanent without a screen. I mean, since I fitted it, I was never 100% sure that I liked it, and I suppose the decision's been made for me now. Yeah, it was just a bit too big for the bike. A couple of people did remark it looked a little silly. I liked it, mostly, but yeah, it did make the bike a lot more comfortable to ride. Although, I'm riding it now and I can't really tell the difference. Oh, let's go down here. Cross the River Great Ouse. Oh, hello. Someone's happy. Right. And you know what, we're going to go down here. Slow speed bumble. So yeah, the decision's made for me. No more screen on the bike. I don't really think I'll get another one. If I do, it won't be the same. It'll be a smaller one. Third party one, but I'm not that bothered really. Main thing that bothers me is it cost money. This is bumpy as fuck down here. Bought my lawnmower from a chap down here. Good mower. Briggs and Stratton motor. Don't fucking demolish anything. I think I ran it over a tin of paint once and it just ate it. Yeah, there he is. Fenland Spirit Services. Yeah. Need a mower fixed? Need a new mower? Well, I don't think they do new mowers, but second-hand, reconditioned mowers. Ride on, push along, self-propelled. Brilliant. Anyway, back to the screen. Yeah, it's gone. It has to be said, though, it has made a bit of a difference to the way this bike handles. It feels lighter. Oh, it's not like it weighed anything, it was just a big piece of plastic. But it does feel lighter to handle. When I was doing some low-speed turns out the end of the driveway and everything, the handlebars just felt so much lighter. Cheap. I can only surmise that because it was so massive for the size of bike, that even at low speed there was enough wind resistance to affect how the handlebars feel. But yeah, it's gone. Bit of money lost, I suppose. Quite a bit of time. It was a bit of a ball ache to fit, but never mind. So, where are we going here? I can't really remember the name of this road. A bit further along it can barely be called a road, but the river is to our right. To our left is a fuck ton of farmland. But in a few miles further down here, we get to Denver Sluice Gate. Now, anyone who knows a bit about the Fens, and if you don't, just Google it, it's all well below sea level. My house driveway, I checked on the sat-nav and it said my elevation was -4 meters once, which gave me mixed feelings. That's yes, mini for sale. And here, as you can see, the road is getting gradually narrower. But yeah, Denver Sluice Gate. So, because this whole area is below sea level, it has to be constantly pumped out, or the sea would reclaim it, really quite quickly as well. If it ever happened, it would be a major fucking environmental disaster, like on a scale Britain hasn't seen before in all likelihood. Not to mention, the vast majority of Britain's food, potatoes, cereals, all that sort of thing, comes from this part of the country. Given that food prices are already skyrocketing thanks to the war in Ukraine, that's something we should probably avoid. And we have been avoiding it for, several hundred years, in fact. What it means is, along a lot of the rivers, you have these sluice gates, which are used to control the level of the water in conjunction with the tides. Because, of course, when the tide comes in, that is when the floods would normally happen. And unless you know a chap with a really big boat and 2 of every animal, we're going to be in bother. So I've never actually seen one opening and closing. I don't think it happens all that often. I think it's only at like very high tide that they actually have to do it. But they are there. And this one that we're going to is massive. It's, I'd say it's the biggest one I know of. It may not be the biggest, but it's the biggest one I can think of. It's down here. Got to go steady down here because it's, like I say, getting increasingly narrow. I'd call this a single track road now, or near enough. And you get lots of gravel, and of course lots of dickheads driving way too fast. Now, I have visited the Denver sluice gate before, on this very bike actually, back when I first got it, or not long after I first got it. And if you follow me on Instagram, doing stuff and filming it, there's pictures of the bike on there. I believe I went there around about sunset last time. It's about 4 o'clock in late May, so we're not going to see any sunsets on this trip. There we go. But yeah, there's a nice little pub by the river, and of course you can view the sluice gate. You can walk across it. There's a nice little picnic area. I haven't brought a picnic with me or even a drink, but we can have a stop and a walk around. Abandoned farmhouse there. I keep wondering if I should try and get into urban exploration, but it's just another hobby that I just won't have time for. I do like watching videos of it on YouTube occasionally, especially when it's quite an interesting building they're going to. But I'll probably never do it. Let's just go down here. I'm trying to remember the last time I came down here. Probably was about 2 years ago. Back not long after I got this bike. Which was not long after I got my CVT. Whilst I'm not really going any faster now than I was back then, I just feel better. Been riding a fair bit longer, obviously. Now I've got my full licence. I still really like this bike. Like I said, when I introduced to the Virago, I've no plans on getting rid of it. I'm going to keep working on it. It's going to be a sweet little bike one day. But I just really fancied a bimble. And roads like this, you don't need a big, powerful bike. If anything, you're better off on a small one like this. As you'll see further along, power becomes your enemy. Plus, this is what I want to get out of biking. There are some people who I am friends with, you know, that I don't begrudge them it, who they just want to go as fast as fucking possible. You know, they're into their fucking R1s and their boosters, and don't get me wrong, they're very nice bikes. And if I ever had a booster, steady down here, if I ever had a booster, I'm sure I'd be perfectly fucking happy with it. I think it's a gorgeous bike, and sports bikes don't really do it for me. They are just like, nah, not bothered. But I do like the booster. But yeah, I don't think I'd ever choose to buy one. And I'm not all that interested in going really fast. I like to explore. It's about the journey. Some people would say it's about the journey, not the destination, but I mean, today is kind of a bit about the destination. There you go, there's a pumping station. New 10-mile pumping station. They are dotted around all over the fens. You'll see them next to rivers and all sorts. What that's doing is pumping water out of the fields to the left, out of all the ditches and dikes, and up into the river to my right, which, as you can see, is way above us. don't know how high that is. That's at least the first story of a house above us is that river. And all the rivers around the fens are like that. It's just how they are. Have been, like I say, for hundreds of years. Oh, tractor. Oh, right. Oh, that does happen down here. We'll just go over onto the grass and let him through. Right. At least it was something we could just deal with quite easily, not an Audi doing 65. Yeah, here we go, look, gravel in the middle of the road. It's not as bad as it has been when I've been down here in the past. Here we go, we've got a car coming. Beware damaged road. You don't fucking say. What we'll do is we'll give way in here. Just like that. Cheers. Now, there was a tractor coming, so yeah, we'll just go up on the grass again. Let him through. There we go, fella. Oh. Yeah. I could drive a tractor. Maybe I should give up biking and go with tractors. Not big bastards like that. Too expensive. Like classic tractors that you sit on top of.
Yeah, yeah! I have the power of God!
That'd be quite cool. Fuck! Ooh, Jesus! Bloody hell, there's new build houses down here. How has that happened? There was a church as well. How have I missed that? Didn't know there was a church down here. There's new build houses even down here. Is there anywhere where they're not fucking sticking houses? I know they need to be built. We do have a housing shortage. Although I don't think it's as bad as people make out. But it does seem like fucking everywhere you go, there's houses being built and they're all the same. It's like they went to a big housing supermarket and just said, 1 million of your cheapest houses, please. And that's it. And they're all exactly the same, like they come off a fucking production line. Anyway, change the subject. The camera. It's on a chest mount. Not bad for a few quid off eBay. I think I mentioned that in a different video, which may or may not come out before or after this one. There we go. But yeah, I think it was like £3 and some change off eBay. Does the job. Mount the camera to it. I was looking for a chin mount, but I just couldn't find one that really worked with my helmet. The helmet doesn't have that option built in, and there was nothing on the accessories either for it. So the only option was one that sort of had straps, but then it meant that I couldn't close the visor properly. So I'd be driving along having to do the safety squint, or riding along rather. So, yeah, missed opportunity there. I should have revved it through that little tunnel. We'll do it on the way back. You must be sweating in that, mate. Big bloody puffy bomber jacket. And he's cycling along at a reasonable pace. Had all his bloody lycra on underneath it. Whatever. But yeah, so that's on a chest mount because the chin mount just wasn't practical. Maybe in the future, if people like this sort of content, I might invest in another helmet. They're not fucking cheap though. And then the microphone is the same wired microphone I've used in many a previous video, but I've managed to get it tucked up inside the helmet, and it's sort of just below my chin. Oh, fuck. And hopefully it's working. This is what I wanted out of biking. Didn't want to go fast, just bumbling along, enjoying this scenery. This is ace. How fast am I going? About 30 mile an hour. A little bit faster down here. Yeah, just enjoying the scenery, talking to myself, and I am happy as a pig in shit right now. No cars behind me, which is nice. Mind you, it's a weekday, people are still at work. For me, it's kind of like my Sunday, because the way my shifts work, I work nearly every Saturday, never work Sundays, but my employer gives me 2 days off during the week. Today's day 2, so all day it's been feeling like a Sunday. There's the sluice gate right there in front of us. All these boats moored up out the side. Well, that's one of the sluice gates. Ooh, look at that. Very nice. This is the pub. It's got a lot of fencing around it. Have to have a poke at that. Come on, 125. Up you go. There we go. Over the top. And you know what? We'll park in here and get a couple of pictures. Oh, fuck. Slippery gravel. Oh, right, let's have a look around. So here we are at Denver Sluice Gate. First thing that struck me as we were pulling up, this is a rather disappointing sight. This used to be a lovely mosaic, and it was a sort of picture/map of the area, of the gates. And it hasn't been vandalised. I think what's happened is the bit of wood, the backing board that it's all attached to, has rotten. I can literally just put my finger through it, and then all the bits have fallen off, and it's in a bit of a sorry state now. It's a bit disappointing. It was really very detailed and colourful. Right, let's see if we can get down a bit closer. Now, I was saying that this operation to drain the fens has been going on for hundreds of years. Here is 4 examples of just how long that has been. So this top plaque reads, Denver Sluice. This plaque commemorates the refurbishment of the historic Denver Sluice. The works were duly declared completed and recommissioned by John Martin CBE MA, Chairman of the Great Ooze Local Drainage Committee, on Friday the 12th of June 1987. And then the plaque below it reads, original timber from Sir John Rennie's reconstruction of Denver Sluice in 1834. So yeah, that's a very old bit of wood sitting right there. Yeah, there we go. Removed in 1986, it formed part of the upper pointings to the tidal doors. Coming over to the right, post box. And notice at the top though, it says VR, Victoria Royal. So yeah, very fucking old. And then the last one, this 4th one, next to this gigantic red wheelie bin. 350 years of flood alleviation in the fens, begun by Cornelius Vermuyden, with the old and new Bedford rivers. So yeah, 350 fucking years there's been a sluice gate here. Right, I'm going to go out onto the bridge now. There we have an exact date. I won't read this whole thing out, but I'll take a picture if anyone wants to see it. Yeah, the first sluice at Denver constructed
by Vermuyden, no doubt I'm getting that wrong, in 1651. So there's your answer, that's how old this place is. That's a bit of a better view. The river is flowing away from us down there. This building here, I'm assuming, is some sort of control hut. I think that it's labelled as a lock hut, but presumably it controls the sluice gates as well. But yeah, this first section here isn't just a gate, it's actually a lock. And the same as what you would find on canals. It allows boats to go up and down the river. And then the rest of it is sluice gates. The very far one I don't believe is in use, looking at it. But yeah, I'm going to go along the river, even though it gives me the heebie-jeebies, and we'll have a bit of a look over the side. I'm sort of stood up on a wall here, and this is probably the best view we're going to get of it. Here we go, a bit of a better view of the actual gates. You can see them down there, those things with the chains on them. Those are the gates. There's 3 sets of 2 as you go along. They're all open at the moment. As you can see, the water just sort of flows freely through. I don't really know enough about this, and I feel bad because I really should, especially if I'm going to be making videos about it, but I don't know, I should probably look up how it works before chatting about it, but it's pretty impressive up here. But yeah, that's the lock on the end where we just were. You'll notice water doesn't flow out of that because that is a solid gate in there. It's designed to, you know, fill with water. The boat goes into it and then it lowers it down. That's how locks work. But these seem to be permanently open. And then there's this one over here, which I honestly don't think has been open in a very long time. I'll have a peer over the edge. Yes, it's got foliage growing in it. And that is chock full of silt. Also, that gate at the front is concrete. All this metal structure around here is just rusted and seized and obviously very old. So I don't think there's been a gate here for quite some time. Maybe it was determined that it wasn't needed. Maybe that will change at some point in the future. Who knows? But yeah, that's just full of silt, and then of course stuff has started to grow in it. You can bet your ass though that if you stand on that, you are not coming back out alive, if at all. Right, let's go over this other side and I'll show you. Yeah, that corner, see how it dips down? My guess is every now and then this does get water in it, and that just happens to be the place where it drains out. So yeah, I bet this land here, if you can call it that, isn't going to be solid. You stand on that, you're just going to sink and you're done. Yeah, it's giving me the heebie-jeebies just standing here. Let's go look at the other side. These black uprights, if we look down there, nice shiny stainless steel gates which look relatively new. And yeah, you can see down there there's a motor which drives it, and then there's the screws on top right there that must move it up and down. Right, I think we've seen all we're going to see here. I did want to go down there. You used to be able to the last time. You could go and sit on that bench that you can see in the distance, but the gate's been locked now and there's a sign saying authorised persons only. A bit disappointing. Yeah, right, we're going to go for a quick ride around the corner and we'll go look at the other gate, which is behind that house. Just going to park the bike in the bike shed, seems reasonable to me. I've just remembered there's a third gate right over there, over by those trees, just behind it. Not really going to have time to go over there and look at that one today. I mean, if people like this video and they're interested, I will come back and do some research and we'll have a proper look around. I do like it out here, it's very peaceful. I mean, the only noise, I don't know if you can hear it, apart from me talking, is the wind blowing in this massive tree over here. That is a fucking huge tree. Not sure what this thing is here. Obviously some sort of crank. It looks like you crank it and something used to turn and went through that little hole in the wall. So I wonder if it used to have a chain on it, or you put a rope on it and it was used to haul boats in and out of the water, which is just down there. In fact, I'll come around and show you. Yeah, like you can see how the hole is worn as well. I reckon that's had chains running through it for quite some time. and that was used to crank them in and out. Nowadays you would just back a 4x4 down here and with a trailer and just drive it out, but yeah, there's the other gate I was talking about. Make his way over towards it. It's the same size, if not bigger, than the last one we were at. It's not called the Denver Sluice Gate, as far as I know. I think it has a different name, although this whole area, I suppose you could say, is like the Denver Sluice Gate complex. Oh look, there's a man going inside. Wonder what he's going to do. Oh well, that's a bit disappointing. I saw the man, he came back out of that far tower with a like big yellow control board in his hand, plugged it into something, and then stuff started buzzing. I thought, oh, he's opening a gate, how cool is this? As I came rushing up here, and yeah, whatever he was doing, it hasn't opened anything, so I don't know what's going on. Imagine if you just opened one of these gates, serious shit would be happening, so they probably don't do that very often, if at all. But yeah, this is the other gate, somewhat different to the first one we came to. There's no lock here as far as I can tell, and it's obviously much newer. Just looking at it, I mean, it's not new, but it's newer. Man, there's some serious fucking engineering here. Just looking at those chains that lift those gates up. I mean, I do wonder what would happen if you just pulled one up. Probably a massive fucking flood of water downstream. Probably flood half of East Anglia. Yeah, don't do that. These here look to me like spare gates. Which is interesting. Each one probably weighs several tons. All different sizes. On their own, none of them look big enough for use on any of these sluice gates, unless they attach together somehow. They're sitting there, they don't even look that old either. Oh, I have just seen a sign further down as well. This is called the Denver Complex. Over the road there, the building on the right is an office, and the building on the left is just a bungalow. I wonder if you work for the Environment Agency, you get to live there maybe. Or maybe it's just privately owned, and you know, maybe there used to be a lock keeper or a gatekeeper that lived there. Who knows? Again, I need to do some research into this. Right, I'm going to have a quick peer at that bridge there, see if there's anything to see, and then I'm going to head back to the bike and we're going to go look and see if we can figure out what's happened to that pub. I think it's closed down. Right, so all that can be seen from the bridge is that other gate that I told you about. I'm not really going to have time to go and look at that, but I've pretty much made up my mind. I'd need to do some proper research into this complex and come out and do a proper video, proper exploration of it, because I'm not really doing it justice here. Yeah, right, back to the bike, and we'll nip round to that pub. It looked like its car park was still accessible, but the rest of it was fenced off. See if we can see what's happened to it. I reckon it's probably just closed down. We are really isolated out here, and it's difficult to keep a business like a pub going when you're as isolated as this place is. Alright, Jennings Arms. I'm shooting this on my phone because I'm trying to save the battery on the camera, because like an idiot I didn't bring a spare battery with me. Yeah, it's closed. I was hoping to have a sit by the river in their beer garden. Just having a look around. I had a peer in through a couple of the windows. Have a look in here. You can't see it on the camera, but I can see with my eyes. It's empty. It's not in too bad of a state either. So I get the feeling it's closed fairly recently. That building over there, I assume, is some sort of accommodation, like you could stay here, like a bed and breakfast type thing. If we come round, let's have that monstrosity built. It's a set of 4 security cameras, but if the place was just closed down and abandoned, why would you bother? As you can see, you used to have access from the waterfront, but they've put barriers up there. Granted, it's just yellow tape, but still, there's no sign that anyone lives here like a landlord anymore. So hopefully it reopens. This place is pretty nice. Right, I just climbed up to the top of this riverbank to get a good look. And yeah, there's the pub. Now, even if I zoom in, you probably can't see through the windows, but I can. And it's empty. There's not a single piece of furniture in it. And I looked through some of the windows downstairs, and even like the bar stools and the tables are gone. So obviously it's been empty for at least a little while. It's been stripped out. Yeah, hopefully it can come back. Obviously someone has some interest in it because they've set up to guard it, but I don't know. Maybe it's just another pub that's gone. Hopefully someone, a brewery or some entrepreneurial individuals will be able to bring her back. It's always sad when something like this happens. We'll go have a look down there, see if we can have a peek through. But after that, I'm going home. There we go, I've managed to get round the front of it. Again, not much to see. I had to peer through a couple more windows. There's a function room, which is this bit that we're looking at now. And it's just completely bare. There's not a single piece of furniture inside. I'm assuming something is going on with it. I'll look, see if they've got a website or a Facebook page when I get home. Hopefully it can come back. Doesn't look like it's been abandoned for too long either. And this sort of patio area here that we're looking at isn't too badly overgrown. Not in too much disrepair. This fencing looks reasonably new. So something, hopefully, is going to bring it back. Yeah. Right. Home time. Alrighty then. Homeward bound. Hopefully the battery lasts until I get home. If it suddenly cuts out whilst I'm mid-ramble, I apologise. Yeah, it's definitely clipped in properly as well. I'm going to go back the way I came. If I keep going the way that I was, over the sluice gate and down that road, past the picnic area and everything, it brings you out in the village of Denver. You know, that's what the gate is named after. It's a lovely little village. It's, you know, nice like little church. There's a pub or two. Fellow motorcyclist. Hello. Oh, okay. But once I get there, the only sort of way back is back the way I came. Yeah, I was moving over for you, mate. You don't have to fucking point. What do you think I was going to do? Just ride into you? Fucking boomers. The only way back from there is either to come back the way I came, like I'm doing now, or head out onto the A10. And the A10, I mean, it's fine, I've ridden up and down it plenty of times, but it's a bit boring. You know, it's a 60 mile an hour, so I'm going to be wringing the neck of my little 125, and it's 5:45 now, so tail end of the rush hour, knobheads doing stupid shit like overtaking when they really shouldn't. And I just can't be fucked with it. I'd much rather bumble along down somewhere like this again and have a one-way conversation with you all. Sounding more American by the day. Again, might have to dump the fiancée. So we'll go back down this way. I suppose at least you're getting a different perspective. You might see something that I couldn't point out last time. The river is now over to my left, and the farmland is over to the right. Seems to be more potholes. Fuck! Look! Jesus! Seems to be more potholes on this side of the road. Can't ride in the middle because of all this shit that's everywhere. Interesting. Just past that guy who had the in-ground trampoline. He just got chickens and roosters running around. There's a trampoline for the chickens. Something I think it will be quite hilarious to see. Down here. I sort of stopped and stared at my bike whilst I was up on that river bank as well. I think it does look better without the screen. Yeah, I'm not going to order another one. Also, it has to be said, I fucking love the look of this bike. I have to say, I love it just as much as my Virago.
Now, at first glance, they're just two cruiser-style bikes, but the more you look at them, the more different they actually are. And this bike definitely has the air of the Explorer about it. Definitely better suited for this sort of riding. I mean, I'm sure the Virago would do perfectly fine down here, but this bike is definitely more suited to it. It's more comfortable at this sort of speed. Not that the Virago can't do this sort of speed and wouldn't be perfectly comfortable, but I have a feeling this is what it was made for. I could easily be riding this in rural China right now. It's one of the few times when the road is above the river. Don't worry, we'll soon dip back down below it. Concealed farm entrance. There it is. Let's go down here. Oh, car coming. Oh, there we go. We'll slow it down. Luckily we met him at a nice wide spot. He was happy to slow down and move over. Good man. Right. Well, they're going green for us as well. So we'll just bumble on through. I love the noise this bike makes. So these sorts of speeds, sort of mid and low revs for it. Oh, that's a bit bouncy. Probably won't see it on the camera, but there's a car bump stopped to the side of the road. It's like, someone was going a bit fast over these bumps, weren't they? So I've been following a channel for a little while now called Volcanic Brown. There's a chap who lives probably not too far from me. As far as I can tell, he lives out in the Lowestoft way. I can tell this by sort of looking at his... He films his rides, much like, oh, shut the bed. And that van was a bit surprised to see me. Yeah, he films his rides much like I'm doing now. And, you know, look at the road signs, and he seems to be out that way, sort of out on the coast. And he does very similar stuff to what I'm doing now as well. It's a bit of an inspiration for this video. He's got a number of old classic bikes, mainly Triumphs, I think. Probably got that wrong, it's probably BSA. If he ever watches this, he's probably going to fucking kill me now or something, hunt me down, because I know he loves his bikes, he's extremely passionate about them. But yeah, his ethos towards biking seems to be very similar to mine in that he's no interest in going stupidly fast. This sort of riding like this is what he likes. I'm in total agreement. Just exploring interesting places, having a bumble, just bumbling around. I don't actually have to really go anywhere. Yeah, I've tried leaving a comment or two on his videos, saying, you don't look like you're too far from me. Do you want to meet up? We'll do a collaboration. But he hasn't responded, and there's no like direct contact on his channel, no like email, so he either hasn't seen it or doesn't want to. If you are watching this, Mr. Volcano, Mr. Brown I should say, I'm still open to the idea. I'd love to meet you. I'd love to see your collection of bikes. I'm up to 2, I think, as far as I can tell. You're up to 20. Oh, there's a van. Oh, he's going in there. Good man. Oh, bogging down a bit now. I'm not changing gear. Cheers. Yeah, I'd love to see your collection of bikes. Maybe do a little ride out and show me some places. I can bring this if you like, or I can bring the Virago, and you're welcome to have a go on either of them. I think both would be maybe not right up your street, especially not this Chinese thing that I'm on, but at least of some interest to you. Oh, alright, we'll go in here. Slow down there. Yep, thank you very much. There we go. Seem to be meeting more traffic than I was on the way out. There we go. So yeah, if you fancy it, Mr. Volcanic, leave me a comment, send me an email. The email's listed on the channel information. Let's sort it out whilst it's still summer, shall we? I suppose that means I need to get this video out as quickly as I can as well, otherwise he's never going to fucking see it. Right, here we go. Road starts to widen a little further down here. Getting quite hungry now. Could just stop for some chips. I've been trying to force myself to save money. I've got food at home, and whilst this is the end of my weekend, it's my Sunday, even though it's Thursday, I'm not going to treat myself to a takeaway. I have spent thousands in my life on takeaways and little snacks, and can't be fucked to cook what I've got in the house, so I go out and buy more fucking food. I'd probably have a fucking booster if I hadn't spent all that money on shite. So I'm going to go straight home, make myself a sandwich, and if there are any New Mexicans watching, that particular bit of pronunciation was for you. Chances are nobody else is going to get it. Felt like a bit of water there. Not felt, I didn't feel it with all this gear on. Something just hit my helmet. I suspect it was rain. Yeah, that's to that abandoned farmhouse. See, if I ever did get into urban exploration, some of the channels I follow go to like old factories and such like, and whilst they're interesting, I'd probably do it differently. There's a lot of abandoned houses out this way. And they're probably abandoned for different reasons. That one looks like it's been abandoned for, I don't know, like 60 fucking years. Chances are the farm that it used to serve is no longer. It looks like it's suffering from some pretty substantial subsidence. There's a huge crack down the wall on one side. I'd be curious to see what's left inside it. Even just wallpaper or fixtures. Maybe there's furniture in there, or maybe there's even like someone's personal possessions in there. I don't plan on taking anything, but just to stand there and wonder, you know, what was their story, the lives which were once here. It's intriguing to me. There is a house going out towards Chatteris. It's fucking miles from here, about an hour's drive. And even longer on this thing. And it's like painted yellow. Nobody's lived in it for 60 years. I was looking up the story of the couple that used to live there. They were moved in as a young married couple. I don't know what they did for a living, but they never had kids, to my knowledge. And they eventually moved out, and they've since passed away. But all their stuff is still in there. And there was a local newspaper, and one of their journalists decided to do some actual journalism for once, and managed to get access to it from the current owners, which I believe is a business like, or the Environment Agency or something like that. Or I may be completely wrong. It may actually be, the descendants of the original owners. I might be wrong about them never having kids. And there's still pots and pans in the kitchen. The big, wood-fired Argus stove is still there. You go upstairs, and the bed is still there. And that's absolutely fascinating to me. It's almost like frozen in time, Their life is over. But then there's this little time capsule that's left. Yeah. Anyway, you're probably suitably bored now with me just letting my thoughts stream out. There's one of the dickheads I was worried about going way too fast. Yeah, sometimes just because the limit is 60 doesn't mean you should get anywhere fucking near it. Classic Volvo there, it's always nice to see. Looks like the lawnmower ambulance has gone out on a call. That's that lawnmower place I was telling you about, and they've bought a decommissioned ambulance and done their own sign writing on it. It's basically a lawnmower ambulance now, which I think is quite funny. I'm just going to pause here for a moment.
Stuart doing the edit here. I'm gonna close this video off around about now. The rest of the footage is just of me riding home. I'm back out on the main road and I'm fairly shortly doing 60 mile an hour, and the sound is just terrible like it was at the start of the video. This was my first ever attempt at this sort of content, filming myself actually riding. I've got a lot to work on, I know, and yeah, the next one will be better, I promise. But for now, I didn't really have much left to say on the ride home, so we'll close it off there. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Got to make sure there's no train coming.
That's something twanging in the wires.
That's they do.
Oh yeah, that's coming down. Oh, it's going into the unknown.
Yeah, that's what I did, isn't it? Punched a hole in it, didn't they? At least you're glad you did. Yeah, that's what he was doing.
That's why it's very old.
Yes, that's
Old
what
buses have
that's exactly it. Did you find out when you went to London with Daddy? How do you know that?
that they don't post them anymore, but it's true.
Well, they did today, didn't they?
Yeah, but then they said they didn't do it
Well, that's because your daddy's never been here.
He never does.
And you can tell him, can't you? Later, he'll be impressed, won't he? So that they know we've been on.
Oh, we're going on a thing. The lights are on glass.
Of us.
If you'd like to change your seats, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, would you like to take a seat? Yeah, it is.
Couple on terminus, I'll change.
What did we stop for?
Well, we stopped before, didn't we, when you came around? Sometimes we went to
Okay.
Yes, please.
Perhaps they're waiting for some people crossing the road down there. Perhaps they're waiting for them to cross. Or
It says something like tram pinch. I wonder what that means.
please. Chapel Road terminus, I'll change please, thank you.
Doors opening. Going down.
Yeah, nah, not happening. Hello and welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. A bit more TV licensing content. Now, I'll admit I have been a bit lax with my TV licensing content as of late, but hopefully get a few more videos recorded now and you'll forgive me for it. Hopefully, anyway. We're going to have a look at the Which.com website. They've got some TV licensing advice posted on there. I haven't read it as yet. I've literally found it, saved the web page, and we're going to go and look at it together now, I suppose you could say. Now, I am expecting stuff from Which. I keep trying not to say Wish. Stuff from Which is generally, you know, it's good. It's true for one. It's solid advice. It's laid out in a way that's easy to understand. I normally find that they're good at explaining technology to your grandmother, for example. They're good at that sort of thing. So yeah, let's go and have a look at the web page and we'll have a read through together, and yeah, we'll give my opinion on it. Yeah, let's have a look. Alright, here we go. So, on Which, and this is TV License Explained. If you've ever asked the question, do I need a TV license? The answer might be more complex than you think. We explain when you need one and the best way to buy. So, I suppose if you've never done this before, then I suppose the question is perhaps more complex than it needs to be. I suppose back in the day when the TV license was new and relevant, then it was a very simple question. Have you got a TV? Yes, then you need a license for it. Yes, I know back then you needed a license to watch things as it was being broadcast, but TVs served no other function. There were, you know, VHS recorders hadn't been invented yet, or they weren't very commonplace. And even then, you still needed one because the only thing it could do was record TV as it was being broadcast. There were no games consoles or anything like that. So, yeah, it was generally quite a simple question. Nowadays, though, it is more complicated. And as I've touched on before, I think TV licensing like it that way, because then they get people to buy one when they don't need one. That's why they intimidate people. Anyway, let's go back to the website. Okay, so this article written by Martin Pratt, who looks like he has an impressive moustache. Congratulations on your moustache there, Martin. That's lovely. So, in this article, do I need a TV license? What counts as live TV? Do I need a TV license to watch BBC iPlayer? Do I need a TV license to watch Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, Disney Plus, or Apple TV Plus, or YouTube? How much does the TV license cost? TV license special cases and exemptions. That could be interesting. Do I need a new TV license if I change address? How to get a refund on your TV license? Oh, there's view more links. Oh, okay. What happens if I don't pay? And what does the TV license pay for? Okay, this could be interesting. Right, let's have a look. So, if you watch or record live TV on any channel, either through your TV or through a website or app, then you need a TV license. Okay, that is true. This applies when you whether you receive FreeSat, Freeview, or a pay TV service in your home. Since 2016, you also need a TV license to watch or download on-demand or catch-up programs on BBC iPlayer. Yes, a lot of people were using that as a loophole. You don't need to buy a TV license if you purely watch other catch-up or on-demand services, or only use your TV to play games, watch DVDs, Blu-rays, or video cassettes. Okay, yep, okay so far. If you're sure that you don't need a TV license, make sure you inform TV licensing via the online declaration form, or call that number. Not too keen on that bit. You know, make sure you tell them. You're under no obligation to tell them. Yeah, you don't have to tell them anything at all. You can just do what I'm doing and just completely ignore them. That's perfectly acceptable as well, as long as you're able to deal with the letters and the other crap that may come from them. But yeah, I think maybe what we should do, and I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, their target audience, at least as far as my opinion of them, there may be statistics that prove otherwise, their target audience is, well, I suppose, similar to my target audience with these videos, the elderly and the vulnerable, that need protecting from people like TV licensing. So, yeah, they maybe are just saying, oh, just make sure you tell them, because they know what will happen if they don't. So, okay, alright, first bit I haven't liked, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's go back to it. Do I need a TV license? Yes. Under the yes category we have, you watch or record TV at the time it's being broadcast, live TV through Freeview, Freesat or paid TV services such as Sky. This includes all channels, not just BBC channels. Good. You need a license regardless of whether you rent or own your home. Yep. You use BBC iPlayer on any device including smartphones, laptops and tablets. Yep. You watch live TV on streaming apps such as ITVX, All4, Amazon Prime Video and Now TV. Yeah, okay, all true so far. No, you exclusively use the catch-up services on apps such as ITVX and All4. Good. You only watch TV streaming services such as Amazon Prime Video. If you watch live TV on Prime Video, then you need a license. But Disney Plus or Netflix or YouTube videos. So TV streaming services as in on demand. So you can watch a TV program. If you can manage to get Coronation Street on demand rather than whilst it's being broadcast, perfectly fine, yep. You only use your TV to watch DVDs, Blu-rays or video cassettes, yep. You only use your TV to play video games, yep. If you're over 75 and receive pension credits. Yeah, although I'm not sure on that bit, I might check on it. I'm fairly sure you still need to do something. If you're over 75 and get pension credit, you're given like a free license, but you still have one even though you didn't pay for it. I might be wrong there though, don't quote me on it. What counts as live TV? In this context, live TV doesn't mean you're watching sport or other programs that are broadcast in real time. No, they could do with getting a thesaurus out and maybe changing the term live TV. I do wonder how many people have been caught out by that. It applies to all content at the time it's broadcast on a TV channel. It also includes all +1 channels such as ITV +1 and 4+1. Okay. The live rule also applies to any programs that are live streamed on video on demand platforms at the same time as they are shown on TV. So if you're streaming Coronation Street on ITVX whilst it's been shown live on ITV, you need a TV license. Okay. Some streaming services also now require a TV license. Amazon Prime Video shows live sport events, and if you watch them, then you need a license. Alright, that's pretty good. That is a pretty spot on explanation there. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, that breaks it down. Interestingly enough, we don't see TV licensing breaking it down like that, though, do we? Yeah, it's up to another company to do it for them. Well, one thing I should say, though, this sentence here perfectly points out why the TV license is obsolete now. So, they show live sport. Yes, they do. They could well be showing an event that's taking place outside of the UK. Let's say the Grand Prix. So it has nothing to do with the BBC, nothing to do with the, with the UK government, nothing to do with Britain whatsoever. So, I mean, I know that we do have the Grand Prix come to the UK, but let's say it's been shown in some other country. Or, I don't know, you want to watch, the South African League 2 playoffs or something like that. So, absolutely nothing to do with it. They're showing it live. You've paid for Prime Video, and Amazon are money grabbing git, so you've probably had to pay extra to watch that programme on top of your subscription. What is the point of paying a TV licence on top of it? That is just a money grab. Because to say, the TV licence pays for the programme that you watch, yeah, it used to, but it's not anymore. I've already paid for what I'm watching. So, yeah, I shouldn't need a licence for that. Bugger off. What they could do with doing is saying, if you're watching something that's been broadcast from the UK, if you're watching football being played in the UK, that would work. There are examples now where you're paying them for content which they haven't put any work into. It's not like it's BBC camera crews that are doing it for Amazon, is it? At least I hope it's not. Anywho, so, do I need a TV license to watch BBC iPlayer? Yes. Previously, you only needed a TV license to watch live programs on BBC iPlayer, so at the same time as they were being broadcast on TV. However, since the 1st of September 16, you've needed one for any on-demand iPlayer viewing, which has always made sense to me, because the iPlayer is the BBC, and streaming platforms ain't cheap to run. So that makes perfect sense, yeah, and I think people were cottoning onto that little loophole, so they had to close it pretty quick. So, this includes using BBC iPlayer to catch up on TV that's been broadcast on BBC One, 2 and other BBC channels, dipping into the BBC archive of its shows, and downloading programmes to watch while offline. Yeah, that makes sense. I have to say on that archiving thing though, if the BBC really is going to put all of its archived content on BBC iPlayer, that would be worth the money. I'm still not sure that I personally would buy it, because there's not that much that I want. But the BBC have a massive catalogue. They must do. They've been around so long. Imagine if they put everything they have, even the old films and the tapes going back decades. That would be quite cool to see. But I doubt they're going to do that. I bet their archive is just the digital stuff. You know, I bet I can watch, you know, back episodes of Doctor Who and things, but I can do that on Netflix. But yeah, that would be good if they could do that. That would be a lot of content. I imagine, given how long the BBC have been broadcasting for and how big they are, they have a lot. I bet they'd have a catalogue to rival some of the other streaming platforms. So yeah, I'll keep an eye out for that. That could be good, actually, to be fair. Right, so this rule applies to all devices, including smart TVs, laptops, desktop computers, tablets, smartphones, set-top boxes, such as Sky, Virgin, YouView, media streaming devices, Apple TV or Chromecast, for example. You don't currently need a TV license to watch the catch-up or on-demand services of other broadcast channels, such as ITVX, All 4 or Demand 5, unless you use them to watch live broadcasts. Okay, I wonder, you know, if that's the way it's going to go. The TV license is eventually just going to be for iPlayer and BBC channels. It's an interesting way of doing it. So let's say they made the license fee just for BBC. That was it. Any other TV, perfectly acceptable. You know, they made it a premium channel. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people who want to watch it, and that's fine if you're into what they want. I just don't, because they don't interest me. They don't have anything that draws me in that I can't get elsewhere. But how would they do that? The whole point of these channels is that people with the simplest of equipment, they can just buy a TV with a regular aerial, tune it and watch it. So if they wanted to make it exclusively for license fee holders only, they'd then need to start somehow locking people out. So are they going to make a deal with Freeview to say, you know, or you have to enter a license number to watch it? You know, they make them premium channel. How much business is that going to lose them? You know, like you can't watch you can't watch, say, Sky Sports unless you have a Sky box. Are they going to release BBC boxes that people pay for? Who knows? That is the conundrum, really, isn't it? I honestly think they are going that way, that the BBC will become a subscription-only service, just like everything else, but how are they going to implement it without, you know, cutting a load of people off? The thing is with them as well is they have to be available, they have to make themselves available to everybody. Are you going to try and, you know, teach your grandmother how to work a new box when she's only just got the old tube TV tuned into BBC? No, she's not going to bother. She'll just stop watching. So, yeah. Alright, anyway, I'm getting way off topic. I'm going to have to cut so much of this video out. Oh, where was I? You can find out more about the rules that apply to watching BBC iPlayer on the TV licensing website. No, I think so far, actually, guys, you're giving the better information than TV licensing. They just want to sell you something. Right, let's move on. So, do I need a TV license to watch Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, Disney Plus, or Apple TV Plus, or YouTube? If you watch live TV via an online service, such as Amazon, ITV, blah blah blah, you'll need a TV license. Okay. The TV license website states you don't need a TV license if you only ever watch on-demand programs on any TV service apart from iPlayer. So you wouldn't need a TV license if you only use these apps for on-demand programs and not live broadcasts. If you're exclusively streaming on-demand movies, TV shows through those services or YouTube or any other online video service, you don't currently need a license. The same applies to other streaming services. In summary, if you use services purely for on-demand content, you don't need a license. If you watch any live broadcasts on streaming services, you will need a license. There's one thing they're not addressing here, and I think it's because nobody knows, and it sort of falls into a grey area. I'm just going to go to the next bit before talking about it, but yeah, there's one grey area that they're not touching on. How much does the TV license cost? Alright, they're not going to touch on it. Bloody hell. Alright, I'll talk about it now then. One thing, so they're saying if it's live, as it's being broadcast on streaming services or just regular TV, you need a license. Fine. Perfectly clear. But what about people that go live on YouTube? It's live, it's as it's been broadcast. If you're watching it, let's say you're watching a gaming streamer, that is as live as it gets. You know, everyone's heard of esports. Gaming is considered a sport now. I know some people get worked up about it's not real sport, but it is considered it. So yeah, you're watching live sport, but you're watching it on YouTube. Does that count? By your definition, yes, you would need a TV license. Are you going to enforce it though? It's never mentioned. TV licensing don't mention it either. It's all that grey area because it's not. It's all amateurs on YouTube. I know that you can get paid for it, but YouTube is amateur stuff. So does it count as even TV? Let's say I watch someone live streaming and they're just hanging out with their mates and live streaming and interacting with their subscribers. Is that any different to, say, a Zoom call? If they say that you have to have a TV license for YouTube, do I then need it to use Microsoft Teams as well? I'm streaming it, I'm watching things. Teams and Zoom calls is probably a bit too much of a stretch, but YouTube Live, it's something of a grey area. And I don't think I'm going to find an answer to that either. They're quite keen to say you don't need one for YouTube, but YouTube can be live. I suppose the same can apply to things like Twitch. It's a streaming service. Alright, let's get back to it. Food for thought there. Actually, I suppose a good example would be I make a lot of content working on my cars and on my motorbike. What if I just set the camera to live stream and I was just working on it? No different to watching a motoring program, I suppose, really, is it? Or what if I was doing this video now, live? I'm just talking about stuff, same as they would on TV. Alright, anyway, back to it now. This is already way too long, this video. I always do that. So here we go. How much does a TV license cost? There's one TV license that will apply to most people in the UK, but there are cheaper ones for people in different circumstances. Annual license fee for a household with colour TV, £159. Yep, that is most people. Black and white TV, $53.50. I still want to get my hands on a black and white TV. See if I could make it work. See if there's a way of various cables and adapters of getting it hooked up to a Freeview box. I do miss my old black and white TV that I used to have as well. It was a wonderful bit of craftsmanship. All like silver knobs and black leather on it and solid bit of kit. Anyway, people in care homes or sheltered accommodation could be eligible for a £7.50 TV licence. I have not heard that before. That might be a misprint. Maybe they mean this £79.50 one here. But £7.50? That's not mentioned anywhere by TV licence, is it? Tell you what, let's go and check on that. Oh no, it's correct. I just googled TV licensing, sheltered accommodation. TV licensing website was the first thing that came up. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, many care homes have a special type of license that will cover you. As a resident of a residential care home, supported housing or sheltered accommodation, you may be able to benefit from a concessionary TV license. This is known as an accommodation for residential care license. It costs £7.50 per room, flat or bungalow. Please speak to your care home managers to find out if your accommodation qualifies. They are responsible for arranging this type of license. Alternatively, you can check below to see if you are eligible. Right, okay. I wonder how you get one of those licenses then. Oh, okay. I just googled that type of license that they said, and it brings you back to more or less the same thing. Oh, here we go. Applying for an ARC license. So, there we go. Right, so you've got to apply, and it's going to ask about the accommodation, what type of place it is. So, yeah, so if you're in a nursing home or sheltered accommodation, they would apply for this. And, yeah, you can add on all these residents. Yeah, you can get them added on for £7.50 a person. So it is a £7.50 TV licence, but yeah, it turns out you're sort of tacked on to an existing special licence that the care home or whatever has. So, people who are blind or partially sighted could be eligible for a £79.50 TV licence. Yeah, half price, because if you're blind, it's radio. I'd say that should be free if they're blind, because, well, then it's radio and you don't need a licence for radio. But, whatever. You only need one licence per household, no matter how many TVs or other devices you watch TV on. The fee is reviewed every year, with any price changes taking place on the 1st of April, although it has been frozen for more than that. So, if you can't pay for your annual TV licence in one lump sum, there are various options available to spread the cost. These are direct debit. You can make smaller payments by direct debit, including monthly or quarterly. If you go for a quarterly direct debit, you'll be charged £1.25 per quarter, adding an extra £5 to your annual bill, which is just disgusting, really. Credit card. Unlike some other bill services, you won't be charged for paying your TV licence via credit card. And cash, you can make weekly, fortnightly or monthly payments against your TV licence at shops and newsagents that have PayPoint outlets. This can help you spread the cost, though it's worth keeping a record of the payments you have made so you keep track. Yes, something there just goes against the grain with me. I mean, this one here in the middle, encouraging people to pay for this stuff on credit cards. If you put £159 or whatever it is on a credit card, it will take you more than a year to pay that off if all you can afford is the monthly payments. So what they're doing there is just encouraging people to go into debt. And to my knowledge, we've never actually seen TV licensing do that. I think they just say you can pay by card, which can be any card, but they don't say use a credit card. So, not happy with you there, Wish. You're encouraging people to go into debt to pay for this shit. I mean, yes, okay, they could pay more than the minimum, but if they can't afford a TV license to begin with, chances are they can't afford very much, and that includes credit card payments. So, yeah, not happy with you there, Witch. And the other thing is this bit, you'll be charged more for paying quarterly. Why? See, this does my nutting. It's like when you pay for your insurance, car insurance, motorbike insurance, any sort of insurance, you pay more if you want to pay it monthly. Why? It's just a poor tax. I mean, the answer is that when you do that way, your insurance company gets paid by a credit company and you're paying the credit company back, who of course make their money by paying interest. But it does my nutting that insurance is expensive enough as it is, and if you can't afford to pay it, you can pay it for the rest of your... you can pay it monthly, but you pay it even more. It's like punishing people for being poor. Don't like it. And this bit as well, I have heard a story in the comments. If you're doing that and say you're late with a payment, they come straight round and they assume straight away that you are breaking the law. I mean, to be fair, if you've been paying for a licence, it's fair to assume that you need one because you are watching TV. If you've stopped paying, chances are you are breaking the law, but you've got to watch it. If you're late with that payment, they jump on you. And I heard of a man's daughter being convicted, getting a huge fine and still having to pay the licence because someone came round a few days after she'd missed a payment. It was all nicey and oh, don't worry, you can trust me, we're here to help, and then got a court summons. So yeah, just be careful if you are doing that yourself. Direct debits aren't too bad because they're automatic, but yeah, if you're going to a pay point, you have to remember to do it all on time. Again, it's a poor trap into, something comes up, you're late or you forget, they come and get you. Bastards. Do I need a separate TV license to watch live TV on devices outside of my home? This is something that's never mentioned in their letters, actually. If you want to stream live programs at the same time as they're shown on TV, then the license you buy for your property also covers you for watching TV outside of your home on any device powered solely by its internal batteries. This includes live streaming on smartphones, tablets and laptops. You can also record live programs on these devices and watch them outside of your home. So yeah, that's a question that's come up before. So you need a license on your house. You need to have a license to your name, but if you then watch TV on the train, you're covered. You don't need to get a license for the train. So yeah, alright, happy days. Alright, let's move on. TV license, special cases and exemptions. This could be interesting. So, if you fall under one of the following categories, you may qualify for a free or discounted TV license. Blind or visually impaired people are eligible for a 50% reduction, which should be 100% because if you're blind, TV is therefore radio, but whatever. Care home residents, yep, we've covered that. That's an interesting thing, so yeah, we'll look at that in another video. Over 75 and in receipt of pension credit. Until July 2020, all over 75s are eligible for a free TV license. This is no longer the case, however, you can still get a free TV license as a license holder. 75 years or older, or your partner living at the same address, receive pension credit. So yeah, I remember they scrapped it initially for over 75s and they all had to start paying for it, and there was uproar, and then they sort of came to a compromise. I mean, they should have just left it how it was. Students and tenants. Students, you still need a TV license if you're a student, as it's unlikely that the license held by your hall of residence or your parents will cover you. Tenants and lodgers. If you live in self-contained accommodation, such as a flat, then you need your own TV license. If you rent a room as a lodger, TV license for the whole house should cover you, unless you have exclusive access to a toilet or bathroom. In that case, you could be classified as living in a separate accommodation requiring its own license. I do think you should elaborate a bit there on that which. Bloody hell. Because my student house was 7 rooms, you know, typical. They took a normal family home and divided it up and rammed as many people in as possible, but you don't really care that much when you're a student. And 3-4 of those rooms had ensuite toilets and bathrooms, and the rest of them didn't. So does that mean the ones that had the cheaper rooms that didn't have an ensuite toilet could get one TV license for themselves, but everybody else had to get their own TV just because they had an ensuite? I mean, we still shared a kitchen. Yeah, could do with some elaboration there. Personally, I would just go with, if you share a kitchen and that sort of thing, then just get one license for the house. Tell them to bugger off. Right? If you have your own self-contained living area, as in you don't have to leave other than to, you know, go out and buy food, then you need a license for it. But that then becomes a flat. Just having your own ensuite toilet on your bathroom, but it's still shared accommodation. So, yeah, anyway. Do I need a new TV license if I change address? When you move house, you can take your TV license with you. Just fill out the change of address form or call the number. If you move in with someone who already has a license, you can cancel your own license and potentially get a partial refund. Good. How to get a refund on your TV license. If you want to cancel your TV license and you've paid in full for a year, you could be entitled to a refund. You need to have at least 1 month left on your license and have a good reason for cancelling. Okay? So it sounds like they pro-rata the refunds in whole months, which is about right. Lots of places do that. Yeah, where I work at the moment in insurance, do it that way. Car tax, if you get a refund on car tax, that's in whole months as well. So if you've got 2 weeks left, you're not getting any money back, but you've had most of it anyway. So good reasons include you no longer watch or record live TV or use iPlayer. Good. You're moving to an address that's already covered by a license. Good. You're moving into a care home. Yep. You're moving abroad. The license holder has died. Okay, if you want to cancel your TV license, you could be entitled to a refund if you are dead. Okay, you have 2 licenses for the same address. I bet when you tell them that you've got 2 licenses for the same address, they only refund one of them from the moment that you told them, not from when they were originally taken out. But yeah, anyway, if you meet the criteria, you can fill out a short form on the TV licensing website to request your partial refund. Anyway, what happens if I don't pay? Okay, Whether you agree with the TV licence or not, if you're found to be watching or recording live TV without a valid licence, you're guilty of a criminal offence that is punishable by a fine of up to £1,000 plus court costs. TV licensing claims that it uses a number of methods to detect if you're covered, including enforcement officers that carry out checks on properties, detector vans and a national database. Not the vans. If you feel you've been wrongly fined or have any complaints, you can seek a resolution through the BBC. Any escalations will then be passed to the Ombudsman services. You see, that's interesting. That makes me think of a comment that I had the other day. Well, the same one as I mentioned earlier. Someone missed a payment and they came round, and not to be too cruel, but the young lass sounds like she talked herself into getting this fine. Probably should have just slammed the door in their face. But yeah, they were threatening to go to court and they sent her a fine. So I don't think they jump straight to taking you to court, you know. Or they may not always. They may, say, right, you have to buy a licence and here's your fine or whatever. But I'm not sure on that. But that is interesting, because if you feel you've been wrongly fined or you have any complaints, you can seek a resolution through the BBC. Except the BBC aren't going to be able to do anything if you've been to court and been fined. What they're going to do, go to the judge and say, oh, we're overruling you. Not going to work, Any escalations will then be passed on to Ombudsman services. So it sounds like, I wonder how many people they get into buy licences by just giving them fines rather than actually taking them to court. They love to threaten people with going to court, but I wonder if they're actually doing that. I bet they're not doing it as often as they think. I bet when people get the fine through, they pay it, because I bet those fine letters are even more threatening. Mind you, by that time, if they're bold enough to issue a fine, they probably already have all the evidence they need to go to court, so they're probably just trying to get the money out of them faster. They're probably pretty confident in themselves by that point. Anyway, what does the TV licence pay for? According to the TV licensing website, 91% of UK adults use BBC services. I don't. That doesn't mean 9 out of 10 adults in the UK turn on to BBC One every week, as the licence fee pays for a range of services, including 9 TV channels, more than 50 national and local radio stations, the BBC website, BBC iPlayer, BBC Sounds Radio and podcasts, BBC World Service, numerous other apps and services such as CBeebies Sport, BBC Three and Food. Yeah, to be fair, you do get a lot from the BBC. I don't doubt that they do give you a lot of stuff, and if you use all of that, then yeah, it probably is pretty good value for money. But the bit I don't like is the way they treat people that choose not to pay. And say, no, I don't need or want a TV licence, go away, and then they just harass them for the rest of their life. Right, and that's the end of the article. Lovely. Right, let's summarise. Blimey, I've been talking too long. I need to cut this down a bit, don't I? Bloody hell. Right, so that was the Witch Guide to whether or not you need a TV licence. All in all, pretty good. Fair amount of content in there that isn't told to you by TV licensing. I didn't know about the care home licenses being so cheap, and the way the care home has like an umbrella license that you're added onto, that's quite good. I mean, I would argue that perhaps students need to have that. If you move into halls, why does every single little flat need its own TV license? If you think about it, what is the actual physical difference between a care home and student halls? Just a big building with lots of bedrooms and shared kitchens. Why does every single room? Why can't it just be, normally in halls you have, like, say, 5 bedrooms sharing one kitchen or something like that. Why can't it be, one licence per kitchen, for example? I've said this before. Or why can't they have a halls licence and you just get added onto the university licence? Probably because they want to get more frigging money out of you and more convictions to bump their figures up. That's probably the answer. Students are seen as softer targets. If you'd start going after people in care homes with frigging Alzheimer's or something like that, that's a bit of a toxic image that you're creating there. But yeah, so I'll have a bit of a dig into that. We'll do that in another video. I liked the way it explained things, especially live TV. They did a much better job of explaining it than TV licensing do. So yeah, that was good. Again, that loophole with YouTube Live, I don't think I'm going to get an answer to that. It's a grey area. Yeah, and if they did decide it, how do you define what they have to watch? If you're watching a sporting event through YouTube, that's pretty clear cut. That's just you're just watching TV through YouTube. Things like the recent coronation or the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II were broadcast live on YouTube. That was TV. You needed a license for that, surely. But if I'm just watching someone, I don't know, ramble on about the world, is that TV? I'd say not really. Just some guy yelling into the void on the internet. So yeah, all in all, pretty good. Maybe TV licensing should take a leaf out of a witch's book, you know, and maybe tone it down a bit and be a bit more helpful. And you might get, well, fewer people will hate you perhaps, and yeah, you might even get a bit more business if you take that approach. Alright, yeah, this has been way too long, and hopefully I can cut it down a touch. Or, well, I suppose from your point of view, hopefully I have cut it down a touch, but I suspect I probably haven't. Yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. Today we're doing some more product reviews. We're not in the office this time either, we're down in my conservatory. And today we are going to be reviewing this thing. Let's have a look. Right, so for those of you that haven't read the title of the video or looked at the thumbnail, I've gone and bought myself a BikeMate bike maintenance stand. Yeah, this was £20 from Aldi, well, £19.99. You can often find them online as well, even after they've left the shops, if you want one. But yeah, £19.99, and I couldn't resist, really. Reason being is I recently did a almost complete restoration on my old mountain bike, which I didn't film. Reason being is it was the day before I was due to start a new job. I just wanted to relax, yeah, take my mind off things, so I got my bike out, which I've been meaning to do for a while, and worked on it and restored it. It's been left out in the garden for... well, it was out there for about 5 years, so it was rusty and, you know, hello, Bella. It was rusty and needed some TLC. I know I shouldn't have left it out there. It's my own stupid fault for doing that, but never mind. I fixed it now. I wish I had filmed it because it went from being a piece of junk and it now just looks great, and minimal spend went into it. It was mostly just time and TLC, but never mind. I didn't film it. Maybe I'll film the next bike thing that I do. But the whole time I was doing it, the bike doesn't have a stand, or it didn't, it does now, and I didn't have anywhere to prop it up, so it was just leant up against a living room chair whilst I was doing it, which was somewhat inconvenient. So I saw this in Aldi today. I thought, I'll have that because I want to do some more work on my other bikes. I'm up to 3 bikes now. So I've got one mountain bike, one road bike, and one sort of vintage postal bike, which does need some restoration, so maybe we'll film that. So yeah, we got this, bought it entirely on impulse, just saw it, grabbed it, there we go. So let's have a closer look. So we have, yeah, let's see, bike maintenance stand suitable for all bicycles with a straight frame with a diameter of 25 to 55 millimeters up to 30 kilos, which is, bikes look something, so I'll show you that one, like that. This sort of, you know, they're a straight bar across the top and they're sort of triangular. Ladies' bikes tend to have this bar tends to be lower on them. That may work, we'll find out when we get it out. My mountain bike probably won't fit this, which is ironic given that I bought it after doing the work on it, but never mind. But yeah, we'll try it. I've got different styles of bike we can try on it later. So that's what it's for. And features are powder coated steel frame, lovely. Quick release clamping system, lovely. Magnetic storage tray for screws, tools and accessories. That does sound useful, that's a nice touch. Bracket for the handlebars, okay. But there doesn't, on the picture there's nothing for the handlebars. We'll figure that out later. Yeah, foldable and easy to store. Extendable bike repair stand. That's what I've just bought. Okay. Adjustable height approximately 110 to 190 centimeters. Lovely, lovely. And that just says the same on all 4 sides. Yep, excellent. Oh, what's it say on the bottom here? Oh, fucking hell, this thing's heavy. We've got, oh, that's just after sales support. Yeah, 3-year warranty. Contents bike stand, instruction manual, warranty card. Okay, the lady at the till did give me my receipt and said, oh, you get a 36-month warranty with this, so keep your receipt, which I have now lost. Alright, yeah, that's enough of the packaging. There's not much to say about it. It's just the same on all four sides. Let's open it up and see what's inside. Probably should have mentioned earlier as well, if you can hear fans running in the background, I apologise. I'll do my best to filter it out, but I've come down to the conservatory. It's about 27 degrees outside and it's fucking warm in here. It's the only bit of the house where I could get the right angle with good lighting and where the room wasn't too messy. Right, get this assembled then. Put that over there. Instructions. So that was fairly easy to do. Even with fighting around with camera angles and reading out the instructions and doing stuff for, well, for the video, according to the timer on the camera, I've only been at this 12 minutes. If you weren't fighting around like I've been doing, you'd probably do it in well under 10 minutes. Yeah, and you didn't really need the instructions for it either. So yeah, definitely easy to install. Let me go and get one of my bikes, and yeah, we'll see how well it does. Right, so this is my latest purchase, my road bike. Started with this one for no other reason than it was at the back of the queue, so it was easiest to get to. Right, it's easily the lightest of my bikes for obvious reasons. That's nice, is that? So yeah, so this, you spin this to tighten it for different frame sizes, and you bring that over and it clamps tight. And that Yeah, there's some movement in the stand, but it's not going anywhere. Let's try the handlebar stabiliser. There we go, that's not going anywhere. That looks great. I like that. Alright, let's take a closer look. I'll show you in detail, but yeah, that looks cool, does that? We'll start off at the business end, up here. Right, this is where it clamps on. So what you do is you tighten this bit by screwing it in and out to almost the desired, I don't know, thickness, wideness, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. And then you bring that over and clamp it down like that. And that is solidly in there, that's not going to move anywhere. The rubber does a really good job of gripping the frame. So, I mean, yeah, you can get hold of it and wrench it round, but it's not going to move on its own. That's great. And there, the little tool tray is here on the other side, so you are going to be reaching through the frame to get to it. I mean, it's quite useful, actually. I mean, I would normally, let's say I'm here working, I'm going to have my main toolbox here, but that I can just chuck nuts and bolts in. Or if I get some bicycle specific tools, they can be stored permanently on that. But yeah, that's nice. And the magnet is this strip here. Yeah, it's actually quite a good one. Or you can just drop things in there like that. You can hang screwdrivers on it. That's a nice touch. Is that having a little place to put your tools, etc. So, what else have we got? Right, so this is how the handlebar mount works. So all it is you just strap it on there, and then it goes down to there. It's not held on very tight, as you can see. The handlebars do still have some movement in them, but if that was off, as you saw, it just sort of flopped to one side, which would get annoying if you're trying to work on it. So yeah, that's quite handy. And this tripod, if you can call it that, given that it's got 5 legs, feels really solid. I mean, there's hardly any movement in that. I mean, you can twist it, but then how much twisting motion are you going to be putting on this thing? But yeah, that feels properly solid. This is a quality bit of kit. I'm really happy with this. Let's just test the adjustment, see what we can do with it, and then we'll see how it handles the other bikes. So I've taken that up almost as high as it will go, and obviously there's a little bit more movement. You know, you've altered the centre of gravity, you've altered the way the laws of physics are acting on this product now, but that still feels really solid and secure up there. And this may look ridiculous, but if you were, say, working on your derailleurs, your gears, or your pedals, or your brakes, or even if you were just stood up working on the bike, this is perfect head height for me, so this is great. Right, you can, yeah, there's like exert force onto it. Yeah, it moves around a bit. That's lovely. I'll tell you what, let's do a test. Let's get this spinning. And then yank this on. Yeah, barely moves. Yeah, really happy with this as a purchase. Obviously it can't stay here in the conservatory / living room. My partner's probably going to flip their lid when they come home and see this. One last thing I need to do with it, let's try it out with my other styles of bikes, see how it handles holding those up, and then we'll close this off. Mountain bike. This is the one I was telling you about that had been outside, and I spent a day getting her up and going again. Yeah, much heavier, different style of frame. Yeah, this is going to be the test for it. Can it handle this style of bike? Let's find out. Fucking hell. No, that's not wide enough. Nope. It can't do the mountain bike. So it wouldn't have made a difference if I had this when I was restoring it or not. I tried to get it to grip around this, which, as you can see, it's not a straight frame like it asks for. Just can't get the jaws open wide enough to get around there. I could maybe try getting around that bit, it's thinner, but I don't think it will balance properly if I do that. No. Alright, so doesn't work on this style of mountain bike, but to be fair, it did warn me of that one on the box when I bought it, so can't really hold that against it. If I'm honest, the bike has a stand on it now to hold it up, and the amount of work I've done on it, I don't expect to have to work on this bike anytime soon, at least nothing that's going to require it to be on a stand. Alright, let's try. I've got a vintage bike and I've got my partner's bike as well that we can try on it, because they have two different styles of frame as well. Let's go and get those. So next up is this that I'm calling my vintage bike. Can't quite get that in shot, you'll have a look in a minute. This is, as far as I can tell according to my research, over 100 years old. Drop it on your foot, Stuart, that's a good plan. It's handling that one beautifully as well. This is, I call it my vintage bike. Bit of a funny story how I came about this. I was a student, second year at university, so you're talking 2010, 2011. Very drunk, staggering home in the snow, yeah, and it's fucking freezing because, like an idiot, I'd gone out with basically just a shirt on. Yeah, so I'm making my way home in the snow, really frigging cold. Chap pulls up on his bike, hops off, and I casually say to him in a drunken voice, you know, "Oh, I wish I had a bike, I could have been home by now and out here freezing." And he goes, "Oh, here, borrow mine if you want, mate." Okay. So, drunk as a skunk, I get on this bike, start pedalling off home, make it all the way home, lovely. Go to bed, sleep it off. Following day, slightly hungover. That guy lent me his bike, I didn't even find out who it was. How am I going to give it back? Yeah, so, no idea. So, yeah. Put a few messages on Facebook at the time. You know, this guy gave me his bike and I went back, you know, like local biking groups, you know, for Cambridge and such like. No one ever came forward. After 2 years, I'm leaving university, and I'm like, well, I'm taking the bike with me. It was in much better condition when I got it, but unfortunately, being as old as it was, it deteriorated, and I couldn't keep it going at the time. Problem is it's been so old I can't get parts for it. It has these interesting drum brakes, front and back, and hub gears. Yeah, but as far as I've been able to tell from the style of the frame and the bike, this could be, probably is, maybe, a pre-war, as in pre-First World War, Royal Mail delivery bike, which makes it over 100 years old. And when it was working, it was a lovely bike to ride as a commute. I was riding it to university and back pretty much every day. Yeah, it was lovely to ride until I'm going down a hill and the brakes fail on me, and then the cable changes gear failed on me as well, and it just became unrideable. And it suffered the same fate as my mountain bike for a long time as well. It sat outside, somewhat unloved. Yeah, now the tyres are, well, that one's still got air in it somehow, but the back one is flat as a pancake. These mud guards need reattaching because they've come loose and rusty, especially this one. But yeah, I would love to be able to restore this and get it working again, because it's lovely to ride. And that will be subject of another video, because that will be interesting. Yeah, it will be lovely, because at some point in its life, this has gone from owner to owner, probably, maybe in the similar way that it came to me, just some drunken idiot lends it to another drunken idiot who then doesn't know how to give it back. But at some point it has been red and someone has painted it black. The handlebars aren't original, neither are these, the brakes probably aren't. The gear changer here almost certainly isn't original. I don't believe these pedals are, although they could be, they are a very old style. Yeah, and the seat I don't believe to be original either. I'd like to get this back to looking how it used to, or as close as I can to getting it. But yeah, and if and when I do that, I have a stand to use it to do that with, which is great. And yeah, it's quite a heavy bike, heavy for a road bike anyway. Naturally being 100 years old. Yeah, this stand is taking it really well. Yeah. Alright, enough blabbering about that. Let's go and get the final bike, my partner's bike, which is a ladies style mountain bike. See how well it does with that. Final bike to go on it. This is my partner's bike. And this is, yeah, ladies style mountain bike. And the reason I want to do this one is ladies bikes have a different frame shape. They sort of lower the front bar, which means it's not perfectly straight. It said straight frame only. So if it can't hold this bike reliably, what they've basically done is make a maintenance stand for men's push bikes only, which is piss poor really. So it's the second lightest bike, so it shouldn't have any trouble with weight. Alright, so a little bit more difficult to mount that because you've got to twist this claw to make sure it's holding it right, and you've then got to make sure that you have got it in the centre, which is a bit harder to work out with this style of frame. But now that it's on, I've clamped that down, tightened it up at the back. It's holding that perfectly well. No more or less movement than before. Yeah, okay, we'll call that a success. I've put the handlebar mount on this because it was flopping around. So let's give it a test. Let's spin the wheels up. Okay. Yeah, again a little bit of a twist in it, but nothing major. Okay, so it's handled all but one of those mountain bikes, and if I'm honest, I'm not surprised it couldn't handle my mountain bike because, yeah, the style of frame was quite clearly stated on the box as unsuitable. But it's handled men's and ladies straight frames, including a rather heavy vintage bike. It's done a straight frame mountain bike, and it's done a road bike, racing bike, you could say. So yeah, not half bad in that. And these are all adult bikes as well that I'm putting on, so if you want this for children's bikes, obviously it's going to be perfectly fine with them as long as you can get the frame in as well. I mean, it may well handle full suspension mountain bikes, it's just that mine had such a chunky frame to it that I couldn't get it in that clamp. If I could have got it in there, I've no doubt it would have held it up perfectly well. So, yeah. Alright, let's go and put all these bikes away and I'll do my summary. Alright, let's summarise then. But one thing I almost forgot to mention, if you can see them down there, little holes, little screw holes in the plastic feet on this for, well, presumably screwing it down to a workshop floor, which is a nice touch as well to give you that added stability. I probably won't use them. This is going to be going in my workshop once I've got it built. That's going to be a subject of quite a long video. Probably going to take me the whole summer to get that done. But it will need to be folded away when I'm not using it, because it will be bicycles, push bikes and motorbike going in that little workshop that I'm building. So yeah, that will probably have to be put away, but it will be used in there. But that is a nice touch if you want it to be a permanent feature. Overall, I'm quite impressed with this. I love the quality of it. I like the little touch of including this, the handlebar mount. That's a nice, yeah, that's a nice thing to include. A lot of cheaper products might have left that out. I like this little tray, the tool tray. Well, you've got the magnetic bit there. You can put like nuts and bolts in it, and then you can store tools in it like that. That's good. Overall quality, I'm gonna, well, you know what? Let's give it a 9 out of 10. There are a few bits here and there which I don't like this plastic. Whilst that's a nice addition, it does feel a bit cheap. And that handlebar brace, whilst it's a good thing, it is a bit, it just doesn't feel very nice. It's not a very top quality thing. But the rest of it though, if it weren't for those two bits, it'd be a 10 out of 10. It's great. Yeah. Ease of use, fantastic as well. As I said earlier, I assembled this in 12 minutes, and that includes farting around with the camera and talking and such like, and reading the instructions, which, if I'm honest, you don't need to read. It's fairly easy to work out without the instructions. Value for money, 10 out of 10. Yeah, cracking product. Yeah, for 20 quid. I haven't looked, but I fully expect you can buy products like this of the same specification for way more money. The only snag with that is it is Aldi special buy, and they do sort of circulate them, so it's not going to be available all year round, which is unfortunate, but I have found that there's great availability on their website. If it's not in stock in store, go on their website, chances are it's there. Yeah, overall, very happy, highly recommend. Alright, I need to do some tidying up because I've left frigging packaging everywhere. And I also need a drink because it's fucking hot in here. So, for now, thank you for watching, see you next time. Hello and welcome to another TV licensing video on doing stuff and filming it. I've had another letter, and this one is actually different to the others. They've actually come up with something new. Well, no, let's be honest, it's going to be the same bullshit as before. But let's have a look anyway. Okay, here we go. So, from the outside, there's only one difference that you can see. You've still got the legal occupier at my address and all the silly reference numbers and QR codes. The bit that caught my eye as soon as it landed on my doorstep was this code, your IN0100. And that is what it is. I'll hold it up a bit closer. IN0100. Now, we used to get a much longer reference number, which means something is going on. They are actually making changes of some sort. So, overleaf, it's the usual bollocks. Darlington return address, sustainably sourced or recycled paper that didn't need to be sent to me in the first place. Let's have a look at the letter. Now, there's elements of this which we've seen plenty of times before. Like I said a minute ago, legal occupier, my address, QR codes, reference numbers, all that jazz. Your status unlicensed in this sort of weird bluey green colour. Dated 26th of June. I know it's now July when I'm recording this. I've been procrastinating because there's other things I like doing than reading TV licensing letters. But yeah, anyway, your IN0100, and it goes, Dear Legal Occupier, still haven't found out my name, an IN0100 code has been issued against your address. We use it to target unlicensed homes like yours that require a visit from our enforcement officers. I don't require a visit at all. We've been over this many times now. I do not require a visit, nor are your enforcement officers welcome. But let's carry on. This letter is a formal notification that your details, which they don't have now been passed to our enforcement team for your area. I don't believe there actually is an enforcement team for my area. They keep saying I fall under Cambridge, but I'm actually closer to a number of other towns, about an hour's drive if you want to come to my house from Cambridge. There we go. And you could be visited at any time, day or evening, or weekdays or weekends, or more likely, not at all, because it hasn't happened and it's been years now. This bit again, we need to check you are not breaking the law. You absolutely do not. That is just daft. It really is. I mean, do you see the police turning up and saying, oh, we need to check you're not breaking the law? I mean, nobody put that idea in their head if you do know a police officer, because they undoubtedly will, and we all know what the police are like. It's a criminal offence to watch or record live TV without a licence on any device. You also need a TV licence to be covered for everything on BBC iPlayer. Okay, that bit is true. Yeah, fine. You could be prosecuted. The qualifying mark is in Scotland. Scottish criminal law applies. We've seen that plenty of times. And have to pay a fine. If enforcement officers find evidence of illegal TV viewing, you could be interviewed under caution. Just tell them to fuck off. In accordance with national criminal law, which could lead to prosecution. The maximum penalty is a criminal conviction, and you may have to pay a fine of up to £1,000. It's never that high, we've said this before, plus any legal costs and or compensation. Again, that almost never happens, according to my research. To stop this visit from the enforcement team, they're not coming, so I'm not going to take any action, but let's carry on. Buy a TV licence at tvl.co.uk/pay, or phone the number. Don't phone the number. Payments start from £6.50 a week. I've covered on multiple occasions why that adds up to more than just buying it in one go. It does and it doesn't. For some reason, they want you to be 6 months ahead rather than just pay it a month in arrears. But it's weird, but yeah, I'm not going over that again. See reverse for more details about your options. Cover that in a minute. Move an existing licence to your current address. I'll tell us you don't need one. That's the option that I think applies to a lot of people nowadays, and it's an increasing number of people as well. But yeah, I've done that twice, and it didn't stop the letters, so I figured I've told them enough times. If they're not listening, that's their problem. To stop this visit to your home and change the status of your IN0100 code, you need to act now. No, you don't.
No, we don't. Come on, let's go.
You don't need to. Well, if you want to definitely stop them visiting your home, yes, you can tell them you don't need a licence or buy one, but they may still visit even if you tell them. In fact, some sources suggest that they're more likely to visit if you tell them you don't need one, so the only way to definitely stop them is to buy one. But I don't recommend you do that if you don't need one. You shouldn't be afraid of these wankers. But you don't need to act. You don't need to change the status of your silly code. You don't have to do anything. If you don't need one, just don't fucking pay for it. So yeah, so this whole thing, you need to act now.
No, we don't.
We need to check you're not breaking the law.
No, we don't.
Stop lying. Ooh, this is interesting. Yours faithfully, Scott Robson. He's not dead. I thought he was goner. I thought he'd sent out all these letters and got nowhere, and they just got rid of him, taken him out back and shot him. Wonder what's happened there then. I think there was an attempted coup. Whoever that other guy was, I can't remember his name now, he attempted to take over, and for a time he did take the TV licensing throne. But yeah, I know Scott Robson's maybe managed to rally his armies and take it back. Who fucking knows? Or more likely, they just changed up the name to try and make themselves feel and seem relevant. Yeah, that's more likely. Then again, a big TV licensing war. Yeah, that'd be alright. Anywho, Overleaf, go online to pay, update, and check to check if you need to buy a TV license. That really should be pay, update, fuck you off. Shouldn't say. I don't. It should be fuck you off, pay if you really must. Fuck you off, fuck you off, fuck you off. When do you need a TV license? Your TV license lets you enjoy a huge range of TV. I think enjoy is a bit of a stretch nowadays. It covers you for all TV channels, pay TV services like Sky, and live TV on streaming services like Amazon Prime Video, as well as everything on BBC iPlayer on any device. If you don't watch TV in any of these ways, please let us know at tvl/no-TV. Do you know, that's not a bad definition, that really, is it? They've finally stopped banging on about bloody VHS recorders, because who has one of them anymore? And that's quite straightforward to understand. The old definition I've always complained about, that is an improvement. I mean, it's still bullshit that they're sending these letters out all the time anyway, but that's an improvement on what they had before. Previous definitions didn't mention streaming services at all, even though they've been around for years and years. It's good that they mention pay TV services like Sky as well. So a lot of people think, well, I'm paying Sky, BT, Virgin, whoever for it. Why do I need to pay a license on top of that? Yeah, or, well, I'm not watching BBC, I'm watching Sky Sports, and I already pay extra for that, and they don't get any of the license money. And these are all very good arguments, but at least here they've made it clear that you may well pay for this stuff, but you still need a TV license. At least it's clear that you do need one, even if the reasons for you needing one are bullshit. Anyway, yeah, that's good. They finally stopped going on about VHS recorders. Could you get a concession? It's an uphill battle, but I believe you can. You may get a concession if you're blind, because it's radio. Or age 75 and over and receiving pension credit. Yes, it used to be that if you were just over the age, the pension credit didn't matter. You could get a free TV licence. But then the Tories, in their infinite wisdom, decided that we weren't poor enough in our old age and dropped that. It was going to be that everyone pays no matter what, but then they were at least convinced to roll it back a little bit. So now you have to be over 75 and receiving pension credit. Whatever. Fucking Tories, we're glad to be rid of them. Find out more at tvl/concessions. Don't call the number. If you have sight loss, you can get this information in braille, large print or audio. Just call that number, which is different to the other number. So their concessions line is different to their braille, large print, or their accessibility line, which is the same as their sales line. Interesting. If you're deaf, hard of hearing or speech impaired, we offer the text relay service. Go to tvl.co.uk/accessibility. The correspondence, we welcome calls, emails and letters in Welsh. We'll also reply in Welsh. Our response times are the same for Welsh and English. Well, that's good of them as well, isn't it? I'm sure previous letters have said that you can get it in a great number of languages. At the very least, you can get the letters in a number of languages, and their website is available in a lot of languages, but this one only mentions Welsh. Interesting. Right, well, that just about covers it. This is a different letter. We haven't seen this one before. New code. Scott Robson is alive again. Zombie Scott Robson. Yes, it's the same bullshit, but there have been some updates to it, which, I'll be honest, I approve of. I don't approve of the letters at all, as a whole, but they have at least made some changes. They've changed this definition. It's more streamlined and stops banging on about ancient technology like VHS recorders. But I still can't condone it, because it's still just chatting shit like, we need to check you're not breaking the law. No, you don't. Going on about criminal offences, threatening people with prosecution, wanting you to live in fear of their goons coming round at any time, day or evening, weekdays or weekends. It's not on. You've made a few small improvements, but they're inconsequential in the face of the crime that you're committing every time you send one of these fucking things out. So, balls to you. Now, in terms of destroying it, I could rip it up, I could blend it, I could burn it, I could put it in the wood chipper. I've done all these things though, and if I'm honest, it's getting to the point where the hardest part about making these videos isn't recording them, isn't the editing or anything like that. It's thinking up ways of destroying these fucking letters. I'm not that imaginative. So, there's not going to be a destruction segment in this video. What I want is comments down below. How can I destroy it? I'll pick either my favourite or the most popular, depending on how many suggestions I get and how many likes and such like each one gets. Try and keep it reasonable. If you say something like throw it out of an aircraft or send it to the moon, I just don't have the means to do that. Think about stuff that I could do in my own house, please. And yeah, I'll do a separate destruction video. Just be a short, 1 or 2 minute, depending on what you tell me to do. So yeah, comment down below. Let me know what I need to do with this letter. For now though, thank you for watching.
Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. On today's episode, me and my other half had way too much to drink last night, and I am somewhat hungover. Let's have a cup of tea, see if it gets any better. Right, what have we got here then? Well, I have here a box of 20 tea bags of this moringa tea, or moringa, I'm going with moringa tea. Caffeine free with natural ingredients. Now, obviously, although it may not be that obvious, but
obvious to me because I've looked it up. This company, Tropical Sun, they are a UK-based company, so they're not from across the pond. However, we don't grow tea in this country. It just doesn't grow. So whilst the company is from the UK, the tea obviously isn't. And this moringa tea, I can't say I've ever tried before, and I've drunk a lot of tea in my life. So I saw this and thought, give it a go. Looks good. Now, the packaging doesn't really give much away. Most of the sides of this box are the same thing, just formatted differently, telling you what's in it. The one side that does have some information on it says, commonly referred to as miracle tree. I looked it up, that is what it's called. On account of its incredible nutritional properties and a wide range of applications, moringa is used by indigenous cultures for water purification, as a health supplement, and of course as a tea, as it has a subtle earthy taste. For the full flavour, brew for 2 to 5 minutes and consume without milk. Sip slowly and enjoy. I mean, sip slowly and enjoy, that's good for any tea, but whatever. Ingredients, I'll put them on the screen, but I mean there's only one. Dried moringa oleifera leaves, 100%. That's it. That's literally all that's in it, which you would expect from tea. Now, I did email the company Tropical Sun. At the time of filming this introduction, they haven't yet got back to me with information. I was basically asking for the country of origin for their tea and if there's any other nutritional information that they can give me. Their website doesn't really give away any more than this box does. So, yeah, not much to go through on that. Let's just open her up. We'll do the sniff test and appearance test, and then we'll go make a cuppa. Now, in previous videos I've commented on the packaging. Again, there's not much to really say about this. It's a cardboard box wrapped in thin plastic. The plastic obviously keeps the contents dry and protected until such time as it is opened. In the past I've commented on whether it's appropriate from, say, an environmental point of view. This is fine. I don't really see how they could do any more or any less with it. I mean, some might say, oh, you've got to get rid of the plastic or it'll pollute the fish for 1,000,000 years. The thing is, then you're risking getting moisture into the box, ruining the tea. Moisture invites mould, and no one wants that in their tea or in their diet at all. You're just going to make people sick. So I don't really see any other way around it, other than maybe beefing up this cardboard to stupid levels and trying to make it waterproof, in which case you may as well just put the plastic on. Anywho, let's open her up. Oh, okay, it's in another plastic bag. Wasn't expecting that. Normally when I buy tea bags, they come in a box, wrapped in plastic, and the tea bags are just in the box. Why is that like that? Yeah, I was about to say it's perfect, but I'd say you only need one type of plastic. You could get rid of half your plastic in this, guys. I mean, that may be because this is an imported good. I don't know if they import them as tea bags or if they import the tea and it's bagged in the UK. It may have come on the ship like this, in which case I can kind of see why you want an extra layer of protection to keep it fresh if it's going to be at sea for weeks. I don't know. If they ever get back to me, again, I'll tag it on at the end of the video. So, appearance. I'm not going to tear one open because they make a damn mess when you tear bags open. It looks like a tea bag. It looks like a green tea inside. From the pictures, it looks like it's going to be a green tea as well. It looks like a tea bag. Yeah, it's fairly standard. Let's just give it a sniff. They weren't lying about those earthy notes. That definitely comes across. Normally you'd sniff tea and it smells like tea. If you have an Earl Grey, it smells of flowers.
Tea? Earl Grey, hot.
Of course it's hot. What do you want in it?
Nothing.
Got a box of Lapsang Souchong. That has a very smoky flavour and smell to it. This, yeah, is definitely earthy. They weren't lying about that. Let's have another good inhale. Yeah, definitely, definitely earthy. That really comes through. I'm expecting good things from this. I think this is going to be good. Right, well, there's not much else to say. I'm not going to go through texture or anything like that. There's no point. It's a tea bag. I'm just going to go boil the kettle and make a cuppa. Right, down to the kitchen. 1 cup, 1 tea bag. Look at that, you can get a clean mug out of me for this episode. Bloody hell. Also, I've just brought you all down here so you can watch my kettle boil. Little over 5 minutes to boil that kettle. I think maybe I overfilled it. Right, let's have a cuppa. Well, I was right, that's certainly a green tea. It's very green. It's almost like bloody Mountain Dew, is that? Now it said brew for 2 to 5 minutes, so let's go with 3.5. Okay, Google. Tea timer 3.5 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Starting now.
It's probably going to be closer to 4 minutes by the time I've finished yakking, but never mind. Right, and I'm just going to let this brew. Now, when I brew tea, I like to try and get the bag to inflate like it has done, which is why I pour the water directly on it. It makes it puff up, and then it allows the leaves to circulate better inside. Now, before I give it a stir, it's almost certainly not coming across on the camera. There's something floating in it. At first I thought it was tea bits, but now it's just very, very fine particles. They look almost like tiny bubbles, except they're not all rising. It's not obviously going to put me off, but it's just interesting to see it brew. I don't normally pay this much attention to tea. Let's give it a bit of a stir. Now, the way you brew a cup of tea seems to be an incredibly divisive subject.
Who the f*** makes tea like this? Are you f***ing serious?
Especially in the UK, all this thing about do you put the milk in first, do you do this, do you do that, and if you don't do it the exact way that another person does it, they literally lose their fucking mind.
There is literally a place in hell for people like you that make tea like this! What the f***, Adam, you...
This is how I do it. You brew your tea how you like to do it. Let's just leave it at that. Oh, and one other thing to note. I don't normally brew tea on a timer. I'm literally doing that for the video. Alright? Right. Let's run down the timer and then we'll give this a sip. Interesting to know, again, as it brews, and I don't know if it's going to come across on the camera, it may still just look Mountain Dew green, but to my eye, the greens are slowly giving way to a sort of yellowy brown colour, which is what I would expect from tea. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what it looks like when it's done brewing. Right, time for a cuppa. Just so you know, I'm getting properly parched standing here looking at this and talking about it rather than drinking it. Right, brewing is done. Don't know if it's coming across on the camera. Physical appearance is a sort of yellowy brown colour. Now, looking at both camera screens, it's coming across as bright green still. You'll have to trust me, it's not. It looks like a pot of green tea, or a cup of green tea. Yeah, it's fairly unremarkable in its appearance compared to other green teas. Let's give it a sniff test. It smells like green tea. Well, no, I tell you, it smells like a bit more than green tea. It smells pretty much the same as what it did upstairs. It's sort of an earthy tea smell to it. If I wasn't paying so much attention to it, I'd say it's green tea. But since I am, it is definitely more earthy, that's for sure. Yeah, I'll do one more sniff to see if we can pick up anything else. Yeah, it's definitely there. I'd say there's almost a hint of black tea to it as well. But again, that's probably the earthiness coming through. I am spitting feathers here. I'm just gonna give it a taste test. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. It tastes nothing like green tea that I normally drink. It tastes like black tea without milk. And by black tea, I mean like your regular builder's tea. It's not bad, but it's not what I expected. I expected something a bit more delicate, almost herb-like, but with earthy undertones. That is just all strong tea. Yeah, I mean, maybe I have quite unrefined taste buds. I don't claim to be, a professional in any capacity. But yeah, it's a relatively simple flavour. Is that it just tastes like tea. They're not lying. It is definitely earthy, and it's a little deceptive. Green tea is normally a more delicate flavour, whereas black tea is, like I say, your regular builder's tea. That tastes like builder's tea. I'm not going to add milk to it, because I think that will just completely overwhelm it, as it always does when you add milk to green tea. And yes, I've tried it once. Yeah, if this was a blindfolded taste test, I wouldn't call that the green tea. It's nice though. I'm certainly feeling refreshed already. I don't know if it's going to work miracles. The packaging talked about its nutritional value, but then they provide no nutritional information on the packaging or the website. Medicinal, I don't know. I tend to approach medicinal teas the way I do Chinese medicine, We had a look at it, worked out what worked, and the stuff that did became medicine, and the stuff that didn't should really have been left behind. This ain't going to last long, that's for sure. As always with a cuppa, it gets stronger as you get to the bottom of the cup. And it doesn't seem to matter whether you've stirred it or not. That's quite nice, actually, when you're as dehydrated as I am right now. Right, before I swig it all and need to make another cup, let's go do conclusions. Final thoughts then on Tropical Sun Moringa tea. Well, if you want the short answer, it's tea. It's a remarkably simple product. I'm going to say it, I'm almost certain this is the simplest product I think I've had on Strange Things from Across the Pond. It has one ingredient, and that's tea. That being said, though, it does hold a few surprises if you've never tried it before. The flavour was the biggest surprise. I mean, I can't really talk about texture. Wet. It's tea. The smell, it was, after reading the description, the smell didn't really hold any surprises. They describe it as an earthy flavour, and it had certainly an earthy tea type smell to it. Brewing it looks like tea, a sort of yellowy brown colour when it's brewed. It looks like, traditional green tea. The flavour, though, is the bit that got me. If anyone's tried green tea and not tried this, and I'd say give it a go. You will be surprised. It doesn't taste like you would expect from a green tea. It tastes more like a black tea when it's been brewed. And as well, if you've only ever drunk black tea and you're thinking of trying green tea but you don't think you'll like it, or maybe you have tried green tea but you didn't like it but you do like black tea, get some of this. It could be a stepping stone if you want to move that way, if you want to start drinking more green tea, or if you just want to have it in the house. It's a nice middle ground, I'd say. Definitely give it a try if you've not liked green tea in the past but do like black tea, is what I'm trying to say. Also, if you're just looking for a caffeine-free, healthy alternative to black tea, I know tea doesn't contain that much caffeine when you compare it to, say, coffee or energy drinks, but I think we could all do with a little less caffeine in our lives. I know I certainly could, that's for sure. Again, have this. You don't need milk. You don't need milk in it. Just brew yourself a nice cup of tea. It's great on an evening, on a school night, on a work night, something like that. If you fancy a cuppa but don't want caffeine, have some of this. That's what I can say about it. It's a good caffeine-free alternative. I have to say, it is also remarkably refreshing. It's certainly very nice. I mean, that may just be the slight hangover talking, but it's good to get my lips around a good cuppa. Yeah, I'm going to have another cup once I'm done filming. It's nice. Right, we'll wrap this up here. Simple and straightforward one this month. I do have more complicated videos, honest. It's not that I'm trying to make low effort content, it's just that some products are simpler than others, and I've been wanting to try this for a while, and then I got up this morning, need to do some filming. We'll start with this. Alright, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Breast. Boobs. Welcome back to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. Now, as you can probably tell by the state of my bike, I'm getting ready for a camping trip on the Virago. First holiday I've had in years. I normally use my holiday time at home and make videos for YouTube and just generally waste my life. But I booked it, I'm packing, and I'm just going to do it, and it's going to be a great time. By the time this video goes out, I'll have already been on the holiday, but I'm going to try and film some content while I'm there. But for now, we need to get everything ready, starting with some USB power for this thing, because I need 1, sat-nav, because I'm going quite a long way, 2, to keep all my other electronic devices charged, cameras, mobile phones, all that sort of thing. So, we need to get that done. The other thing you're going to notice is this. As I walk round into here, yeah, you're on chest cam. You now get a close-up view of my fat fingers working on the bike. Look at that. Not bad for £3 off eBay. Right, this is the kit that needs fitting. Let's get on with it. Right, let's make a start. I'm going to do as much of this on the chest cam as I can. Hopefully it works. Right, let's move all this shit out of the way first. Now, one problem I have noticed with these, there's a lot of fucking wire here. So the battery is roughly here, this bit right here. The problem is, I'm going to put my phone here on the tank. It's going to sit in there, that's quite firmly on, and then put a little wire there. So it needs to come down that way. The problem is fucking look at this. So I need to find somewhere to put this wire. They've also got a fuse on, which is great and everything, but again, I need to find somewhere to put it in. There's not much room under this seat, but yeah, that's one of the things we have to figure out. We may have to cut some of this wiring down. Right, let's get this seat off first. That has to come off of there. For those of you wondering how I got these saddle bags on, I didn't make a video about it. I just wanted some quiet time alone working on the bike. But essentially the flaps come over the top of the rear mudguard, and I had to drill some new holes in it once I had them lined up, and the bolts go through here and they hold the mudguard on and now hold that on. They are big strong bolts, so I've got no concerns about all the weight going through them. The frame is there, and you're designed to have, or the bike's designed to have, a pillion passenger sat here. A full-on adult human, you know, 100 kilos perhaps, sat right on this. So that's fine, that's how it is. I'm not changing it. Right, let's get this off. $10mm if I remember. Yes, there we go. And the battery is right there. A fuel filter. These are the pipes going into it. This is the main fuel tank right here. Now, a lot of people, including myself, think that this is the fuel tank. It's not. I think it's described in the handbook as like a cover, something. It does hold fuel, but its main purpose is it funnels the fuel down through these pipes and into there, the main tank. But no, its main purpose is to feed the fuel down here into the main tank there. When I go out for a ride, within a few miles, this is empty. It doesn't really hold anything, but this holds the main bulk of the fuel.
Right, so the difficulty with this is these pipes now get in the way. I'm going to try and do this without taking them off because there's fuel in here still, and undo it, it gets everywhere, it smells, it's messy, and I'm wasting precious petrol, which I don't want to do. Okay, so this is one of the kits. What I'm thinking is, for the front at least, if I coil this wire up like that, that can be tucked somewhere out of the way, and I only need this bit on show. That's the actual USB port. So we find somewhere to mount this, preferably somewhere, you know, like here perhaps, somewhere like that, but that is more than enough. This is surplus to requirements. I mean, even if I had the shortest wire in the world, it's still going to reach up there like that. So yeah, that should be enough, and this is waterproof as well. So right, cable tie then.
Yes, I am doing that cable tie-up with just my fingers, ladies.
There we go. Right. Now, the plan for the rear one is going to be a little different. What I want to do here is run the power up to the top box. So the wire coming down this way to the front, I want that in there. Now, what I was thinking was this plugs into here like that. We have that lot inside, or rather, do I do it that way around? So we have from there onwards inside the box, and then what I can do when I want to remove the box, I can unplug it. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. So we're going to need to somehow get that in there. Now, I'm a little hesitant to be drilling holes in my nice shiny top box, but I don't see any other way of doing what I want to do. And as long as I'm careful, make it a nice neat hole and waterproof it, it should be pretty good. So yeah, so that will be routed down this way, like that. And that's probably, there's maybe a few inches of surplus, but that's probably about the right length of wire, so I'm happy with that one. Right, put that over there for now. Let's see if we can get these battery terminals off without removing these fuel pipes. I just thought of another reason I want to be keeping the fuel pipes on. If there's even the smallest spark with fuel vapour around this area, I am fucked.
In the following view, the blast will be seen as it was photographed in slow motion.
So we want to avoid that. What a stupid place to put a battery. Oh, muffin. That's great, dog. That's great. Come on, sit down. You're getting yourself too hot in this weather. Other development, I've got myself a set of GIS screwdrivers. They look, as far as I can tell, exactly like Phillips head screwdrivers, but apparently there is a difference, and if you don't use the right ones, you can very easily just be rounding off screws left, right and centre. So yeah, I've got myself a set of these. Interestingly, the screw on this battery looks to already be somewhat rounded off, either because it's had the wrong screwdriver on it or because it's such a ball ache to get to. Yeah, I mean, look, this is my smallest screwdriver and it doesn't fucking fit. These may have to come off after all, which is disappointing. Or at least one of them. Yeah, that one I can more or less move out of the way. Okay, let's undo that one. Hopefully, there's no actual fuel in this pipe. The trip mileage is currently at 99.8 miles. This bike does a maximum of 150, including the reserve, according to the handbook. Or it might be 150 and then you need the reserve. Either way, I've used at least 2/3 of the fuel in it, so this should be more or less empty and there shouldn't be any fuel coming down this way. But I guess we'll find out in a second. Excellent. Right. There we go. Right, it's wedged. Oh, that's not even tight. What the hell? Right, that's one in. And let's put the other one in. Now, some people are probably going to wonder, can this old bike handle all this stuff that's on it? 2 USB chargers. Now, I wondered that as well. And there is an element of the unknown to it. I have no way of knowing until we try it. But I expect probably so. Now, yes, when this bike was being designed and then built, there was no such thing as sat-navs or smartphones. You know, it was the before times, you could say. But the thing that you have to remember is the electrical system's already doing a lot more work than powering 2 USB devices. USB is remarkably low voltage for the amount of stuff that you can do with it. I mean, for one, it's creating spark. You know, it's got 2 cylinders, so there's 2 spark plugs going off, you know, a few thousand times a minute, and they have a lot of voltage going through them, as in like a shit ton. You do not want to get shocked by one of them. And also, I think of what's already on it. It can power a headlight. Now, anyone who's ever left their lights on in a car knows just how quickly headlights can flatten the battery, or left them on your bike. It's very quick, and again, way more power than a USB port. Also, this particular bike, this wire here, is the heated grips, and I've ridden it around for hours before with the heated grips on, quite a high setting because it was winter, and it's perfectly fine. There was no sign at all that it wasn't keeping up. So I'm pretty confident based on the available evidence. If I'm wrong, well, I'll just have to unplug something, won't I? I'll run sat-nav or battery chargers, you know, or if I'm going locally, I'll have stuff in the back charging and I won't bother using the sat-nav. Or, well, I say sat-nav, it's going to be my phone. The phone has its own battery. I can charge it later. You know, I'll just deal with it. Not everything has to be perfect. Right, that's the positive side on. Now, what in the French toast has happened in here? I don't know if you can see this. I'll get a light. The screw or bolt that I want to undo is under here. This has been put in and it seems almost like it's been bent over. How the fuck am I getting that undone? Also, the negative wire for the heated grips doesn't look to have an O-ring on it like it does on the positive side. Looks like it's just, yeah, been wedged in. Oh, okay, I may not have working heated grips after this if I'm not careful. I'm just going to have to bend that back up and hope I don't snap it off. Which fucking idiot did that? Yeah, look, there's no O-ring on that, it's just cinched in. Whatever. There we go. And that heated grips wire isn't going anywhere either. You see, I'd never choose to fit heated grips. They just seem a bit frivolous, you know, just wear gloves. Unless you're doing like mega miles in winter, like it's your only mode of transport. But for me, this is a second vehicle, it's a pleasure vehicle. But yeah, I don't know, heated grips just don't do it for me. So yeah, I'd never choose to fit them, but since I've got them, I want them to work, you know. So, right, let's get this battery back in, and then we'll check that they're both working, put everything together, and then we've just got to figure out where all the wiring goes. sounds like Bella's winding up the neighbours. Got my power pack. If we plug it in. Look at that. That's charging. Bosh. Let's do the other one. Yep, look at that. Charging as well. Excellent. Okay, I'd say that's the hard part over. I am going to get a drink because it's about 30 degrees and find out what Bella's barking at. I think she's trying to wind up the neighbours. Back in a minute. Right, filming tends to go better when I press record. So, front one, I'm just going to put the wiring under there, which is where all the heated grips wiring. Oh, you decided to come and see us, have you, Bella? My neighbour, it sounds like, is trying to train his own dog, because I can hear him giving commands and praise and such like, as you do when you're training a dog to do something. Bella has taken it upon herself to disrupt that training by barking her fucking head off. Because Belland. But here's the plan. So, that can be tucked away in there. Now, I was a little concerned about this getting hot as I'm riding, but there is this fuel hose right here. So I figure if Yamaha put that there, it can't be getting that hot here. And there's plenty of wiring in this area, so yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. And here's the plan. I need somewhere to position this, and I'm thinking there. But what I'm going to do is put the seat back on first, because if the seat comes on down over this bit, that's not going to work. But that is at least roughly where I want it to go, right there. This one can come out from under this fuel hose and go up this limb of the chassis, or the frame. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to using the correct terminology for bike parts. I'm always going to keep reverting back to the car ones. You know, this is a frame, not a chassis, although I don't see what fucking difference it makes. People still know what I mean, and it's not like people on the internet get all worked up over something small and stupid.
What? Gosh, it's not like the internet to go crazy about something small and stupid.
I think we'll go up like that, and then, yeah, we'll just have it like attached here, because the seat sits over this, so it'll hide most of it. I think the only bit you're going to have showing is the wiring out the back of there, which won't be too bad, because again the seat will hide most of it. Right, good. Okay, that's not too bad actually. The seat is nowhere near where I want to put this. In fact, I may even put it like down there or something, so it's easier to get to. Yeah, that might be a better idea actually. Right, and I think what we'll do is, a lot of this wiring can be hidden right there, like that. Yeah, that will just stick out like that. I'm just making sure that's not pinched, which it's not. Yeah, so the most you're going to be able to see is that much. Yeah, something like that. We'll put the hole there, and most of this will be inside, so you'll only be able to see the little connector there. not bad. Right. Alrighty then. A couple of days have gone by. Long and short, I've been working, driving so many sodding miles. Yeah, but anyway, I did a bad thing, and I did a little bit of work on the bike and didn't film it. It's a bad habit. Nothing much though. I've basically located the front USB. It's not going here anymore. I've put it round there. Don't know if you can see that, it's right there. Long and short is there's more space between the chassis and the top of the engine to get it through, and there's this nice like little cable tie thing here that holds some of the wiring harness in place that I just slackened off and used it to attach there. It is, you know, a bit loose, but it should be fine. It's, you know, nice and discreet. I'm happy with it there. Most of the work is going to be on the rear. I need to get my drill out. It still doesn't feel quite right drilling into the top box. They are expensive, but I don't see any other way of doing it. Plus I didn't pay for it, it came free with the bike. So, let's get it done. I should probably, however, take my helmet out first. I remember we did talk about helmets and how they can be damaged when I did my CBT. We didn't cover drilling, but I can't imagine it's good for them. So let me film this on my phone. So here's the plan. I'm going to drill in the back, and in theory it will come out about there, like that. Right in the middle. I did think about going off to one side, but then it's going to expose more wiring. So yeah, right there should be perfect. Alright, let's get it done. And I'm going from the outside in, because I'm thinking any burrs, any rough edges will then be on the inside rather than the outside. So it may not look that neat in the box, but on the outside it should look reasonably tidy. That's as central as I'm going to get it. There we go. Doesn't quite fit. I'm trying to push that through. I was hoping I'd be able to just shove it, but no, I'm going to have to widen this hole. Giggity.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Oh, nearly. There we go. Perfect. Slots together like that. Lovely. Right. Put the seat back on. There we are. Right. And the plan to keep this steady is just a little bit of sealant, which will make it waterproof, and once it's dried in like 24 hours, it's actually pretty fucking strong. Should hold it nicely in place. So yeah, I'll go and get that. Here we go, bit of sealant. Now this stuff, I use it semi-regularly, and yeah, it smells really bad, and if you get it on your clothes, they are ruined. But it has to be said, once it dries, it's sort of rubbery in texture, but it's not coming off unless you get a pair of pliers and wrench it off. And it's fully waterproof for, it's rated for like 20 years, so yeah, we'll put a little bit of this around the hole and it will help waterproof it and hold the cable in, and then we're done. Yeah, so let's go. And what you do is immediately relieve the pressure and then put a screw in the end. That way it doesn't leak out, it also doesn't dry out either. And this, what you do is you wet your finger, basically just spit on it a lot, and then you can use it to smooth it out, and it doesn't stick to your finger then either. So I just want to gently spread it out like that. Right, and I'm going to apply a little bit to the inside as well, just to make sure it's a good seal. That'll be it. There we are. Now, like I say, this takes about 24 hours to dry. I don't normally use it on motorbikes or vehicles of any kind. I normally use it on stationary objects like houses. So I'm going to leave this here. It does unfortunately mean I can't ride the bike for the next 24 hours, but never mind. But yeah, once that's done, happy days. It looks a bit rough at the moment, but I'll see what it looks like tomorrow. We can always, you know, trim it down. I mean, if I wanted, I could always just pull the silicone out again. It can be done. It's quite strong stuff, but it can be done. But yeah, I think that's going to look just fine. And yeah, it's going to be a nice, neat job once it's finished. Yeah, alright, check back tomorrow. There we are, it's done. I had to put a bit more on because the little bit that I put on to begin with just sort of came off. I sort of wiggled it a bit and it came out. It's a bit loose underneath still, but it should do the trick. I'm looking through the lens of the camera now and it looks really untidy. I think that's just the way the light's catching it and the camera's picking it up. In person, it looks quite smooth. I'll quickly show you the inside. Inside, not as pretty, but again, I'm not really going to look at it inside too much. Yeah, it's not perfect. You can see but it should stay sealed well enough. And if I ever carry anything in here that's sensitive to a little bit of water, I'll just put it in a plastic bag. Job done. Right, I need to get this thing packed, so we'll call that it. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. I'm on holiday right now, having frankly the time of my life, but it seemed only right that I film at least one episode of Strange Things from Across the Pond next to the actual pond. Let's see what I've got. Alrighty then, so I've got you here to easily my favourite spot on this beach here in Kessingland. I've sat here at least once per day whilst I've been here, looked out at the ocean. I absolutely love it here, it's so peaceful. But that's not what you're here for. You're here to see what weird and wonderful food I've got. I have, on the face of it, not that weird, but it is a product of the US, so it counts. I've got some spaghetti and meatballs in sauce. Now, before you start saying, oh, that's just Italian and you can get that here. Yes, you can. However, this is what the Americans call an MRE, meals ready to eat. This one is self-heating. Now, these are extremely popular because they're ready to go. You can give a soldier or an airman in this case loads of these and they can take them with them, and that's their food sorted for a good long time. It weighs almost nothing, plastic packaging. Like it says, it's self-heating, so they can have a hot meal on the go without having to carry any extra equipment, you know, like a camping stove, for example. And I'm told they're actually surprisingly nice. So yeah, this is what I've got. I asked my partner to pick this up while they were on base. They very kindly obliged, and I said, can you get me some of those MREs? I want to try them. Also, I think they'd be good for camping. On this camping trip, because it is a camping trip that I've been on, I brought one of these. I brought this, and the rest of it I brought tinned food. I think after trying this, I'm going to regret bringing the tins, and I should have just got a load of these. But, you know, I had to stick to what I know at the time. So, we'll do the usual quick look at the packaging. Hopefully I remember to take all the pictures that I need as well. And then we'll get it open, we'll cook it in its own self-heating oven, and you'll see what we've got. So, from the top, it goes, yeah, the taste of the homemade, juicy Italian-style meatballs and aromatic marinara on a bed of spaghetti. All of that in this package. It's not that thick. Chef 5-minute meals, pre-cooked, ready to eat, for everyday adventure and life on the go. Everything you need is inside. I mean, I've brought with me pot to eat it in, and this folding cutlery as well, just in case, but we'll try with what we've got. Net weight 9 freedom units.
What will you do without freedom? Oh, freedom! Freedom!
What the hell is he talking about?
255 grams. US inspected and passed by Department of Agriculture. Okay, don't know what that means. Oh, and I've never seen this on packaging before. It tells you what their artwork is. So this is the Grand Staircase Escalante.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
National Monument, Utah, USA. It doesn't look like much of a monument. It looks like a natural formation that you're taking credit for, but whatever, it's a nice touch. Ready to eat whenever and wherever you are. Self-heating for a hot meal in minutes. No refrigeration needed. Good, because it's been in my tent for the past 3 days. It's not exactly been cold. Never freeze-dried, no water required, and there's a qualifying mark. I've brought water as well, just in case. See how it works. Activate your device's camera app, and I've got to watch a video. Why isn't there just instructions? You know what, I have a fairly good idea how these self-heating things work, so we'll skip over that. And yeah, got the address here. That is obviously the USA. Oh, it says it there, made in the USA. So definitely from across the pond. Not the pond I'm looking at, that's the wrong pond, but never mind. Bit of a cock-up, but there we go. Alright, so, as always, nutritional information going on the screen somewhere. Ingredients are tomato puree, which is ground tomatoes, tomato puree and salt. Water, good, because it says no water required, so I should hope there's water in there. Cooked Italian-style meatballs, beef, water, textured vegetable protein, which is soy, flour, caramel colour, Italian-style seasoning, which is salt, garlic and onion, Parmesan cheese, which is made of part skimmed milk, cheese culture, salt, enzymes, spices, sugar, white pepper, beef flavouring, which is sugar and flavouring, hydrolyzed soy protein, spice extractives, extractive of garlic, onions, mushrooms, enriched pasta, which is semolina, wheat, egg whites, niacin, ferrous sulfate, iron, thiamine, mononitrate, riboflavin.
I have difficulty formulating my words.
Folic acid and celery. Contains 2% or less of the following: cornstarch, olive oil, spice, sugar, salt. Best before date is the 19th of May 2025. That's pretty good considering I bought this in June of 2024. Not half bad. Right. Not much else to see on the packaging. Let's open it up and see what's inside. It's over my can, just so I don't get at least too much sand in my food. Right, so that appears to be the food. Yeah, it says there, spaghetti and meatballs. Right, fine. This is our so-called self-heating oven. Activator, do not drink. Yeah, this is exactly what I thought they were going to be. There's an activator, in this case it's normally water or salt water, and then you have these bits here which are normally like iron or some sort of metal, and they react and generate a lot of heat when you do it. Like it says here, tear open heating pad even on the dotted line. What dotted line? Oh, there is, it's more of a perforation than a dotted line. Remove activator pouch from inside the oven. Insert meal pouch inside the heating pad oven to sit squarely on the heating pad. Right, okay. Let's just open this and see what's in here. Alright. Right, okay. It's That's the bit that's going to get really fucking hot. That needs to stay inside. That's our activator. It doesn't tell me what that is. It's normally like water or salt water or something like that. Right, so then we put this inside. Put this way up so you can see. Go, then what? Shake the activator pouch, then open pouch and pour contents into the heating pad oven. Fold heating pad oven opening under to eliminate heat loss. Place heating pad oven on flat, heat protected surface. Sand, yeah, that'll do. For best results, allow meal to heat in closed heating pad oven for 5 to 10 minutes. Carefully remove hot meal pouch or meal tub. Open and stir. Excellent. So it looks like we eat it out of that foil pouch. We'll see how easy that actually is. We may end up using our can after all. So, it says, give this a shake. Pour it in. And what we'll use that as a base. Yeah, that looks just like water to me. Obviously, I can't do any sniff tests before opening it, but that doesn't smell of anything. I think it's maybe just water. There we go. Right, oh, look, it's salt in me bag. Right, you go in there. That. That's all it takes. I'm going to fold this under on itself, like that. You know what, we'll give it the full 10 minutes, why not? I'm not going to film the full 10 minutes because you're not going to be able to see anything other than this getting hot, maybe. Also, because I'm camping, battery life is at a premium right now, so back in 10 minutes. So that's the 10 minutes, and as you can see, it's gotten quite hot. This is puffed up. Even this outside plastic is hot to the touch. About a minute ago, before I restarted the camera, there was steam coming out the side of here, and you can see it's built up pressure and it just kept unfurling itself. I've had to keep tucking it under whilst trying not to burn my hands. But the instructions say this is now ready, so I'm going to very carefully open this. This will continue to generate heat for quite some time. Yeah, that is still really hot to the touch. Go, right, keep the sand off. Perhaps filming on the beach wasn't such a good idea. So we'll try it in its packaging, but we've got the tub if we need to. Let's open her up. First thing I'm going to do is what I normally do at the start of the video, do a bit of a sniff test. Look at that, looks alright actually. You can see the spaghetti in it. It looks to be more sauce than substance, but still, don't look half bad, don't that? It smells good too. I mean, it smells exactly like what you'd expect from a packet of spaghetti and meatballs. No other way to put it. If you've ever bought like the jars of sauce, I know Italians would probably lose their fucking mind if you suggested that to them, but if you ever bought like the jars of ready-made bolognese sauce, that's exactly what it smells like. Yeah, quite tomatoey. Not really any other way to describe it. That's exactly what it is. If you need to know, just go and buy a jar of bolognese sauce from the supermarket. It doesn't even have to be a posh brand, and just sniff it. That's what it is. Right, we have got with us, we've got this little kit here as well. In it we get a spork, salt and pepper, and a napkin as well. It's not bad. Spork is a bit on the flimsy side, but we'll try it as it is. I always try what you get. The napkin I'll put to one side for now, and we'll leave these to one side as well. I'll do a taste test, then I'll add them. Let's have a bit of a... Oh, if I stir it up, there's a lot more to it actually. Let's get... Yeah, there we go. So those are the size of the meatballs. There's 2 on that, and that's the length of the spaghetti. It's not the really long spaghettis. These they're about 1 inch or so long. Alright, okay. I can see why they've done that. Imagine having full-length spaghetti in a packet like this will be quite impractical. Alright, let's do a taste test. Do you know, that's not too bad. Definitely needs that salt and pepper, which I'm going to put in now. But those meatballs, fairly standard meatballs, I'd say they're pretty much what you get in a tin of meatballs. If you've ever had, you probably had it as a kid a lot, at least I did. Like I say, it's a tin of meatballs, and they're normally in either gravy or tomato sauce. It tastes just like the tomato sauce ones. These are maybe a bit more meatier. I find the tinned ones are processed to hell. They barely count as meat anymore. But again, they're aimed at kids, so that's understandable. Yeah, these are perhaps still a bit more meaty, but that's exactly what they taste like. The spaghetti is spaghetti, not a big deal. But that tomato sauce tastes exactly like those jars. Right, let's stir that up. Look at that, I've got 3 meatballs on there. Let's see if we can get some spaghetti with it, shall we? There we go, that's better. Right. Okay, yeah, that's better. Definitely needs the salt and pepper. That's really come through with the flavour now. That's actually quite nice. It's amazing the difference those 2 little sachets have made. Then pepper does that, it brings out other flavours. And so does salt, but to a lesser degree. Quite impressed with that. I suppose the other elephant in the room that I should address is temperature. Not spice, temperature. It's just about warm. If I was served this in a restaurant, if I was cooking at home, it'd be hot. This is just about warm. Now, whether that's because the bag kept unfurling, letting all the steam out, I don't know. I don't really know what I could have done about that. There was actually quite a bit of pressure building up. But yeah, it's just about warm. I probably should have left it in there for, say, 15 minutes instead of the 10 minutes that it said. Although the instructions said to do it for even less. So I think it'd have still been cold if I'd done that. It's very nice. Very tomatoey, and I can definitely taste those Italian herbs and the onion and the garlic coming through as well. Obviously it leaves a bit to be desired. These meatballs are a bit pitiful. The spaghetti barely counts on account of its length, but it's in a packet and it's designed to be eaten out in the arsehole of nowhere with no other preparation. You know, everything in one bag. Can't really complain about that. This sport, again, it's doing the job, but I think in a few minutes I'm just going to drink it out of this sachet. It's only just long enough to reach down into the bag. But again, it's an MRE. If you were adventure camping or hiking, you're miles away from civilization. These are great. They're lightweight, good tasting meals, and everything you need is in them. Like it said, you don't need any water. Right, I think it's time for some conclusions, and then I'm going to eat this. Conclusions on this spaghetti meatballs chef 5-minute meals. Do you know, if I'd made this or been served it, I'd have been very disappointed. My first thoughts would have been, what the fuck kind of meatballs are those, and what kind of fucking spaghetti is this? Why does this sauce taste like it's come out of a jar? But for a product, considering its target market, i.e. people doing what I'm doing now, camping and having to cook their meals in a tent, or in this case on a beach, because why not? It's actually really good. It's not hot, it could have done with a bit longer in the bag, but it's at an edible temperature within 10 minutes, like it said. Nothing else is required. You don't need to carry any water. They even supply seasoning and a little napkin for when you get it all over yourself. That's great. I really like that. I've had self-heating meals before in the past, but they always came in like boxes, like ready meals did, and they were quite bulky and heavy and expensive. This weren't too bad. I mean, I used to, when I was young, do a lot of hiking holidays, so you'd have a massive rucksack on with everything in there, clothes, tent, bedding, the works, and food was always a big issue because it's heavy, you know, especially if it's got water in it. And if it hasn't got water in it, if you go with all dried food, you've then got to think how you're going to rehydrate it. You may not have a source of fresh water other than your drinking water that you're carrying with you, and you don't want to waste that, because you need it if you're hiking, especially in the summer. But yeah, this is perfect. You could put 10 of these in a rucksack, and that's your meals. It's great. Considering its target market and what it's aimed at, what it's designed for, I'm really impressed with that. I'm gonna get some more of these. I need to go with my partner onto the base, see what they've got, and I'm gonna get one of each. And I think we'll do one big episode with all of them in one, because I really like this. Right, it is the last day of my holiday. I've got this to eat, and then I'm going to go to the bar, I think, and get rather drunk. So, I'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. welcome back to another biking video on Doing Stuff and Filming It. I'm out for another bumble on the 125. Well, actually no, it's not a bumble, it's an errand. I need to go and pick up a product from an Amazon delivery locker that's about 9-10 miles away, something like that. Hopefully I've got the sound a bit better, otherwise you're going to be hearing this as a voiceover. I'll try and keep the speed down. It's late on a Sunday evening, so there's not going to be anyone around. Hopefully you can hear me a bit better than the last Bumble video that I made. So, as the title of the video suggests, I've decided to give up on group rides, or, you know, ride outs, I suppose some people call them. Basically riding in a big bloody group. It's a decision I put quite a bit of thought into, and I've said I'm just not going to do them anymore. I just want to do solo trips. Now, if anyone out there who follows my biking content, you're probably under the impression that I never do group rides, and that's because I very rarely film them. I've got a little bit of ride-out footage. And that's about it. Maybe a few minutes. There's no sound. Yeah, I haven't been on a group ride yet with like my camera and audio setup perfect. It's probably not perfect even when I'm making this. And most of my videos have been in the workshop. But I do them, or I did do them, at least as regularly as I could. Tell you what, let's go down here. Not in a mad rush. It's the wrong way, but it's a bit nicer down here. But yeah, I've been on some pretty big group rides as well, and until recently really enjoyed them. Not the longest, the biggest I think I've been on must have been at least 20 bikes. It was a really big do, and I really enjoyed it. The longest I ever did was the entire Norfolk coast, from Lowestoft round to Hunstanton. I did it on this 125 as well. It's a great bike. You wouldn't have thought a bike like this would be up to something like that, but it did it no problem. And in a lot of ways did a better job than the bigger bikes that were with us. But yeah, recently, essentially, I don't really want to call it an incident, it was more of a series of incidents. It was one ride in particular that kind of broke the camel's back, you could say. And it made me realise that there was an element to the group rides I was going on that I didn't like, wasn't safe, and it's not what I'm about with my riding. And it's been apparent in previous rides, but to a much lesser extent, to the point where I could forgive it and, you know, just blame myself as an inexperienced rider and a bit of a slow coach. I mean, I don't really like going fast. A 125 is perfect for me for a little bit of bumbling around. I only use my bigger bike for longer trips, really. I love riding this bike. And essentially what happened was it was a ride out to the bike shed in London, which from where I live, or from the meeting point, which isn't that far away either, it's about 80 miles, majority of it motorway, the M11, which takes you all the way down into London, and then of course a bit of London driving, or riding rather. Bike shed is very much central London. Yeah, meet up, it's all fine. It was full licence holders from the start because it involves motorway riding. It is a trip that can be done avoiding motorways. You just take the sort of A14, A505, A10 route. The A10 actually getting you closer to your destination than the M11, even though it takes like an extra half hour because of all the detours you have to do avoiding that road. So I knew it was going to be a fast ride to begin with. What I wasn't prepared for was, well, I'd say the level of recklessness on the ride. So we met down the A10 at one of the petrol stations, which is fairly standard, you know, just somewhere to meet up, fill your tank before you go, that sort of thing. And pretty much as soon as we pulled out onto the A10, the tone was set for the rest of the ride. And that was way too fast, overtaking when it just wasn't safe, filtering at stupid speeds, filtering wasn't appropriate, also at stupid speeds, and very much you either do this or you get left behind. And now I'm on the Virago, not the most powerful bike, probably the least powerful on the ride, and I'm giving it full throttle as much as I can, and there was no keeping up with the rest of the group. Now, initially, one rider who had pulled out behind stayed behind me, and I was quite grateful for that, thinking at least there's one person not leaving me behind, one person that's been sensible, and that recognises that I've had my licence 5 months. You know, I'm not going to be able to do some of the things that these other people are doing. And going down the A10, you know, I didn't want to be holding this person up, so I was overtaking and filtering, and did catch back up to the group by overtaking when it was safe. Maybe not as safe as I would have liked, but at that point I'm thinking, Stuart, you need to learn how to, you know, not be scared of everything. The bike will do it, you can do it, so just fucking do it. And I continued until we joined the A14 for a short time, and then feed us onto the M11. There, the person that was behind me fucked off, as did the rest of the group, and I am full throttle. The bike is going as fast as it will go. Like I said, it's not a powerful bike. It tops out at about 75, 80. And we joined the M11, which was quite busy, especially for a Sunday. And it's more like a Monday morning how busy it was. And the speed doesn't decrease. And, you know, they're filtering through traffic which is still doing about 60 to 70 mile an hour, even though it's busy. And I have a near miss. It was a middle-aged / elderly lady, looked like a bit of a Karen or Susan, in a Nissan Qashqai. It might have been a Nissan Juke, I don't really give a fuck which. Just decided she wanted to be in my lane. Didn't look, didn't indicate, it just came out. Beeped the horn to say I'm here whilst braking to avoid getting twatted off. Didn't do anything. Just moved out and then proceeded to sit at 60 mile an hour in the outside lane, inching past a fuel lorry. Now, I could have just gone between her and the fuel lorry, but given what she'd just done and her complete lack of awareness, you know, as in I'm leaning on the horn, or holding the button down rather, and she didn't even turn her head. It's just completely fucking oblivious to the world around her. I decided not to. I held back until she eventually got out of the way several miles later, and then I was able to proceed past her. By that time, the group had fucked off. Now, if that woman had knocked me off, it'd have been a serious accident, maybe even a fatal, but no one else in the group would have known because they were gone. And by the time I wouldn't say I caught up, by the time I got to a point where I could see them, they were turning off. I mean, one would normally wait there, mate, but it's a good job I moved over, whatever. I always give way to motorcyclists and cyclists as if they were a car, and it pisses me off when other people don't. But yeah, they were taking the exit, and of course I'm still on the outside lane and missed the exit. So I proceeded to the next one, pulled over where it was safe and tried to find out where they were. Alright, not a big deal, you know, we got separated. But I'm getting a bit annoyed at being left behind at this point. For me, a group ride, you stick together and you look out for each other. And that wasn't happening. So, but, alright, okay, let's carry on. I find out where they are, meet back up with them. And what they've done is stop to pick up another member of the group that lived along the way, and rather than riding all the way up to the first meeting point and then back on themselves, we just met them there. Fine. But then as soon as we set off, we're back to the way it was. Stupid amounts of speed, not really any filtering and overtaking. I'll just stay behind this guy, not in a mad rush. But too fast, and it's raining at this point as well. Enough to affect visibility on a helmet visor. And then eventually we rejoin the M11, and it's the same again. Just off at stupid speeds to the point where I can't keep up. I've just got no chance whatsoever. And I'm left behind yet again. The funny part was, it started to absolutely belt it down whilst we were on the motorway. So everybody slowed down because you can't see. You've got mist and spray, and your visor starts to both get water on it and fog up because it's fucking freezing cold rain even in July. And the funny thing was is I was comfortable doing a higher speed than most other people in the group. So I, for a short time, ended up leading the group. And at one point I looked and they were fucking miles behind me as well. And bar one or two which were still riding like complete pricks. And these people are my friends as well, and I do think highly of them. But they were riding like pricks. It was quite disappointing. But then the rain stops, visor's clear, and the speed is back. And I must have done 30 miles or more on the M11 at full throttle on the Virago. And for a time everyone was following me. But then as it started to get drier and drier, speed picked up again. So, not a big deal, you know, they're going a little faster than I am, but the traffic's such that they occasionally had to slow down. They weren't so much leaving me behind. What are you beeping at, mate? Someone I know? Oh no, I'll watch the footage back and see what they're fucking on about. And then came the part which really sealed it for me. As we're approaching London, as you would expect, traffic. Lots of traffic. And we're coming up behind this traffic at, 70. And everybody goes to filter. This traffic is still moving, by the way. It's still doing about 40-50 mile an hour. But they proceed to filter at 70 plus, or what looked like it. And I start filtering and going as fast as I dare, but I can't keep up with that. And there was a point, because the Virago has a really skinny wheel on the front, it caught like a little groove in the road and had a wobble. And I've still got the saddlebags on the back of it, so it's quite wide. And yeah, nearly hit a car, and it would have been my fault. And I thought, yeah, I'm not doing this. So I moved in to a lane and just proceeded normally. Again, just completely fucking left behind. The funny thing was, I proceeded along the motorway. I've no idea where they've gone. There was an exit with the motorway split into two different motorways. No fucking idea which one was the right one, so I just picked one and then got off it when I could and set my phone up as a sat nav, and I'll just make my own way there. So that's what I did. Made my way through the centre of London, and I'm still filtering, but in stationary traffic or very slow moving traffic. But at a speed that's comfortable to me and that feels safe as well. Now, no doubt that
everyone that was filtering at stupid speed enjoyed themselves. If they try and tell me that was safe, then they're lying to me, and they're lying to themselves as well. I don't care how long they've had their license, it was fucking balmy. But anyway, I'm riding through, you know, the centre of London, making my way there. Along the way, I can see the Olympic Village over to my left. Sat-nav says I need to be heading right, and I'm like, let's go have a look around, you know. It's not like I'm slowing the group down. So, yeah, went for a little ride. Didn't stop. There wasn't anywhere to park. Remember, London is a city with more cameras in it than literally anywhere else. But, you know, I had a ride round. I went up to that, like, weird red tower thing that's there. And then made my way to the bike shed, to the restaurant. Fucking hilarious thing was, I was expecting everyone to be there, ordered, eating their food, and then be like, oh, what happened to you, mate? I got there before everyone. So I don't know where they went, you know, and they're all, you know, buzzing from their high-speed ride, and, you know, I don't begrudge them that, you know, enjoying their ride, but it obviously wasn't fucking faster, was it? You know, I've managed to go, well, it may have been the wrong way, it may have been the right way, I don't know, but I've managed to go a different way, stop, take time to, you know, I had to take my gloves off, get my phone out, set it up, get it in its mount and everything, take a detour, and still get there before them. And that's taking it at my own steady pace as well. Oh, and because on the Virago at the moment anyway, the mount for my phone is on the tank, so I'm constantly having to look down at it, and I did go the wrong way a couple of times, missed junctions, or just wasn't able to get in the correct lane, that sort of thing. Around here. And I still got there before them. So, got there, had a meal. Food's not to write home about, it's fairly nice. Best bit was the price. I was expecting it to be ludicrously expensive, but it was actually quite reasonable, especially for the centre of London. 15 quid for a full English breakfast. That includes swapping the bacon for pork belly, which was an extra £1, so it'd have been £13.95 if I'd left it as standard. Yeah, it was okay food, just a fairly standard full English that you'd get in any cafe. Really cool place though, you know, it's got a bar, obviously I wasn't drinking. They had live sports, got a shop, I got myself a patch for my rucksack, all that sort of thing. Let's go down here. A lot of people at the pub tonight. Wonder if it's anyone I know, wonder if they've recognised me. And yeah, we spent a fair bit of time there. And then the plan was to go do a spot of sightseeing. People wanted to go around to Buckingham Palace, like ride down the Mall and get a photo in front of those, you know, the famous black gates. I was against the idea because I'm 99.9% certain you can't park there, and if you do, either the soldiers will well, shout at you, or the Met will shoot you and get away with it because it's the Met. But, you know, one guy was convinced that he knew a place that we could stop. Either that or we'd go to the Houses of Parliament, which is an even bigger terrorist target, and stop there. I was really against that one. I thought, oh, fucking hell, we're going to die. But that was the decision. So we set off out of the bike shed, again filtering in traffic, which I've no problem with. You know, it's stationary traffic and you're perfectly allowed to do that. And I was looking forward to practicing my filtering, because it's not something I get to do very often. I live out in the arsehole of nowhere. I need to be in here. I can't remember if I mentioned, but I've come to collect an Amazon parcel. It's a product that I plan on reviewing on the channel. That'll be subject to another video though. Right, let's just go and get it briefly. It shouldn't take a minute. Lovely.
let's go back the way we came. Yeah. It's a bit more interesting going this way. Right, where was I? Let's close my lid. Oh yeah, so we leave the bike shed, and yeah, a bit of filtering and slow moving traffic and yada yada. But then the same problem came up again. Now, just about every road I went down whilst I was in London was a 20. I think it's maybe a 20 limit throughout the whole city. I may be wrong, but every road I seem to go on in that city was a 20 limit. And nobody was sticking to that or doing anywhere close to it. Again, cameras everywhere. Speed cameras, security cameras, the Met which will shoot you and get away with it. All that bullshit. Let's go up the hill this way, shall we? I don't know, we'll carry on. So I want to stop at the petrol station. I think at one point I got caught at a red light. Not a big deal because the rest of the group got caught at another red light. But then we both go green at the same time, and I'm trying to catch up to them because I'm at the back again, obviously. Despite starting near the front, everyone just wanted to just go as fast as they fucking could. At one point I'm doing about 40, 45, and they're just getting away from me. And I thought, I'm not doing this. And they're maintaining that sort of speed, weaving through traffic. And then it happened again. I got caught at a red light. And it wasn't like it was a late amber, or I could have given it the beans and got through, or it was just red and I'd have got away with it. One, you can't really do that in London. The lights are timed differently. If it's red, you need to stop because you're going to get twatted off if you're not, because the traffic coming the other way will have already started moving at a lot of junctions. And I thought, I'm just not doing this. I'm not going to go that fast, and I'm not going through red lights. For one, I need my licence for my job. And what happened? Just get left behind. And I sit at these lights and I see them riding off into the distance and make a right turn. Okay, so go as quickly as I can while still being safe and legal. Down, make the same right turn. No fucking sign of them. Gone. Get to the end of that road, look left, look right. No sign of them. Can't even hear them, because they're all making a fucking lot of noise as well going through the centre of town. And I just thought, you know what? Getting left behind's boring. It really is. It gets tiring really quickly. So yeah, because I refused to ride dangerously, break the law, break the speed limits, go through red lights, I got left behind in a city that I've been to 3-4 times in my life. And I've been inside the M25 quite a few times for work, but like round Enfield. That's different though. I'm on a sat-nav and it's not properly London. Now I'm right in the centre. I've never ridden or driven in London before. And I'm just left there. Fortunately, I had just enough charge left on my phone, because the front USB on the Virago broke while I was on holiday, to get me out of London and back onto the M11. I could find my own way home from there. But had it been dead, I'd have been fucked. I'd probably still fucking be there. Is this place still open? I forgot it's late on a Sunday. Oh, barriers up. Pumps are still turned on. Screw it, let's just see what happens when we go for fuel. Oh yeah, doors are open and everything. Yeah, so I got some fuel, about £1.80 a fucking litre it was. But, that's what I get for riding to London, I suppose. Made my way home. And I was quite upset with it as well, because it's the first time on a group ride where I've just felt like no one really gave a toss. You know, I had a near miss. I had another near miss with a taxi in the centre of London whilst I was trying to catch up to everyone. And nobody looked back. Nobody tried to ring me. Eventually, about 2.5 hours after I'd lost everyone, I'm already sat at home, warm and dry at long last, because it was fucking... I rode through a fucking hailstorm on the way home, before anyone messaged me and say, you know, are you home okay? And I just said, yeah, thanks for checking. But, you know, I could have been dead. And nobody fucking noticed. Get back on there, you. Alright, let's go and pay. 9.38 litres. 1537. I mean, that is, you know, their BP Ultimate, the 97 E5, but still, a bit much. I blame the Tories. So, that's what happened. And it was quite upsetting. All these new houses. Talking about these with some mates the other day, and all they were doing, because they work in the trade, was just pointing out everything that was wrong with them. Let's go back this way. Yeah, I was quite upset with it. It was just that whenever I've been on group rides before, it was always a matter of we stick together and we look out for each other. And I loved that part of it, as well as, you know, being out with me mates, riding my bike. There was nothing that I didn't like about it, except for this one thing. And I got home, and I told my partner everything that had happened, everything that I've just told you, in all the same level of detail. And they were quite angry as well. And they were like, that's really shit, Stuart. You know, just being left behind like that. And it has quite upset me. We have like 4 group chats. Quite a few people in this group, and I've muted them all. And I haven't even read the messages. About 600 unread messages in there now. I just don't want what to do with any of it at the moment, at the time of filming. I haven't told anyone about my feelings, but I'm gonna type something up in Microsoft Word and put it in there. I don't know how people are going to react. Maybe about to end my friendship with, well, all of my friends. You know, that's life, isn't it? Let's go this way. By the time this video goes out, I will have told everyone how I feel about what happened. But I've been sort of holding off on it to see if my feelings change. I didn't want to rush into anything. Oh, a group of bikers. I imagine they're having more fun than I was having. Alright guys, alright. I don't recognise any of you. See someone with an L plate at the back. I wonder if they're getting left behind like I did. I don't know why this overheat light keeps coming on either. It's not overheating. No way it's overheating, I'm just bumbling along. Yeah, we're good. But yeah, spoke about it with my partner. I've been waiting to say something. My feelings, I mean the anger's gone, but I'm still quite upset by it. That's a nice pub we've just got past as well. Didn't look too full. I haven't got any beer at home either. Anyway, yeah, if you haven't figured out yet what my problem was on this group ride, it was the pressure to go faster than I was comfortable with, faster than was safe, to ride beyond my limits and the limits of my bike as well. You know, it may have over 500cc, but that's air-cooled, and it's 30 years old. The engine being designed in like the 70s, I think. You know, the Virago is not a new bike by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, it was the pressure to ride beyond my limits and the limits of the bike. And it's happened to me before. My first ever ride out, I was on the 125, few weeks after I'd passed my test, not passed my test, done my CBT. Might have been a few months actually, I can't really remember now. I'm the only 125 in the group. Everyone sets off, not at stupid speed, but went round a roundabout, and I was thinking, you can do it, Stuart, you can do it. You know, they're not going that fast. The bike will do it, you just need to have confidence. And well, I nearly came off. The back tyre came out from under me. Luckily, I was in position to put my leg down, otherwise I'd have been on the ground. Now, in that situation, I told people what had happened, and they're like, well, you should go at the front and set the pace, and that was great. But it's been happening ever since. I had a ride down to Royston on the Virago, and again, pretty much the whole way, I'm pounding it, I'm going as fast as the bike will go, and there's still pressure to go faster. I'm taking corners faster than I want to, and I'm still not keeping up. It's like that, and it ruins it. You know, I'm not, like, right now, I'm relaxed and I'm loving life, I'm just talking away. When I went on my solo camping trip on the Virago a few weeks back, I just sort of went at my own pace. I mean, I was doing 70 on the dual carriageways, I was doing 60 on the country roads. If I felt I needed to slow down, then I just did it. You know, and at no point did I feel uncomfortable. I had a big fucking grin on my face the whole way. And that grin has gone. I used to go on group rides and have a grin on my face the whole fucking way. People thought I was mad. But that grin has gone. And before it was fairly mild. And, you know, if I did slow down, nobody would overtake me, at least nobody in the group. And nobody, you know, there was no chance of me being left behind, but the pressure was still there to go faster than I wanted to. But it was especially apparent on this ride, and I hated it. I absolutely hated it. I loved being out with my mates. I loved the place. It's a really cool place. I want to go back, but the riding, I don't want to do it again. I'm not gonna. Like I say, I plan on being alive for a good long time. If I try and do what some of these people do, and you'd be lucky if I'm alive tomorrow. So yeah, at some point I'm going to have to let the group know. It's not that I'm not going to go out with people. It's going to be, tell me where you're going, I'll meet you there. You know what, shall we go through Ely? Yeah, I'm not in a mad rush. I'm a bit peckish, but I'm not in a mad rush to get home. Let's go through Ely, past the cathedral. It's a nice little ride through town. But yeah, I'm just going to meet people there, so I can still go to events and everything, but I don't want to be part of a group ride anymore. And maybe my attitude will change. Maybe over the coming years. Shabby cargo pants back in fashion now?
You're old.
Maybe over the coming years I'll get a bit more experience. I would like a more powerful bike in the sort of mid to near future. Thinking possibly a cruiser, more likely a sports tourer of some sort, because I want to do big trips. And I'm confident the Virago will do it. I'm confident my 125 could do it. But I want something that can do it a bit more comfortably. Comfortably for the bike. Don't know if it'll necessarily be more comfortable for me. And, you know, maybe in the future I'll be more confident riding at much higher speeds and want to go back to group riding. But it's not going to be any time soon. And it's quite sad. Thank you. Still give you plenty of room though, bud. Thanks for moving. Give you a wave. Because group rides, you know, I used to love them. And I suppose the other option is I could just keep saying, well, you know, it's a one-off, Stuart. Maybe this ride was a bit too much for you. Maybe you just need to sort of consider who else is going and try and work out what sort of ride it's going to be. Maybe go for the easier rides. The bigger groups, you know, where we all do stick together, aren't that much of an issue. I still think that pressure's going to be there. And let's be honest, biking is dangerous. And if you're going to do it, you need to keep yourself safe. I don't think if I set myself a rule aimed at keeping me safe, I need to stick to it. Unless, of course, there's a considerable amount of evidence to the contrary. Or evidence that, you know, I'm wrong. But in this case, I don't think I am. So yeah, that is why you won't be seeing any group rides from me for quite some time. And before this video goes out, I am going to tell everyone how I feel. You never know, I might not have any fucking friends by the time this video goes out, in which case I'll tag that on at the end. I'm confident. I think it'll be received positively. Maybe not by everyone, because, you know, I'm going to give my reasons, and a lot of those reasons are going to be quite critical of people's riding and attitudes, and they're probably not going to agree with me, and they're probably going to get quite butthurt. I expect at least one person will turn around and go, maybe you just need to learn to ride better, Stuart. And yes, I do. And that's why I'm not coming on fucking group rides anymore, because, you know, I'm not up to the things that are being demanded of me, and I plan on being alive. Let's go down here through the tunnel. It's only a short one, but tunnel's a tunnel, and I'm on a bike. But yeah, I think it'll generally be received positively. At least I hope it is anyway. Come on then, let's do a bit of revving through here, shall we? Should have brought the Virago after all, that thing loves tunnels. Right. I've not timed this ride very well. The plan was to have finished explaining why I'm not doing group rides anymore, just in time for when I got home. At the moment, I've still got about 20 minutes till I get home. So let's just have a bit of a ride down here. What else can we talk about? The thing I've just picked up is some Rain-X. It's actually off the back of the ride to London that I've just been complaining about for the past however long, half an hour, maybe more. When I was on the ride, and this was probably some of the heaviest rain I've ever ridden in. Maybe the time I rode up to see my parents was a little heavier, but they were about the same. Can't see a fucking thing out the visor. I'm wiping, it's just not working. It has to be a better way. I did see a company, they made like little windscreen wipers for visors, glue them to basically your forehead on the outside of your helmet. And you can turn it on but with a little Bluetooth remote on your handlebars, and it's just a tiny windscreen wiper. I thought it was quite cool. The advert came up on Instagram just as I was thinking, is there a windscreen wiper for motorcycle helmets? Surely someone's thought of this and tried it. And then there it was. I wasn't speaking out loud, I didn't type anything into Google, which makes me think that Google Pixel phones can read your mind. Or maybe it was a coincidence. No, I think it was definitely built in telepathy. Anyway, but the money, it was like 250 quid for this thing. I was like, what the fuck? For your little gizmo. Oh, hello, mate. I mean, I'm doing 50. The limit for you on this road is 50. You're going to fit through this bridge. There's a low bridge coming up, and he is quite tall for it. I suppose we'll see. Oh, but there it is, look. Yeah, I think he's going to fit. He's braking, he's not sure. Is he checking his plate? That is inches. It's 3.5 metres. I reckon he must have been like 3.45. Oh dear, mate. I'd have laughed so hard if he'd hit it. I mean, after checking everyone was okay, obviously. It goes down there. No bridges down that way. But yeah, anyway, a little windscreen wiper for your helmet. It's like 250 quid. I'm like, nah, mate. I'm not doing that. I looked at different gloves. I've heard of some gloves having like a little patch sort of on your thumb here, and it's basically super absorbent. It's like a microfiber cloth, so you can wipe your visor off. But I couldn't actually find any that do that, so maybe I imagined it. I thought about maybe just sewing on a little bit of microfiber cloth onto, you know, my left glove, or maybe something on the inside of my jacket cuff. I don't really want to be sewing onto my safety equipment, putting holes in it. And I thought, hang on a minute. When I was at the dealership, working at Vauxhall, we used to sell this stuff called Duck's Pack. And you basically like put it on a car windscreen, and the water basically just beads up and runs off. And supposedly it was developed by, I think they said Boeing. Read into that what you want. For aircraft to fly in the rain for better visibility. Well, you must be able to put that on helmet visors, because I know a lot of the lads, this is before I started riding obviously, a lot of the lads that did ride were planning on doing that. So I looked up Duck's Pack, because I had it on my car windscreen. It worked really well. Can't fucking find that product anywhere. A few places selling it, but I don't know if they've gone bust. I mean, if it was a product of Boeing, who fucking knows? Put it on my visor and the fucking wheel will fall off or something like that. Or maybe they've just rebranded, I don't know. But eventually I found this Rain-X. I thought, I'll just double check. Is this safe for plastic, for visors? Because I know it's okay for glass, but glass and plastic are two very different things. I don't want to fuck my helmet up or, you know, compromise its safety in any way. It turns out it's not. But after a bit more research, it turns out Rain-X do a version for plastic, and it's made specifically for motorcycle visors, because they're not normal plastic ant visors. They have their own like coatings and shit on them. So that's what I've picked up. And I won't do it when I get home, because I'm getting really quite hungry now. But that will be subject of another video. I'll do a nice little review into it. I'll show you how it's applied and all that sort of thing. You watch, it won't fucking rain now for like the rest of the year. Never mind, I'll figure something out. Wear my helmet in the shower if I have to. Crickwillow Engine Museum, just gone past there, over to my right. It's an old pumping station. Well, I think I mentioned in my last Bumble on a 125 video. Around here. This whole fenland area needs to be constantly pumped out because we're below sea level. That's been a pumping station at that place for hundreds of years. It's also a drainage museum now. They call it Crickwillow Engine Museum. The road signs say drainage museum. When I first moved here, I didn't know anything about the fens, other than they were really flat and hardly anyone fucking lived out here. Suited me to the ground. So I've seen signs for drainage museum, and I'm thinking, what, like sewers and shit? You know, well, that's a really smelly fucking place. But no, it's not. It's all about draining the fens. And I've lived out here for 8 years and I still haven't been. I tried to go once with my partner. It was not long after the pandemic, because we love things like that, both of us. We can spend all day in even the tiniest museum.
We did once go to the world's smallest museum and still spent half a day there. But yeah, I did once try, but a few of their volunteers, museum volunteers, nearly always elderly, were still isolating and probably weren't ever going to come back. It's still an active pumping station, thankfully. The actual museum side, I think, is only open like one day a week, if that. And since then I've changed job, and unfortunately me and my partner get very few days off together. We just haven't had a chance to go back now. I could go on my own, but I kind of want to go with my partner. Or should I say fiancé now? If I do go, there will be lots of pictures and videos, because I love that sort of thing. Because they've got, supposedly anyway, all the different types of pump, and a lot of them still run and are still actively pumping. They're not just for show. Started off with wind power, and then it'll go to steam power, and then diesel, and the main pump that's doing most of the work now, of course, is electric. It's all there, and I love that sort of thing. Traction engines, big ships engines, all that sort of thing, right up my street. I was looking on their website and their opening hours fairly recently, and saw they're advertising for a marketing director. On a voluntary basis, they want, you know, maybe like one day a week from you, which I can commit to. Should probably get in touch with them. I wonder if they're open tomorrow. I don't want to just email them. I want to... no one coming. Extra careful at this junction. People come along here way too fast. It's a 60 limit. Very few people do it. We did have a bike unfortunately die at that junction not too long ago. But yeah, they just want something to do on their like social media. Well, I grew up using social media. I'm filming for YouTube right now. I think I could make a contribution. A few more miles and I'm home. I was quite pleased by one of the comments on my Bumble on 125 video. One of my subscribers lives nearby. At the time of recording this, he's asking, do I ever get up to Hunstanton? I do, I quite like going to Hunstanton. I've done a few group rides up there. Not anymore, I'm going to go on my own now. Let's see what he says. It'd be pretty cool to would meet up, say go to Hunstanton or something, see the bike. Oh dearie me, now I've got sneeze on the inside of my visor. That's what I get for trying to make content when I've got a cold. Yes, I've managed to get a cold in July. It's July when I'm filming this. You're probably not going to see it till September, because I've already made July and August video. Yes, I managed to get a cold on my holiday in July. What a twat. Right, I think we'll finish the video here. I'm not going to film right up to my house. So, we'll call that it. Hopefully I haven't rambled too much. If I have, I'll cut it down as much as I can for you. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Oh dearie me, now I've got sneeze on the inside of my visor. That's what I get for trying to make content when I've got a cold. Yes, I've managed to get a cold in July. It's July when I'm filming this. You're probably not going to see it till September, because I've already made July and August video. Yes, I managed to get a cold on my holiday in July.
not at light. There is a not inconsiderable amount of precipitation tonight, but we're still walking to the pub. Why are we going to the pub, my darling?
Because it's the fucking pub, that's why.
It's true. Let's keep going. There will come a day when a foul storm blows in from the sea, and the world of man stays at home in the dry. But it is not this day. To the pub! Hello and welcome to another TV licensing video on doing stuff and filming it. Just a quick one this. You could call it a public service announcement. Some time ago I made a video about a TV licensing scam email that came my way. Now I know some people say that TV licensing itself is a scam, but this is people pretending to be TV licensing in order to scam people. So it's just to say it's still out there, it's still going on, and they're still sending them out. This is what it looks like quickly. Anyway, so this is the entirety of the email. It says, please renew your license now. It only takes a few minutes, and there's this button here, renew my license. I'm not going to click the link, but if you look at the bottom, it doesn't go to the TV licensing website, it goes to v2.lwcgi.org/game.php. I'm not going to click on it at all, so I don't know if I'm going to end up playing a game or if that's just the scammers giving it what they think is a funny title. It says, yeah, dear doing stuff and filming it, your TV license expires on the... See, in the UK we would say the 7th of October, they put October 07, 2024 at 1100 hours and 58 seconds, which at the time of recording is a little over 12 hours from now. This arrived in my inbox 3 days prior to recording this video. I just happened to be looking through my spam folder for something to bait. I'm having a go at scam baiting. To renew, choose whether you want to pay monthly or all in one go, get your payment details ready, and then it's done for another year. Renewing on time means more of the license fee goes towards BBC TV, radio and online services. Thanks the TV licensing team. I went into this email in a lot more detail in my first video, which I'll link in the comments, but I thought I'd just quickly say it's still out there, they're still being sent out, and just check that none of your vulnerable relatives have got it and attempted to click the links. Alright, that's it. See you next time. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. It's been a while since I did something disgusting on this series. Let's rectify that, shall we? So what have we got here? Well, I've got a box of sour boogers. I think they call them boogers in Muricaland. Over here we call them bogies. But it's the green shite that comes out your nose. It's not very pleasant stuff. First thing that struck me when I saw these was the way this lettering is laid out. I mean, box of sour boogers would be the right way to say it, but that is higher than that. So it's sour box of boogers. Make up your fucking mind, guys. I mean, it's not that bad. Sour box of boogers, but box of sour, that's better. Anyway, we're already off track. Obviously aimed at children. This, you know, they see the word boogers, or in this country again, bogies, and they're like, "Ooh, bogies!" Ooh. And then they eat them, and they're going to be sour, obviously, but they're going to be very sour to children because they have better taste buds than us old folks. But it's just a bit of a laugh for them. You know, typical child sweets. But they did come from Murica, so they count. We in all likelihood do have something similar here in the UK. I don't think I've ever seen anything called bogies, but you can get sour sweets. I actually quite like them. They're not half bad. Anyway, quick look at the packaging. So, as I said, sour box of boogers. It says snot. Oh, right, yeah, okay. Snot your regular gummy. Tangy gummy boogies. So... yeah, that's bogies, but it's bogies. Yeah, okay. Tangy gummy bogies that look and feel real. Not selling that to me on that, guys. I mean, I know some kids do eat what comes out their nose, but I'm a grown up, you're not selling it to me. I don't think these are going to be right good. Net weight, 3 freedom units. and what have we got on here? This logo here says Chef Goolicious Pantry of Candy. I'm guessing that's the brand that makes them. I thought it was Flicks Candy, but anyway. Overleaf. Alright, yeah, there's 3 flavours in here. Snottermelon, that's going to be watermelon. Sour green bogey, that's going to be apple. Slime apple, I'm guessing that's pineapple. I suppose we'll find out when I open them. Artificially flavoured, oh yeah, watermelon, green apple, pineapple. Read it all, Stu, before you talk. Distributed by Imaginings 3, and that's the address. Definitely in America. Although made in Brazil. It still counts. It still counts. Alright. Nutritional information going on the screen that way. And ingredients are glucose syrup, sugar, water, gelatin, modified cornstarch, citric acid, malic acid, artificial flavours, titanium dioxide, that's a new one, artificial colours, F, D and C yellow, number 5, and F, D and C blue, number 1. Okay, obviously you mix those together and you get different shades of green, which is obviously what they're going for. That's all you need. You know what, that's actually quite a short list of ingredients as well. I'm not going to say it's a simple product because it's not. Sweets very rarely are, but it's a short list of ingredients at least. But it's a short list of ingredients at least. Right, I think that's all there is to say about it. Let's open it up, have a look what's inside. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. For some reason I thought they were going to be little tiny things, tiny sweets. They're like large gummies. They're about the size of, well, jelly babies or gummy bears as they're called over in America. Yeah, it just says on there, booger. Anyway, Right, yeah, they are sweet. I'll hold one in my hand. You can see what size they are roughly. Yeah, they are soft and squishy. Like it said, gummies. By the feel of them, they seem to have the similar consistency to jelly babies. Yeah, let's have a sort out. So, like it said, there's 3 flavours. There we are. So, going by these are the snottermelon or watermelon, sour green bogey, which would be green apple, and then this is going to be slime apple or pineapple flavoured. Don't quite know why we've got so few of the watermelon ones. I don't know, maybe watermelon's more expensive, or maybe it's just luck of the draw, but that's what you get. Appearance wise, now that I've seen them, yeah, they've gone for the making them look like bogies. I mean, they do look a little bit like it, and they're all sort of flat bottomed. I imagine the way these are made is it's a big conveyor belt and a machine with a nozzle, and it just squirts them out, and then they look like that at the top. Either that or they've been put into a mould, like poured whilst they're hot, and then they turn into this jelly type consistency. Something like that. They're being made by machine. That's why they're all more or less the same shape. But that's not important.
But that's not important right now.
They're covered in some sort of, I'm assuming it's sugar. It must be sugar that they're covered in. I mean, sugar is the number 2 ingredient after glucose syrup, so it's going to be sugar. Yeah, not much to really say about them. If I'm honest, if they hadn't called them buggers or bogies, I wouldn't have guessed that that's what they're supposed to be. They look just like soft sweets. Nothing fancy about them at all, really. Nothing especially disgusting looking about them. You know, they look perfectly nice and edible. I'm feeling a bit better now. I'm convinced they're not going to be the exact consistency of bogies. Not that I've ever eaten my own bogies, but I can guess from picking my own nose. Anyway, let's do a sniff test of all 3. So, start with the snottermelon. Smells like a sweet. But, yeah, let's cut one open and try it. Inside looks like the inside of a jelly baby. I think that's exactly what these are. Whatever substance jelly babies are made of, this is made of the same thing. Maybe a slightly different consistency to it, but that's about it. Let's see if we can smell any watermelon. It's not right strong. It just smells like watermelon sweets. Not much to that. Let's try the next one. Obviously same inside, just a different colour. This one is the green apple flavour. Smells very similar to the first one. It's slightly different in that it smells vaguely of apple sweets, which is a different smell to apples. Apple flavoured things and apple sweets have a different smell to them, but it's not that different at all between those two. If I was doing a blind sniff test, I'm not sure I could tell the difference. I'm certain I couldn't tell the difference. Right, let's try the pineapple one. Same again inside. Sniff. Doesn't really smell of anything. Again, vaguely of pineapple flavour, but not actual pineapple. But on a blind sniff test, there's no way I'm going to be able to tell the difference. It's just not happening. Alright, well, moment of truth. We've done sight, we've done ingredients, we've done smell. Just going to have to put one in my gob, aren't I? Let's start with the apple. See how this goes. Do you know, that's not bad at all. That's actually quite nice. That has a strong apple flavour to it. Sorry, watermelon flavour rather. Texture-wise, as I expected from looking at them, like Jelly Babies, but harder, a little bit more chewy. I find Jelly Babies are now a bit softer than I remember them being. They are closer to jelly than these things are. Slightly sour, but only a little bit. I was expecting them to be ridiculously sour, like those toxic waste sweets that you can get. But all in all, that's actually really quite nice. I'm going to have another one. Yeah, I like those. They're good. This whole packet isn't going to last very long. They're good. Let's try the apple ones. They're better again. Same texture and everything. That hasn't changed. They're no more or less sour than the first ones. They're only slightly sour. They're hinting at being a sour sweet, but they're not really getting there. But good strong apple flavour. Yeah, so they're the best so far. I'm liking those. Let's try the pineapple ones. Okay, that's different. Same texture, same level of sour. All that's the same. It's the same sweet. It's just the flavour that we're commenting on. But definitely pineapple coming through. Artificial. Again, yeah, I'm going to keep saying it, but much stronger flavour than the other two. Let's have another one. Yeah, they're nice. They're the least artificial tasting out of all three. I mean, they're still very much artificial, but they're good at those. Yeah, I like them. Definitely pineapple. One more. Yeah, I like those. One thing I have noticed, that one that I've just eaten had almost like a tail on it. I wonder if that's a manufacturing defect. Tells us something about how they're made. Like it was attached sort of like that. I don't know what that is. That's a piece of cardboard. But yeah, I was all ready to say these are minging. Who would ever eat these other than small children who think it's funny? And even then, they probably wouldn't eat too many of them. But these are good. I think you could put these in slightly less disgusting packaging, and adults would buy them. Just call them, I don't know, gummy mountains. I suppose the shape of them, they look like little mountains. Call them something like that. Yeah, they're nicer, those. Alright, let's do all three in my gob at the same time. We'll see if it gets sour at all. That's interesting. They're not sour. They're hinting at being a sour sweet, but they're not getting there. But remember I said these had the strongest flavours, but when you eat all three together, all I could taste was the watermelon. Figure that one out. Yeah, I'll do it one more time, so I've got just enough left. Yeah, that is very peculiar. The so-called weakest of the three flavours overpowers all of them when you eat all three at once. Yeah, okay, whatever. Probably should have paid more attention at school for how that works. Right, anyway, let's do conclusions. Right, there we are then. The Sour Box of Bogies by Flicks Candy. All in all, actually not too bad. I would definitely buy this product in the future. If I saw it in my local supermarket, if there was a, if they started selling them in the UK, but put them in different packaging. I know it's aimed at children and everything, but I'm not going to buy them if you put them in this stupid packaging. Just give me the sweets. But yeah, they're quite nice. They like I say, they hint at being sour without actually getting there. You've got nice flavours to them. This sort of firmer consistency that you're getting, I prefer that over Jelly Babies. You know what it reminds me of? You can get store brand own Jelly Babies, or they're normally called something else, and then you have like the branded Jelly Babies. These taste like the store brand ones, but I prefer that. I honestly do. I'm one of those weirdos that nearly always buys store brand stuff because I prefer it. I just find it nicer. Probably because I was raised on it. But yeah, I always find branded stuff, with some exceptions obviously, just aren't as nice. But yeah, change your packaging and get it on sale in the UK, and I'll buy it. Flicks Candy. Those are good. I'm going to eat these two now. Yeah, good flavour. I like the texture and the consistency. They've put sour in big letters, but you can ignore that. They're not sour, unless you're a small child, which I'm not. Obviously aimed at children. I'd have no problem giving these to children. It doesn't say what ages they're suitable for anywhere on here, but I mean, it's your child. You should know whether or not they're ready to eat some of these. If they're not on solid food, you should probably avoid it. But yeah, I'd say if you're looking for something to, some nice sweets to eat and or to give to your children, yeah, have those. Those were nice. Right, nice and short and sweet, that one. Next month, we're going to be doing some new crisps that I've discovered, or chips as they call them in the States. You don't want to miss that one. That's good. I've already tried one flavour and decided they need to go on this series. They are really good. Alright, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Good morning all. Bit frosty this morning. First frost this side of summer. However, I, the manliest man to ever man, will still be wearing shorts to work. Hello, welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. It's product review time. Let's have a look at this. Right, so what have we got here? Well, it says here it's a, well, I'm feeling that should be smartphone holder. Smartphones holder. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, the Givy or Jivy. I don't know. Let's go with Givy. I'm going with Givy. It's GIF, not GIF. It's a Givy. Reason for purchase. If anyone saw last month's video about me withdrawing from group rides, I'm not going to do them anymore. One thing I did say in there is I still want to go to things, but I'm not going to be part of the group ride. I'm going to make my own way there. I need somewhere to put my phone to use as a sat-nav. I do have something like that, but it's a magnetic one that sits on the tank, and when I took the bike on holiday, big camping trip, it didn't really work. The phone, for one thing, first problem I had was it's laying almost completely flat, and in the sunshine it overheated and the whole phone shut off. So I was miles away from home, no idea where I was, completely relying on the sat-nav, and it shut off, and I ended up having to find some service station somewhere and sit there for like 2 hours until my phone was ready to go again. The ironic thing was, it was one of those newfangled electric car charging stations, and it was full of people sitting around waiting for their cars to charge. I've turned up on something that's supposed to avoid that, a nice petrol thing, and I've had to sit around waiting for an electronic gizmo to be ready to go. Anyway, so I started looking for something that can mount to the handlebars, but I need something decent to protect my phone mainly, but also something that didn't cost the earth. I was looking at some of the mounts out there, and Quad Lock, for example. I'm sure they're great, but I absolutely hate their pricing structure. You buy a clamp, and then you have to buy the mount separately, and the vibration dampener is separate again, and you know, they look reasonably priced to begin with, but then by the time you've bought all 4 or 5 pieces that you need, they're stupid money. Absolutely stupid money. And just more than I could ever justify. So, bit of research, and we came up with this. This came from Sports Bike Shop. I bought online. They do have branches you can go to. The nearest one to me is like an hour's ride away, so I just bought it online. I can't remember how much it is, but I'll put it across the screen. So, we'll have a look at the packaging as we always do, and then we'll open it up. First thing I noticed when it arrived, it says, fits any scooter. Yeah, I don't have a scooter. That shouldn't make any difference, but yeah, doesn't fill you with confidence straight away, does it? But yeah, touchscreen compatible. I don't plan on touching it whilst I'm riding, so that's good, but means nothing to me. Water resistant, definitely good. I've been caught in some right weather when I've been out riding. iPhone/Galaxy S optimized. I don't care about that. I have a Google Pixel. On the side, got a QR code. Don't know what that's for. It looks like it just takes you to their website. Yeah. No tools, easy mounting. Well, we'll see about that. Adaptable to any frame, ranges 8 to 35 millimeters. Well, that's handy. I don't know what my handlebars are like, but I'm sure we can find a way to fit it then. Universally adaptable and adjustable. These are all things that it said on the website that sold me on it. And on the back, universal fitting system. The clamping system adapts to all sections in the range of 8 to 35 millimeters. So yeah, it looks like you have this clamp, and the rubber parts hold it fast. You probably screw these down just like you do with mounting a camera or anything. And adjustable free rotation head joint, so you can have it any which way you want. Oh yeah, and accessories included as well. These are included in the box. Something Quadlock haven't quite learnt yet, that you can just sell more than one item at a time. Yeah, additional rain cover, safety band, sun shield, inner shims, which we'll have a look at, but they, as far as I know, are just like little things that you put in to help hold your phone securely. That's the other problem I have with my current setup. It's too big for the phone, so it sort of moves around. It's not a big deal, but you know, if you're a bit anal about it, your phone sort of ends up sat at an angle and it does your head in. But there we go. And regulation inner straps. I don't know what that means. What regulation? Yeah, anyway, not much else to be said about it. We've got the model up here on the top, S957B, whatever the hell that means. Yeah, designed to hold iPhone 6 Plus, 6S Plus, 7 Plus, Samsung Galaxy S6, S6 Edge, S7, S7 Edge, S8, the LG G4, G5 and G6, any other smartphone of comparable size, and it gives it here up to 161 by 83. Fairly sure I measured my phone and it fits in there. If not, Sports Bike Shop seem to have a great returns policy, so I'm sure I can just take it back. Alright, let's open it up, see what's inside. Right, open her up. This is the first time I've opened this, even though it's been sitting on this desk for about a week. First impressions are, that's nice. I like that. This immediately fills me with a fair bit of confidence. It looks like, yeah, you press that down to release it, so that's not going to come off anytime soon. And that's quite firm as well.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
It's in here. Right, so that's the bit that mounts on. That fills me with slightly less confidence. I'm sure it's up to the job. It feels reasonably firm, but
That one is also sexual.
this plastic looks and feels cheap. We'll see about that when we mount it, especially this bit. These tabs that look like they're meant to lock into there don't look like they're up to much. Okay, alright. I do like this touch though, these little things which go on there, so you don't have the metal poking out. That's a nice touch. That's a shim that'll go in there. Mixed feelings so far then. I like that as well. This back bit is solid and that's screwed in. It's not just glued on like you find sometimes. This isn't going to go anywhere. That's good. Oh, these are all the straps and such like, aren't they? That I think is just packaging. So, that's is that inner shim that it talked about. So that goes over there and yeah, stops your phone having to rub on these screw heads. So put that in there like that. Guessing that's meant to be the safety strap. Okay. What the hell is this? Oh, it's the additional rain cover that it talked about. The phone's in there like that. Does that go? Interesting, at least, yeah. So I suppose if you were expecting really extreme weather, you can put this over so that you know it's going to be kept dry. Obviously the touchscreen function is lost, but like I said, for me at least, that's no great loss. These zips here look like they do a pretty reasonable job of keeping the water out anyway. Very similar ones on my existing phone holder, and like I said, I've had that out in some pretty extreme rain and hail, and they didn't let any water in. But that's a nice touch that being added on. It pays to spend a little bit of extra money, it seems. I suppose what I need to do is try my phone in it, don't I? I want to see what these straps are for now. Right, so you lay your phone in there, and that... Oh, the Velcro is there, but then this bit, my phone isn't fat enough. Oh wait, hang on. I don't mind that at all, actually. That's okay. That's not going anywhere. And with that zipped up, normally my phone lights up just from tapping the screen. Okay, so there is still some functionality on this, but it's struggling a bit. So as I come here to the doing stuff and filming at Instagram, if I the normal amount of pressure, nothing's happening. Press hard, it will do it. So I suppose, yeah, we are keeping the functionality like they claim, although it is, I would say it's reduced. So if I, yeah, you can't, you've got to, it's weird, you can scroll but you can't tap, which isn't really much good. I'm going to say the touchscreen functionality is lost, but again, that's not a concern for me. I don't believe in using my phone whilst riding or driving, so not a problem. And let's see how this works. So that looks like it goes. There's a little like lug here and the cutout, so it has to go in one way. And it looks like you don't just press it in, although you could probably force it in, but you press that down to open it up, locate it, and then let go. That feels reasonably firmly held in as well, actually. I was worried for a moment that it was these bits that pressed in, but no, they look to be just to help you locate it on the locking mechanism. Feel a bit better about it now. Yeah, this plastic, it still feels cheap, but as I'm tightening it down, it doesn't feel like it's bending or flexing. I think it's up to the job, it's just, it has the wrong texture, shall we say. Obviously we can't test this end bit until I go and clamp it on the bike, but that looks alright. I quite like that. Like I said, we've lost some functionality, but again, not an issue. This edge around here is a good touch. This kind of sold me on it, because I want to be able to see it when I'm riding in the sun. So what I'm going to go with is as much of an upward angle as I can with it to keep the sun off. But that really sold it to me, was seeing that. That, and it's not, you know, stupid money. That's just packaging. But honestly, I might keep it and leave it in there just to help keep everything firmly in, because there's still a bit of movement with the phone. And then this is the safety strap as well, so I suppose if all else fails, if this does break, you're still not going to lose an expensive phone. Oh, that's quite cool, is that? Right, one more thing I want to check. Good. The slip for the charger is actually open. The last one I bought, it was sealed. It had the little rubber grommet on the bottom, but then I had to get a Stanley knife and cut it open before it was usable. Oh, now that could be a problem. The phone, pressed up against here, doesn't line up with that. So the phone has to be pressed down. Let's get a wire. Yeah, look, that pushes through there. It doesn't line up with the phone. How's that going to work then? Right, so with that zipped up and the charging cable in, I don't know if you can see, but the phone is now well away from the screen. So we definitely don't have touch screen functionality. It's not possible, because I'm touching this, I'm not touching the screen of the phone. I'm also a little concerned now if that's putting stress on the charging port of the phone. It may have to be that I get a different type of wire, maybe one that has a right angle connector on it, because that's not ideal, isn't that? Basically that slit needs to be further forward. It needs to be on this edge here. It's minor, we can get round it, but that's a bit of a design flaw. Right, well, I could sit here talking about it a lot longer. The real test is I need to go and put it on the bike. So, yeah, let's go down to the showroom and get it done. Right, so here we are down in the showroom, as I like to call it, showroom / workshop. The outer part still under construction and probably will be for quite some time. That's a story for another day. I've realised something as soon as I got down here. I've ordered this thing, but whilst this is a really simple bike, this is a really busy area. We're going to have to get a bit creative as to where this gets mounted. The only sort of feasible spot that I can see is right here. Can't do it on this side because the heated grips are in the way. We've got the screen mounted, which I could take off, but I quite like it being there. Can't go here because these lights get in the way. Also, you know, it's then going to block my speedo even if I did put it there, so it's going to have to be up here. It's the only place it can really go. So yeah, let's just get it fitted. So we're going to attempt this without tools, as it suggests. And this, rather nicely, I didn't notice this upstairs, it opens up. That one lifts completely out of the way and it opens up like that, but you can't do the same with the other side, so you can't lose both halves of it. That does make fitting this considerably easier. Yeah, so let's right, and we'll get it as high up the bar as I can. What I'm trying to avoid is having to look down at it, so I want it to be high up. I do the same when I've got my sat-nav going in the car or in the van. I have it reasonably high up so it's only just out of my field of view when I'm driving, or in this case riding. There we go, that's as tight as I dare with it. Problem with these types of clamps is you reach a point where you're tightening it, and you can tighten it a lot, but you can see the plastic starting to bend, and it then becomes a question of how tight do you go with it, because if you snap the plastic or even just deform it permanently, you're fucked, it's ruined, you've got to start again. That's about as tight as I dare go with it. The little rubber grommets are in place. To be fair, I can move the weight of the motorbike on that, so I think that's going to be okay. This bit, okay, that's on. Let's pick the bike up. So it's not that adjustable. That's as far over as I can get it. That is the limit of the movement. We can get around this. I just need to adjust the position of the clamp, but they said infinitely adjustable. I wouldn't really call that infinite. That's actually quite limited. Okay. If I look distracted, it's because the biggest pigeon I've ever seen has landed right outside the showroom door, and it's just looking from me to the dog to Muffin, who's trying to make her way in here. But rather than just, pigeons have their eyes on the sides of their head because they're a prey animal, and rather than just looking at me as you would expect, it's turning its head around the other way to look at me with both eyes. And then doing the same to the dog. What do you want, pigeon? Are we going to fight or something? I warn you, you're delicious. Right, once again, I don't think that's going anywhere. I can keep tightening it, but I am, once again, bending the plastic up rather than actually gaining anything from it. But that looks a little better. Let's mount this on there now. Okay, that's more or less the angle I wanted. Pretty spot on, actually. I'm sitting here. This is the position I will be riding in, obviously in proper gear. Phone is there, speedo's there. It's not blocking access to any of the controls. I can still get to those here. Yeah, that looks good to me. Let's try my phone in it. That looks great. Looks brilliant actually from this angle. I'm really impressed with that. And I need to redo the front USB on this before doing any long trips because it's broken and it's also going to be in the wrong place now. But it shouldn't be too difficult to get it up and in. I like that. That looks good. I'll show you from my end of things. There we go, so just trying to show you as close to what I'm seeing as possible. The body camera will probably do a better job when I give this a road test, but as you can see, it's in a really convenient place and it makes it really easy to see. There is, as you can see, a bit of movement to it, but it is secure. We'll see when we get out on the road. Obviously the screen is here, and if the wind hits it here, is it going to start to wobble and vibrate? That could be concerning. But again, I can always look to reposition. I mean, there's nothing to stop it, say, being clamped onto these, the supports for the screen, as long as I can still see the speedo. There's options open, but at the moment, that looks pretty good to me. Right, I'm going to do this strap up, and then we're going to go take it for a road test.
Out on the open road. I can see, well, I hope you can see, hopefully I've got the angle right. The phone is in the holder. I haven't bothered putting the USB cable up to it. It won't go on 15-minute ride. I'll do the USB in my own time. It's not really within the scope of this video.
Right, that's enough of that god-awful noise. It turns out sound when I'm riding the Virago is going to be a major challenge. I'll keep working on it, but you're unfortunately not going to see much footage with audio of me riding that bike any time soon. It was just awful. The wind noise was terrible. Anyway, on with the phone mount. It performed perfectly on this ride. I gave the bike the beans, we've shown it some corners, I deliberately went over some bumps a bit too fast, including a couple of level crossings to really shake it around. Absolutely fine. Yes, it does move a touch, but not really that much. No more than any other mount that I've seen out there. If anything, the phone moves inside the holder more than the holder itself does, but that's just because it's slightly too big and I haven't strapped it in properly. Not a big deal at all. The little sun visor on it doesn't look like much, but it works really well. The phone screen is always nice and clear and bright. I can see it at all times, even when the sun is shining more or less directly on it. I haven't yet, at the time of editing, had a chance to test it in the rain, although I did once leave my bike out and it rained and the inside of the phone holder was still dry. So I'm fairly confident that will be fine as well. That was without the little rain poncho thing, which I still carry around with me just in case. On the way back, I tried something a little different. I didn't need the sat-nav on, I knew where I was going. What I did was I put my phone to record on its rear view camera so you get a nice shot of my face. Now, it's a bit obscured by the little sun visor on the holder, which is unfortunate, and the angle wasn't quite right, but I thought it looked reasonably cool. It's an option. If I ever wanted to record my own face whilst riding, then you can do that. You just use the camera on your phone. I'd still recommend a properly mounted camera, but you have that option if you don't have one. So, all in all, really good. Really happy with it. I have since fixed the USB on the bike. I've brought it forward and mounted it properly up on the handlebars, and I've got a short wire going into the phone holder. The hole on the holder still doesn't line up with the phone when it's up against that plastic screen. It's bending the charger. The way I've gotten around that is to just not strap the phone in. You have those shims, and I kept that a bit of foam packaging to really clamp the phone in there. Just don't use it. Just let the phone be a little bit loose. It's still secure, the mount is secure, your phone might move around inside, like I said, but you're not putting any stress on the charger. That is the only downside to this phone mount, is they've just got the position of the charger hole completely wrong. You may be able to get around that with a different shape charger. I'm looking. If I find one, I'll post an update, probably as a short, link in the description. If there's no link, then I haven't found anything. But since filming this episode and editing it, I've been on 2 rides. I went from where I live down to Silver Ball Cafe in Royston, about an hour's ride. It did brilliantly. I had the sat-nav on the whole way. It did exactly what I expected it to. It was secure, I could see it. Roads weren't exactly smooth in places. It performed brilliantly. Second one was from where I live to Hunstanton. Another hour again. Perhaps a little more vigorous on that ride, because it's a fun place to go to. But again, it performed brilliantly. It just got on with it. And it's got to the point where I'm confident enough in the mount that I don't even think about it anymore. I put my phone in it, I set it up, and I go, and it's just there. I don't worry about it one bit. I actually completely forgot to attach the little safety strap that it came with on one of those rides, when I've noticed, oh, okay, that's fine, these things happen. So that's where I'm going to close it out. It's a brilliant bit of kit. I highly recommend. It's a great price, certainly a lot better price than you get with other brands. If you need a phone mount that's waterproof and you can still see the screen in the sun, isn't likely to overheat your phone by leaving it face up in the sun like I've had before, yeah, get one. Can't recommend it enough. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching. See you next time.
Rome's River Tiber flooded in the year 1497. And months later, the papal fortress of Castel Sant'Angelo was struck by lightning. Rumours spread that the half-millennium would bring death and devastation, perhaps even the coming of the Antichrist and the end of days. But the beleaguered Pope Alexander was determined that the celebrations would mark the dawn of a new beginning for the Christian world. In the final days of the year 1499, the city of Rome was cleared of litter, and its vagrants and homeless were driven from the city.
Continue on Great Cambridge Road for half a mile. Exit the roundabout onto March Road.
All that would be left would be a series of enormous, smoking ruins, crumbling into the desert sands.
Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, we're doing wrap snacks. Right, so what have we got here? Well, as I just said, we've got wrap snacks. These are, well, they're crisps or chips if you're American. Designed by, endorsed by famous rappers. I don't know what their actual relationship is to the snacks, but each one, like this one, is Snoop Dogg. It is, you know, has a wrapper on it, and I don't know, maybe they suggested their flavour or something like that that they liked. Yeah, I really don't know. But I'm quite keen to try these because, full disclosure, I have already tried one flavour of these. This is how I discovered these. And then I discovered later that there was loads of flavours, and we're going to go through all of them today. So, we'll do a quick run through, and then we'll look at each one in detail, and then we'll do the taste test, each one in turn as well. This one I've got in my hand is the Snoop Dogg endorsed one, and it is OG Barbecue Cheddar. Sounds good to me. This one is Sour Cream with a Dab of Ranch by Migos. I'm really not up to date on my wrappers, but yeah, sounds nice as well. Then we have Sweet Chili Lemon Pepper by Rick Ross. That one sounds nice, actually. Yeah. Then we have Lil Baby with Salt and Vinegar, Barbecue, Onion, Garlic, and more. It doesn't say what the and more is. I suppose we'll find out. This one is Snoop Dogg again with Nacho Nachos, Cheddar Barbecue, which is actually the same flavour as those, except these are crisps and these are, nachos, or tortillas, or whatever you want to call them. We'll do those together, that could be interesting. Then we have Barbie Quinn with My Honey Truffle by Nicki Minaj, which I'm guessing is some sort of barbecue sauce with honey, or honey barbecue with truffle flavouring. Again, we'll find out. And then the last one is the one that I've already tried. This is by Lil Baby. Salt and vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic, cayenne pepper, and more. Very nice, these, so I have high hopes for the other flavours as well. Right, in no particular order, let's have a look at the packaging. Now, before we go any further, I will admit I know next to nothing about wrap and wrappers. I mean, it's not that I don't like it, it's just I'm just not very up to date on them. I mean, yeah, I'm just not. So if I get names wrong, or if I don't get bits about it, I apologise, but, you know, nobody knows everything. So it says, hard work pays off, wrap snacks. Lil Baby all-in hot flavour, which is salt and vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic, cayenne pepper, and more. This is the one I've already tried before, as I said, and assuming these wrappers design the flavours themselves rather than just allow their name to be stuck on whatever, this man has taste, because these were really nice. And yep, net weight 2.5 freedom units, or 71 grams. I believe they're all that, actually. Yeah, they're all 2.5 freedom units, or 71 grams, so they're all going to be the same size wise. Overleaf. No matter what you are going through in life, remember, family is everything. Stay solid, stay woke, and take advantage of every opportunity that is provided to you, because like they say in life, nothing lasts forever. Okay. Quality Control Music, which I'm assuming is Lil Baby's record label. I don't believe that symbol appears on all of them, so it's probably whoever this person is signed with. QR code I'll put on the screen. It's, as far as I know, just takes you to this website, so if you want to have a look you can. And of course they're on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok and FaceTube. Alright, so nutritional information going on the screen somewhere. And ingredients are potatoes, vegetable oil, which is canola, corn, soybean and or sunflower, and salt. And then the seasoning, which is the interesting part, that is made up of sugar, sodium diacetate, corn maltodextrin, salt, spices, monosodium glutamate, paprika and paprika and extractive of paprika, torula yeast, malic acid, lactose, citric acid, onion powder, yeast extract, garlic powder, sodium citrate, natural flavours including smoke. Yes, you can buy smoke as a flavour. Disodium, oh Jesus.
I have difficulty formulating my words.
Disodium isocinate, yep. And disodium guanylate, colour which is FD and C yellow, number 5 lake, and not more than 2% soybean oil added to prevent caking. Okay. Contains milk and contains a bioengineered food ingredient, but they don't tell you which one. Interesting. Distributed by Wrap Snacks Inc. in East Flagler Street, Miami. And that's their contact information, signed by James Lindsay, President and CEO. Okay, so that's that one. We'll do ingredients and nutritional information for all of them before I move on to the taste test. So next is the other one by Little Baby. This is salt and vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic and more. Again, nutritional information coming up. So ingredients on this one are potatoes, corn and or cottonseed and or sunflower oil, salt, sugar, sodium diacetate, corn maltodextrin, salt, monosodium glutamate, torula yeast, malic acid, lactose, citric acid, onion powder, spice, sodium citrate, paprika and extractive of paprika, natural smoke flavour, disodium inosinate, disodium guanylate, yellow 5-lake and salt. Again contains milk and a bioengineered food ingredient. Right. Next up is the Nicki Minaj ones, Buckley's favourite rapper.
What a treat we're in for! This one's just Nicki for 3 minutes. Yay!
This one says, take advantage of every moment in life. And these are the Barbie Quinn with my honey. Or could that be barbecuing? See, to me that reads as Barbie Quinn, as in like Harley Quinn, but I suppose it could be barbecuing with my honey truffle. That sounds more like something she would say. Anyway, and she's put, 'cause I'm still hood, Hollywood couldn't change me. Shout out to my haters, sorry that you couldn't faze me. Okay? And again, nutritional information going on the screen somewhere. And ingredients on this are potatoes, obviously, they're crisps, vegetable oil, which is canola, corn, cottonseed, soybean and or sunflower, honey barbecue truffle seasoning, that explains the flavour. I do like truffle, so these should be good. Which is made of sugar, dried honey, refinery syrup honey, okay, mushroom powder, yeast, monosodium glutamate, natural flavours including smoke, contains maltodextrin, salt, dextrose, autolyzed yeast, that's a new one, onion and garlic powder, spice, extractives of paprika and annatto, disodium inositol, and disodium guanylate and citric acid, more bioengineered food ingredients. But yeah, looking forward to that one, so I do like truffle flavoured things. Next up is the ones by Migos or Migos. I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Migos.
Dabbing is a lifestyle. And these are sour cream with a dab of ranch. Over leaf, no passage here, just dabbing is a lifestyle and a picture of them. Okay, fine. Once more, nutritional information going on the screen. Ingredients are potatoes, obviously. Vegetable oil may contain one or more of the following: canola, corn, cottonseed, soybean, sunflower. Sour cream and ranch seasoning, which is sugar, buttermilk powder, onion powder, salt, butter, which is cream and lactic acid, tomato powder, non-fat dry milk, spice, cheddar cheese powder, cultured milk salt enzymes, whey powder, corn maltodextrin, natural and artificial flavour, which is malic acid, mono and diglycerides, acacia gum, I think I had to look that up once what that was, disodium phosphate, BHT to protect flavour, no idea what that is, annatto extract for colour, spice and colouring, contains turmeric and salt, contains milk, bioengineered food ingredients, and guessing these chaps didn't have much to say for the packaging. Right, next we have Rick Ross Sweet Chili Lemon Pepper. The goal is to be rich forever. That would be nice. This chap has put, every day is a perfect opportunity to reach your goal. Measure success by how many people you bless. It sounds like it could be one of his raps. I honestly don't know. Nutritional information going on the screen. And ingredients are potatoes, obviously, vegetable oil, corn, cottonseed, sunflower and or canola oil, sweet chili lemon pepper seasoning, which is sugar, spices including chili pepper, salt, monosodium glutamate, paprika, lemon juice powder, corn syrup solids, lemon juice solids, natural flavour, citric acid, yeast extract, garlic powder, disodium inosinate, and disodium guanylate. Again, natural flavours, FD&C Red 40 Lake, and salt, and more bioengineered food ingredients. Lovely. And then we'll do the two Snoop Dogg ones side by side, shall we? So, slogan is the same on them both. Stay focused and relentless. They are both cheddar barbecue or barbecue cheddar. I imagine they're going to be very much the same flavour, but we'll find out. And we have on here, he has put, make every opportunity count, stay focused, be relentless, and do whatever it takes to master your craft. Have to say, I do like Snoop Dogg. I saw him at the Olympics and I thought he was fantastic.
Like his braids. I can't get over it. I'm going to use that hairstyle right there, believe me. Yeah, the front, he got the little hood one in the front, okay? They got, y'all got more horses' hairs braided tight. I like that. Their hair game is exceptional. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll do nutritional information of the crisps this side and of the tortilla nachos this side, so you can see. Right, so doing these ones first. Nutritional information on the screen, and ingredients are again potatoes, vegetable oil, which may contain one or more of the following: canola, corn, cottonseed, soybean, sunflower, barbecue cheddar seasoning, which is sugar, dextrose, cheddar cheese powdered, which is cultured milk, salt and enzymes, salt, whey powder, monosodium glutamate, onion powder, paprika, buttermilk powder, which is butter, cream and lactic acid, disodium phosphate, natural and artificial flavour, FD&C yellow number 5, FD&C yellow number 6, malic acid, spice, disodium guanylate, disodium inosinate, a natto extract for colour, spice and colouring, contains turmeric, salt, and a bioengineered food ingredient. And then on the other ones, and these, not potato, we have corn, because they're not crisps. Vegetable oil consisting of one or more of the following, which is corn, canola, cottonseed, palm, and coconut. Different type of oil there. Sugar, sodium diacetate, whey, salt, cheddar cheese, which is pasteurized milk, salt, cheese culture enzymes, monosodium glutamate, spices, buttermilk, maltodextrin, natural and artificial flavors, yeast extract, onion and garlic powder, disodium inosinate and disodium guanylate, sodium citrate, citric acid, disodium phosphate, extractive of paprika, FD&C yellow 5, lactic acid, and less than 2% soybean oil added as a processing aid, and another bioengineered food ingredient. Now, some of those ingredients they have in common, others not so much. Those, to me, are very different lists, so it'd be interesting to try those side by side and see how they compare. That should be interesting. Right, let's open them up and start doing some taste testing. First up, we'll do these ones. These are the Little Baby salt, vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic, cayenne pepper, and more. These are the ones that I've already tried, so it made sense to start with these and just remind myself of them. I've also realised that in filming this episode, I'm going to have to eat 7 bags of crisps. 7 large bags of crisps. I'm going to be so fat. I'm not going to need dinner tonight, that's for sure. Alright. I'll tell you what, we don't need to eat all of them. Fucking hell. I'm not going to do texture and such like for all of them because they're the same. They're crisps. That's just what they are. If there's anything remarkable about the appearance, we will. Now, with these, I'm not sure if it's coming across on the camera, but there is a lot of flavouring on it. You know that powder that's sort of put over the crisps, at least as far as I know, that's how they're made. There's a lot of it. You can see it just as soon as you empty them out. Hold it up to the camera. Again, no idea if it's going to come across or not, but you can look at that. There's a lot of flavouring on them. So, as always, we'll do a sniff test. Yeah, it's definitely there. Oddly enough, you know, the first thing that comes to mind is balsamic vinegar. Let me just have another look at the ingredients on these. Now, there's nothing on there that says balsamic vinegar or anything like it, but that's the first thing that comes to mind. Maybe that's the and more part. I mean, yeah, let's try it again. Again, that's the first thing that comes to mind, but I can also smell, you know, the onion and the garlic and the cayenne pepper coming through, and that sort of sweetness that you get with certain barbecue sauces as well. That's definitely coming through. That might be where I'm getting the balsamic idea from. It's a sort of honey-like barbecue sauce. You know, the more sweet than savoury ones, but yeah, that's definitely an interesting flavour, interesting smell, rather. Right, taste test. Yeah, those are nice. I need more. All right, so texture is exactly what you'd expect from crisps. There, crisps. The flavour, though, it's all there. Everything that they said. I can taste that barbecue sauce coming through. The onion and garlic, very strong, especially the garlic. Yeah, if you like garlic, you're gonna like these. It's garlic powder, but I mean, what else was it gonna be on crisps? But it is nice. And then you have that, as you're eating more of them, the heat of the cayenne pepper is building in the background as well. Interestingly, the salt and vinegar are in the background. The saltiness of them is no different to any other packet of crisps I've ever eaten. And that vinegar, let me just double check those ingredients. It doesn't say it's any particular type of vinegar, but maybe that's where I'm getting the balsamic from. Maybe it's not just your regular vinegar that you can buy down the chip shop. Maybe it's a special type of vinegar, but it's not clear from the list of ingredients. But yeah, those are nice. Like I said, these are the ones I've had before. I actually, after trying them the first time, went out and bought like another 6 packs of this flavour and took them to a D&D game, and everybody there said they were really nice. These are some of the nicest crisps they'd ever eaten. I mean, you can tell by the way I'm scoffing these down. I've still got 6 more packets to go. Definitely every time you got the barbecue flavour coming through. It's like a sort of sweet barbecue sauce. The onion and the garlic, especially the garlic, are quite strong coming through just after that. And then it's following up with the heat of that cayenne pepper. Very nice. I don't know who Little Baby is, but he's certainly got good tasting crisps, that's for sure. I could eat these all day. Alright, let's do the next ones. Okay, so next up is the second of the Little Baby ones. These are, on the face of them, going to be very similar to the first one. Salt, vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic and more. It seems to be without the cayenne pepper. And these are a little bit all-in flavour, whereas the other ones are all-in hot flavour. And the ingredients on them, a lot of the same sort of stuff. So, I'm expecting a similar flavour with these. But again, you know, we'll give them a fair shot, see how we go with them. Okay, interesting. As you can see from these, appearance-wise, they're not nearly as red as the others. That'll be the absence of the cayenne pepper. These black bits are nothing to worry about. They're just where like the potato was likely bruised when it went into the machine, and then it gets cooked and you get this little black mark. Some people get all worked up about it. For me, it doesn't affect the flavour or the texture in any way. It's just a colour. Just put it in your gob and eat it. Another thing that's evident with it is there doesn't seem to be nearly as much flavour powder on these. And just pick one out, and there's some there, but the others look to be almost dripping in it. This looks just like a regularly seasoned crisp. Right, sniff test. Now that's interesting. I don't immediately think of balsamic vinegar with that one. There's still salt and vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic and more, but I don't get that straight away. What hits me first of all with that is barbecue sauce. That same sweet barbecue type flavour. Yeah, it's a nice smell, but it's different to the first ones. So. There's hints of the garlic on it, but the main overpowering scent with that is barbecue flavour. Yeah, just typical American sweet barbecue sauce. It's different to the sort of barbecue sauce we get in this country, which is a bit more savoury, you know, a bit more peppery, I find. Over there they seem to like it sweet. All the high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, definitely. Overwhelming scent of barbecue sauce in that. Right, get them in me gob. Right, okay. First impression, I've got to say it, that one is a little underwhelming. The first one, the all-in hot flavours, were really quite strong to begin with. That's it's not really there. I'll get a nice handful of them and try again. Yeah, the flavours are all there. It's definitely salt and vinegar with a barbecue taste. The onion is coming through, the garlic not so much. Can't really taste the garlic this time around, it's more the onion. But I have to say, they taste just like regular Walker's beef flavoured crisps. They're a bit underwhelming, really. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about them other than, yeah, they're a bit underwhelming. I mean, they're not bad, they're not doing anything wrong, but given the really good start that we've just had, and now onto these, it's a dip. Now, let's try once more. There's something about that cayenne pepper that really brought out the flavour in the last ones. I mean, again, they're really nice. You know, they're doing a good job, but that is a bit underwhelming, is that? Yeah. It starts off, it's similar to its smell. The barbecue comes through first, at the same time as the salt and vinegar. I'd say the salt and vinegar is a stronger flavour than the barbecue, whereas with the smell, it was all barbecue. And then it's followed up with that onion. The garlic, can't really taste. It seems to be overpowered on this particular flavour. It's interesting, if we assume the only difference is the absence of the cayenne pepper, it's interesting how that has changed the flavour. You know, it's almost like the cayenne pepper suppressed the barbecue on the last ones and enhanced the garlic, and then of course now it's removed, they've gone the other way. But that's interesting, is that? Alright, so one more and we'll do the next flavour. Next up we have barbecuing with my honey truffle. I still think that says barbecuing, but whatever, I'm probably just embarrassing myself. These are the Nicki Minaj ones. High hopes for these because I do like truffle flavoured things, so yeah, let's get them open. So again, appearance, crisps, quite pale these, not as heavily seasoned as you can see. If anything, they look a little devoid of seasoning in places, but you know, whatever. Let's do a sniff test. First thoughts with that, first smell that hits you is McDonald's barbecue sauce. You know those little pots that you can get when you order like 20 nuggets, as I always do? The barbecue sauce, what that smells like is this. That's exactly what it smells like to me. There is that distinctive truffle smell coming through, but it's not that strong. Overwhelmingly barbecue sauce. Hard to detect really anything else. It's McDonald's barbecue sauce. Right, into the gob. Okay. Not really rating that one. I can taste the truffle, definitely. Can't really taste the barbecue, or the honey for that matter, but I can definitely taste the truffle, but there's something off about it. I'm not sure. Let's have another taste test. Get a couple of them this time. Yeah, again, a little underwhelming. I hope this isn't a trend. I was really looking forward to recording this episode. Having tried those first ones, the all-in hot flavours, I thought these were all going to be fantastic, but that one's probably more underwhelming than the ones before it. I can't taste the honey at all, if it's indeed supposed to taste of honey. It does have honey barbecue truffle seasoning in it. Can't taste the honey at all. Very faint barbecue. It's just sort of generic barbecue sauce flavour. The main thing I can taste is that truffle, but I don't think it's real truffle flavouring. The ingredients mentioned some sort of mushroom in it. I wonder if they're just using different types of mushrooms to mimic truffle flavouring, which if you've never tried it before, I suppose it could pass, or if you don't really care that much for it. But I like truffle flavoured things, and that's just not doing it for me. My apologies to Ms. Minaj, but yeah, sorry, I'm not liking this. Let's try it one more time, give it its fair chance. Yeah, no, those are lacking in flavour. What I'm getting now is the crisps coming through. If you've ever eaten just plain crisps, not even salted, they have that sort of fried potato-y taste to them, obviously because that's what they are. That's what's coming through. There's a distinct lack of seasoning on these, and that's not good. I'm going to try something. Give them a shake and try some out of the bag. That's helped a little bit, but now that I've spotted it, it's all I can taste. If you're wondering what I'm on about, go out and get a packet of Walker's Salt and Shake crisps, and then just eat one without putting the little salt sachet through. That's exactly what they are. They're just like plain potato-y crisp things, and yeah, that's not good. Something must have gone wrong there, because there was a distinct lack of seasoning on those. Compared to the first two, and especially the first one, the all-in hot flavour, there's hardly all on it. And have a look at that one, it's just, there's nothing there. Yeah, alright, moving on. By the way, off camera, I'm arranging them in order of preference, and so far they've been in the same order that I've reviewed them, so hopefully we're going to reverse that trend shortly. Next up is the Migos or Migos sour cream with a dab of ranch. These should be by far and away different to the other three. Let's give them a try. Oh wow. So just opening the packet before I've even done a sniff test, the smell hits you. I'll come to that in a minute. Right, these are looking a bit better. Let's have a look on here. Again, I've got no idea if any of this is coming across on the camera, but I can see a damn sight more powder on these. We're doing well so far. We might be reversing our fortunes. Alright, sniff test. Yeah, definitely. I can definitely smell that sour cream coming through. They are right, with a dab of ranch, you know, the ranch dressing, I'm assuming that's what that means, but mainly that sour cream. I don't know if I would describe it as herby, but, you know, the smell of ranch, but, yeah, that's exactly what I can smell, is those two things. It's nice, don't get me wrong, it is very nice. So far, the description matches exactly what I'm smelling. Yeah, right. Into the face. Alright, we're back on track. That's nice. That is nice. I should note as well, these are sort of paler in their appearance. Texture again exactly the same, they're crisps. But that makes sense given what the flavour is. Sour cream is white. So, you know. But yeah, they're nice. Right, let's get a few more in me gob. I'm liking that. Those are good. Again, the flavour is an exact translation of the description. Sour cream with ranch. But those are nice. I think we might have my new favourite flavour so far. Originally it was the all-in hot, but I think it's going to have to be these. Yeah. You get it all in one go. It's not like you taste a little bit of something and then something else. You get it all in one. That is a really nice flavour. I don't know who these fine gentlemen are, but if they're cooking, I'll definitely go around their house. That's nice. Yeah, definitely #1 flavour. We'll put those to the front. They're good. Right, I'm going to get the rest of these in my face now as well. I'm trying not to eat too many because I'll end up feeling sick, but these are going in my face. Right, had to go get a drink. I'm eating all this salty food all in one go. Oh, right. So next up is Rick Ross Sweet Chili Lemon Pepper. This sounds like a flavour I would like. Definitely. Right, let's get this open. Oh, wow, look at that. Said I wasn't going to comment too much on appearance because they're all just crisps, but just look at them. Blimey. They're a bit red, aren't they? I don't think we're going to have any problem with the level of seasoning on these. Look at that. Blimey, and half of it. Look, oh jeez, look at that one. What the hell? I wonder if the factory had a trainee on the flavouring machine when I bought all these, because Christ, these have maybe got a bit too much on them. I mean, half of it's come out in the bag. Then whoever was on the Nicki Minaj machine didn't put nearly enough on. Bloody hell. Right, do a sniff test, shall we? Lemon. Lots of lemon. Yeah. The sweet chilies, it's there in the background, but lemon. that's all I can really smell. It's lemon mixed with something, obviously. It's lemon mixed with sweet chili sauce, and it is sweet chili. It's not hot sauce, it's sweet chili sauce, definitely. I'm not expecting any spice to come from this at all, but it's lemon. Don't know what else to say other than that's all I can smell. And again, the smell hit me as soon as I opened that bag. Yeah, that's good. Right, let's get them in my face. Yeah, definitely. That's they're nice. All right. Yeah, they're good. Again, the smell perfectly matches the flavour. First thing that hits you is the lemon. Now, don't confuse that with an actual fresh lemon that's like really tangy, and put it this way, you don't want to drink lemon juice or eat a fresh lemon.
When God gives you lemons, you find a new God!
It's a sort of softer lemon taste. It's nice, but that's the first thing that comes through, followed closely by sweet chili sauce. It's good. Yeah, so I can put another one. I don't quite know what he means by lemon pepper. I'm getting no hints of pepper whatsoever. It was lemon, yeah, mixed with sweet chili sauce. There's one sweet chili sauce in mind that I can think of. Cannot remember the name of it. If I remember during the editing, I will put a picture of it on the screen. But it's that and a sort of, yeah, soft lemony flavour. It's good. Oh, look at that one. Look at the seasoning on that. That's going in my face right now. Now, the ingredients do say it contains chili pepper, but there's no spice to these whatsoever. These are just a really nice, sweet, lemony flavour. They're good. I think I'm going to have to give those joint second place behind the sour cream with a dab of ranch. It's good to be back on track. The first 3 packets we seem to be going permanently downhill, but these are good so far. Very good. Nicki Minaj, sorry, you're still at the bottom, and if I'm honest, I think you're staying there. Next up is the 2 Snoop Dogg ones. These are the same flavour. OG barbecue cheddar and cheddar barbecue. They are the same flavour, but these are crisps, and these are tortillas, or tortillas.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
Doritos. So potatoes, corn. Ingredients though, surprising amount of difference between the two. Besides the fact that, you know, potato and corn, but all the flavouring and everything went into it. So, possibly the same flavour? Possibly not. Let's find out. We'll start with the crisps. Very yellow. That sort of yellowy orange colour that you can get with cheese and cheddar. Yeah, that'll be all that bloody yellow 42 or whatever ingredients that it said they were. And right, let's open the other ones. Blimey, they're even more orange. Look at those two. Bloody hell. Right, okay. I was not expecting them to be that colour. I was expecting them to look like that, or like they do on the packet, but okay. Expecting a strong flavour from those, and also from these. There is a lot in it. I mean, I'll pick this one out. Look at that. There's a lot of powder on that. Right. Sniff test of the crisps. Cheese. Cheddar. Lots of it. It's a hint of barbecue. Mostly cheese. I'm not quite sure what cheese. I mean, obviously cheddar. But it's certainly a very aromatic type of cheese that they've used in this. Yeah, I mean, it might just be a strong smell because it's powdered, but definitely strong cheddar cheese smell with this. It is nice though. It is a nice smell. Right, let's smell the others. Different. Still cheese, different cheese. Yes. Those remind me of cheesy Doritos. I mean, they are, you know, they're corn tortilla chip things, but it's a very different smell. It's still cheese flavour. It's still, you know, powdered cheese, whatever it said on the ingredients. But those are very different from each other. That is more like a random UK like tortilla chip thing that's cheese, like I say, cheesy Doritos. That is very much from across the pond. It's hard to put into words the difference. You're probably just going to have to go out and buy them for yourselves. But two very different smells though there. They both smell of cheese, but they're very different. And of course with these I can smell the corn coming through as well. Even when you get these corn tortillas just plain, they still have a very distinctive smell to them. Right, taste test. Crisps first. Well, he's not lying. Barbecue cheddar. It's probably the most straightforward. It's barbecue sauce, that same American style sweet barbecue sauce, but with a good strong cheddar flavour in there as well. Yeah, they're nice. They are definitely nice. I think, though, they're probably going to be in third place, because the others really stand out. They're not doing anything wrong, but they're just not standing out to me as much as the others. But they are good. If you like cheesy flavoured things, definitely. Alright, let's try the corn ones and see how these differ. Okay. They're not so good. I'm sorry, Mr. Dog. They're not very nice. Try another one, but no. They're doing what the Nicki Minaj ones did. There's not really any flavour to them. Let's just swig some of me drink to wash them down, try again, but okay, let's try one more time. No. Even though they look to be really heavily seasoned, the flavour is entirely overwhelmed by the taste of the corn chips coming through underneath. That's all I can taste. It's just like plain corn tortilla. That's all I can taste that's coming through. It's completely overwhelming, the flavouring that they've added to them. Yeah, that's really quite disappointing. In my own personal bias, I always prefer crisps over tortilla things, but no, they're not good. Like I say, they're doing what the Nicki Minaj ones are doing. There's no flavour except the underlying crisp. I'm trying desperately to talk about the flavouring, but it's not there. I can't even really comment on the difference in the two flavours because these don't have any. That's really disappointing. Sorry, Mr. Dog, those are going back in the packet. I don't like them. And unfortunately, those are going to be joint last with Nicki Minaj. These, very nice. Very cheesy. We've got that sweet barbecue flavour coming through first, followed closely by that cheddar flavour. Very good. Sorry, Mr. Snoop. Yeah, just stick to normal crisps. Right, so, conclusions on the wrap snacks. Now, first thing I've got to say, I was really excited to film this episode. Having tried these ones before, the all-in hot flavour, and been really very impressed with them, I was really excited to try all these other flavours and of course talk about them and make an episode about them. Unfortunately, however, very hit and miss. Just been talking to my partner in between filming segments as well, and they said they'd heard about the Snoop Dogg tortilla chips not being very nice. I have to say, I have to agree, they're joint last in my ranking. Yeah, some of them, don't get me wrong, are brilliant. They're still some of the best crisps I think I've ever eaten. You know, Walkers should pay attention. But just the consistency just isn't there. I was really looking forward to eating 7 packets of fantastic flavoured crisps, and unfortunately 2 of them have almost no flavour to them at all. 2 more of them are just meh, and 3 out of 7 actually any good. You know, granted those 3 out of 7 are really good, they're really nice, but if it was like 5 or 6 out of 7 it'd be a bit better, but 3 out of 7, less than 50% guys, it's not good. It's really not. Let's rank them. So we'll do them worst to best, and I have to say the bottom one is going to have to be the tortilla chips, the Snoop Dogg Nachos Cheddar Barbecue, just because there's no flavour to them except the corn tortillas underneath. I cannot taste the cheese at all. I've taken a break in filming. I'll try it one more time. Yeah, as much as I like Snoop Dogg, sorry mate, you're in last place. Second to last, and only because these are crisps and not tortillas, Nicki Minaj barbecuing, whatever you want to call it, with my honey truffle. Again, similar sort of problem. There's almost no flavour to them. I don't know if they had a trainee on the flavouring machine on the day, but it's just not there. Very little flavour. The flavour that is there, it's not special, and it's almost immediately overpowered by the potato crisps underneath, which is a flavour you shouldn't be able to taste when you're eating crisps. That's the whole point, they are flavoured. So for that reason, yeah, it would be joint last between these two, but I don't like tortillas, as I've said. So, put them there. Moving up, I'm going to say joint third place for these two. These are, yeah, the OG barbecue cheddar and the salt vinegar barbecue onion garlic and more. Nice, not really doing anything wrong, but a little underwhelming. We'll try them, each of them, one more time. You know what? I changed my mind actually. Snoop Dogg number 2 is going in 5th place. Little Baby All In flavour can go in 4th. Those are a step up from them. In 3rd place is going to be the All In Hot. These are just better. There's something about the addition of that cayenne pepper changes it in a way, and it's just, yeah. Let's say these were the first ones that I tried. I'd tried this flavour and only this flavour prior to filming this episode, and they're still as good as I remember. They're definitely 3rd place. Very similar to flavour to that one, but that cayenne pepper does put it a step up. 2nd place, sweet chili lemon pepper. Absolutely brilliant are these. Unlike anything I've tried before, the primary flavour being lemon, but it's, like I say, a soft lemon flavour. It's quite nice. It's not like sucking on an actual lemon. And then the undertone is that sweet chilli coming through. But it's sweet chilli, not spicy. If you eat a big handful like this in one go, it hints at being spicy, but doesn't actually fully get there. Very, very nice. Highly recommend these ones. Last, but by no means least, in 1st place, sour cream with a dab of ranch. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, for one, I like spicy food. I will add hot sauce to just about anything. These are not spicy at all. You'd have thought with me, the ones with the cayenne pepper on would win because they're spicy. That's normally how things go with me, but no. Sour cream with a dab of ranch. Absolutely delicious. I mean, it's close. It's very close. But this one just about gets there, I think. Just try these again. You know what? I can't decide. Joint first. Sweet chili lemon pepper, sour cream with dab of ranch. Joint first. Yeah, I can't decide. But absolutely brilliant. Highly recommend. There's one more thing I want to try, just for the sake of it, and then we'll close it off. Let's just have one of each, all at the same time, if I can fit them in. The corn tortilla can go in 2nd. See which one's got the best flavour. As in, which one wins. Interesting. Get the crisps in my mouth, most of them down my top and on the floor. Easily the most prominent flavour is that lemon again, until a few seconds later when I put the corn tortilla in my mouth, and then that's all I could taste. I think for those to be nice, they have to change the base ingredient, the corn tortillas, and add a lot more seasoning. A lot more flavour needs to go on them. But before I put that in my gob, all I could taste was the lemon. Well, I could taste everything else, but the lemon was the primary flavour. Anyway, that's of no basis in the testing process, I just wanted to do it, because I'm a fat fuck. So, conclusions. Would I recommend? Absolutely, yes. Give them a try. They are a bit hit and miss. Try the different flavours, by all means. I mean, your mileage may vary. You may get the Nicki Minaj ones, and, you know, they've had someone qualified operating the flavour machine that day, and they're really good. But unfortunately, in this case, there was just no flavour. Same with the corn tortilla ones, the Snoop Dogg cheese ones. Yeah, don't recommend those two at all, based off what I've seen here. But all the others, especially these two here at the front, definitely recommend. If you see them, get them. You won't regret it. Right, this is a lot of salty food I've just eaten. I need a drink, but for now, thank you for watching. God, I feel a bit sick. Oh.
With cries of woe I bring my days to an end. On the day of the city god, the day of the festival, I am wretched.
Head north towards Northampton.
Hello and welcome to another biking video on Doing Stuff and Filming It. Today, I'm giving up riding. Alright, no, I'm not actually giving up riding. That's not a decision I'm ever going to make. At least not until I'm like 95 and can't do it anymore. I am, however, giving up riding this bike for the winter. I love this bike, I really do. I'm really happy to have it, and I plan on having it for a long, long time. I'm not one of those that's just going to go through a new bike every 6 months or something like that. However, I am aware that she is a classic and needs to be treated as such. As such, I don't want to be riding her through winter. It's not so much the increased risk of having an accident. If I was worried about that, I would stop riding altogether, which I'm not doing. I'm still riding my 125. It's more that I just want to keep it nice. We put a lot of salt on our roads in Britain during the winter. I really wish we wouldn't. You know, I wish people would just learn to drive, but that's never going to happen. And at the moment, the roads are caked in mud where I live. For example, I washed my car and my work van, and within a week, you couldn't tell. And the other day, I'm driving home, start slowing down for a roundabout in a perfectly normal way, start braking, and the car just skids. I ended up sideways on the wrong side of the roundabout. Didn't hit anything, thankfully, but I needed new trousers afterwards, so I just don't want to be exposing such a nice bike to that sort of treatment. You know, salt, muck, grit, it's not what it's there for. A modern bike, yes, but not this one. I just don't want to do it. So I've had a long think about it. I'm going to lay her up for the winter and bring her out ready for next season when it's a bit nicer. To do that, however, you can't just stick her in the shed or the garage or whatever and forget about her until summer comes round. Well, you can, but I don't recommend it. It's not a good idea. Again, it's an old bike. She needs some TLC to get through the winter. So, bit of research on it, different sources. They all say more or less the same thing. I've taken bits from all of them and made up a list of things I want to do with the bike to lay her up and keep everything nice and pucker, ready for next season. These are, number one, quick, clean and dry. The bike's already pretty clean, so we're not going to pull it out and do a full wash and everything. Just a bit of a wipe down here and there, because she had a wash not that long ago anyway. Number two, we need to address the fuel. Now, modern fuel is very stable, even the E10. I know a lot of people go on about how, you know, if you don't consume your E10 within 24 hours, it turns to milk or whatever shite they keep going on about. However, this is going to be stood still, again, in an older bike, over winter. It's going to be cold, so I want to do something to address the fuel, even though I don't subscribe to this idea of fuel instantly going bad. It will probably be fine if we don't do anything, but we're going to do it anyway. We need to address the battery over the winter. We need to look after that as well. Tyres need to be addressed. They need to be looked after whilst it's going to be out of use. The overall environment in here I want to address as well. I've put a lot of work into this showroom, but at the end of the day it's still a wooden structure. It's a summer house. It's not really a shed, it's a summer house, so it's going to get cold and potentially a bit damp in here, so we're going to take measures to mitigate against that. We need to plug any gaps that we find in it. Air intake, exhaust, that sort of thing. I live in the country. even if you live in a town, mice are going to be looking for somewhere warm and dry to make their homes over the winter. Motorbikes are lovely for it. So we need to do something with that. As I said earlier, measures to protect her from any damp in here. We're going to get her all nicely covered up to protect from dust and anything like that. And then finally, we're going to lock everything down so that I still have her next season. So those are the 9 things we're going to do. Let's start with a good clean, and then we'll get the rest of it done. Right, quick clean down. Now, having ridden this bike a fair bit, and I think it's safe to say in all weathers, bar snow, which I'm never going to do anyway because that's mental, the main areas that seem to get mucky on this bike are your front-facing areas. Sounds obvious, but I've seen some bikes out there that people ride daily and they get mucky, and they have really weird dirt patterns on them. But it seems to be these 2 chrome parts here. This one is electronics, the other side is the air intake. Along the front they get fouled up quite a lot. The front of the forks get fouled up quite a lot, but interestingly the mudguard doesn't, unless you ride it through a lot of water. And then the front of the engine and the gearbox down here also seem to get covered in crud. From the pegs back, it doesn't really pick up any dirt at all. When I've been cleaning it, the majority of my effort is spent in this area here. Like I said, some bikes I've seen don't get any muck like above a certain level, so this would all be clean. But then down the bottom, they are just filthy. My Life and King, the 125 that I'm still riding, gets loads of mud on the back of it. It has a mud guard on it and everything, and it fits around the tyre. But you get so much mud over the back and on the swing arm and all that lot, but don't seem to get that with this. Even the saddlebags, which stick out slightly further than my legs, don't pick up any dirt. It's all this area here, these 3 in particular. Now, the bike is reasonably clean. It had a wash, and then I went on one ride which was dry all day, and it's been put away since. It's been actually put away for a couple of weeks now, which is part of the reason I've decided to lay her up for the winter. I'm just not riding her, so we may as well just put her away. But anyway, the bike is pretty clean as it is, so rather than get all the water and soap and sponges out and everything, we're just going to use some simple detailing wipes, clean these 3 areas up, do the screen as well because that's picked up some bugs, and call that it. It doesn't need any more. Obviously your mileage may vary, but this is what I'm doing. He says all that about wipes and then finds that all his little detailing wipes have dried out and are completely fucking useless. Never mind, I found some that still have some moisture in, and these are just general purpose wipes. They're good for plastic, they're good for glass, metal. They're just for wiping stuff down. They don't have any harsh chemicals in them, so I'm not worried about using them on all surfaces. So there we go, simple as that. It's amazing what a quick wipe down with some detailing wipes will do for the look of a bike. Just take off that little bit of dirt and it looks lovely. I'm really like those things. Next up is fuel. Now, like I said, I am not worried and I don't subscribe to this idea that modern fuels just immediately go off if they're not consumed within, a few days. I've heard some people say it starts going off as soon as you buy it and you have to use it within a week or it's useless. It's simply not true. Modern fuel is really stable. If you don't believe me, there's a channel out there called Technology Connections, and he has had some E10 fuel in a snowblower, which is a small 4-stroke engine if I remember rightly, and it's been in there for 2 years. This snowblower gets used like 1 or 2 days a year, and the fuel is fine. This little engine just starts first time every time on this 2-year-old fuel, and this winter I believe will be the 3rd year, and it's still working fine. So I just don't subscribe to what a lot of people say, that modern fuels, especially E10, just go off and they're useless and they'll ruin everything. I've just not seen any evidence of it at all. All I've ever seen is like this anecdotal evidence. People say, oh well, look at this is what happens when you use E10. And it's like, nah, I don't believe you, there's more going on. However, I do believe in condensation.
That just makes no fucking sense. I mean, it's just bullshit. Fuck. Oh my.
And that's my main concern leaving this. Now, as I said, it's going to get cold in here, and when it's cold you obviously get damp and condensation. The fuel tank seal is good. However, if there's air, you then get moisture, and if you get moisture, you get condensation. So it's a really simple fix. Just going to top the tank right up, completely brim it with good quality fuel, which I purchased this morning, because whilst I don't subscribe to it, I'm also not just going to use my shitty old lawnmower fuel that I've had in the shed for the past year. Brand new fuel, top it right up to the top, and that will eliminate that problem. Give it a minute to go down. What I've noticed with this, because this isn't really the main fuel tank, it holds fuel but it's not really there, the main tank is underneath, you fill it up and then wait a minute and you lose just a little bit more. There's only a tiny bit just around the fuel filler cap as the last of the air comes out of the main tank. It's only a tiny amount. I never normally bother when I'm at the petrol station. I just fill it up, close the cap and go pay. For these purposes I want it very full. There we are, full to the very brim. Close that up. Oh, maybe a bit too full. Whoops. That's the other reason I don't fill it right to the brim at petrol stations. Shit like that happens when you've got a hot engine. Obviously not a concern now, it's stone cold and there's no sources of ignition in here, even the lights are all LED. So anyway, that is full to the top, no air whatsoever in it. If there's no air, like I said, there should be no condensation whatsoever. Sorted, don't need to worry about that. Next up is overinflate the tyres. This is to avoid pressure spots or flat spots from it being stood for so long. Now, some people say pick it up on its centre stand. I don't have a centre stand on this. The Virago very rarely seems to come with one. Paddock stands, I don't have them, and I don't actually have room for them either, even if I did have them. And other people saying, oh, stick some rolled up carpet underneath it to get the bike off the ground. I don't have a load of rolled up carpet lying around. Failing all that, what you do is you overinflate the tyres. It's as simple as that. If you overinflate them, they can't be compressed as much with the weight of the bike sitting on them, and that will be fine. You've just got to remember to let them back down again before you go out riding. So, according to the manual, for someone of my weight, we want 28 on the front, 32 on the back. So what I think we'll do is we'll go 35 and 40 at the back, and that should do it. It's not like I'm going to be entirely absent for the next however many months, I am going to come down and check on the bike. And of course I'm still riding my 125, which is stored next to it, so I'll be down here, I'll be able to check on the tyres. So let's get them pumped up. Next is a little bit more of an involved process, taking care of the battery. Those of you that have been following my biking series or my product review series, earlier in the year I bought and did a review video of a trickle charger from Halfords. This is exactly what it's meant for, keeping batteries charged over long periods of time. We need to remove the seat, connect it up, and then basically just leave it. It's designed to do its job over an indefinite period of time, keep your battery in tip-top condition so that when I come back to riding this bike, she's good to go straight away. So let's do that. Right, seat off. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, let's try that again, shall we? And right there is our battery. So, where's my charger? For fuck's sake! I really need to find time to have a tidy up in this showroom. It is a proper tip. Problem I have is I've got big plans for it, and I've bought a load of stuff to use down here. Like, I want to extend it, I've got all manner of things, new flooring, but I just have not had the time to put my plans into practice. As a result, there's just shite piled up everywhere. It's not getting used. That one is negative. I can clip onto there. You clip onto there, like that. Right, plug her in. 12 volt mode selected. And I'll show you this. It went through its boot up cycle, which you can see on the review video. And it's gone to flashing green, which means it's a good battery and it's above a certain level but needs a little bit of a charge. So that's what flashing green means. Makes perfect sense because the bike has already been stood for about a month, which is what led to my decision to lay it up for the winter. I'm just not using it. So it needs a little bit of a top up, and then that will go to solid green when it's maintaining, and then that's it. It can stay like that, like I say, for an indefinite period of time, and it just keeps the battery topped up and maintained. So I don't need a new one every time she comes out of hibernation. Right, next. Next up is plug-in holes, giggity giggity. Oh God! Now, there's two main entries that concern me with this. Oh God! One is right here, the air intake. It sucks air in just under there. Oh God! And the other is the exhaust.
That one is also sexual.
Mainly this one, because imagine a mouse gets in there, it crawls up into the air intake, chews up your air filter, and all manner of shite can get sucked down into your engine when you next start it. It could chew a hole in your airbox. It can do some damage from this end. The exhaust, less of a concern. Even if it goes right up the exhaust, it's going to struggle to get into your actual engine. It's off, valves are closed. Even if one was open, it's a tiny gap, even for a mouse. And why would it ever go in there? For a mouse, it's going to be pitch black. I know they can see at night, but they still need some light. And it's going to smell, it's going to be cold. Imagine crawling inside a giant engine yourself. You wouldn't do it. So the exhaust, less of a concern, but we're still going to block it up. Originally I wanted to use wire wool, but I don't have any, and I'm risking scratching it up, which I don't really want to do. What I'm going to do instead, we're just going to stuff it with a rag, really stuff it in.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
I'm going to be checking on the bike periodically anyway, and it'll get a thorough checking before it's next brought out for a ride. So if there is any sign that mice are getting at this rag, then I'll swap it for wire wool. So I'll do this, and I've got 2 more rags for the exhaust. So this goes in here, and I'm literally just going to stuff it in.
Right. I'm doing the editing now on this video. It's due out in 2 days, and video editing takes forever. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of innuendo in this section, and I just don't have time to put it in. So if you see one, just make the noise yourself in your head or out loud in a public place. But yeah, sorry, I'm just not going to put any more giggities in, because it'll just never get fucking finished at this rate. All right, let's just carry on.
There we go. I've also got a nice big yellow warning that there's something stuffed in my air intake, just in case I forget to take it out. Will it stop a really determined mouse? No, it won't. But if you're a mouse going around looking for somewhere, if you can't immediately get in here, they're going to go somewhere else. These are prey animals, they die really easily, and they don't like being out in the open. They're going to go somewhere else. So it significantly reduces the likelihood, which is fine by me. Right, I'm not going to get a camera angle on the exhaust, so you're just going to have to trust that I've done them. There we go. Next thing is protecting the old girl from damp. We're going to do this in a couple of ways. First up is I've been to B&M, which has become my sort of replacement for Wilko since that shut down. Anyone who's been following the channel for a while will know I used to love going to Wilko. I spent most of my weekends in there and half my fucking money. So, got some of these. I'm a big believer in these. They're just basically dehumidifiers. These little balls absorb a lot of moisture and it all collects in the bottom here. I've already got a couple in here which are reaching the end of their life. I bought an entire 4-pack for £3.50. They're not at all expensive. I don't mind replacing them through the winter if I have to, but we're going to put all 4 on and around the bike, and these will suck out a lot of moisture from this room, especially once the doors are shut and it's a bit more of an enclosed environment. So let's get them open. These are scented as well, so as well as protecting the bike from moisture, they will also make it smell nice. So tear off the sheet, leave the paper, put that back on, and that's ready to go. That is now absorbing moisture. So we're going to put one under there, and if you've never used these, the way you tell that they're done is the bottom half is full of water and the top half, all the beads will have completely dissolved. So it's just, I mean, they normally actually absorb water about 3/4 of the way up, and then you just throw them away and get new ones. I'll have another under there. Can sit there quite nicely, and another goes up in there. The reason for the positioning of those will become apparent later in the video. Next up, lock it all down. I know I'm doing these out of order compared to what I said earlier. Lock the bike up, so we'll do front and rear, locks and chains and everything, and then we're on to the final stages. There we go. Second to last thing we're going to do to the bike, and there's one more thing after that I want to do in the showroom in general. Just cover her up. Yeah, just keep dust and dirt off. You've got less cleaning to do when you bring her back out of hibernation, and I just like it. It feels like I'm taking care of the bike, which is the whole reason I'm doing all of this. So just going to lightly cover her over, avoiding covering the battery, because obviously when you've got a battery on charge or even just on trickle charge, there's always a little bit of heat going to be involved in doing that. So we're just going to leave that exposed so that heat can dissipate, but the rest of the bike's going to be just a loose dust sheet. The alarm will probably go off now. Knew it. Now I'm using cloth. I do have a plastic bike cover that I really only keep if I'm, say, travelling and there's a chance that the bike's going to be left out in the rain. I can cover her up, but I don't really use it any other time. Problem with plastic ones is they trap condensation, and then all this effort to keep damp off is ruined because you're just cancelling it out and then some. At least with a cloth, any condensation will be absorbed by it and will then be able to evaporate. It's a breathable fabric and they don't trap that much to begin with, so there's less condensation, and that which does arise is easily dealt with, especially when we've got the dehumidifiers underneath. And there she is. That's how the Virago is going to remain until next year, really. Not quite sure how I feel about it. I mean, I've said before, there's nothing sadder than a bike that doesn't get ridden, a car that doesn't get driven. But I do think it's the best for her. Like I say, she's a classic and needs to be treated as such. So this will be her hibernation for the near future. Right, there's one more thing that I want to do, and then we're going to close the video off. Here we go, last thing we're going to do. I have got myself one of these. Well, actually I've got several. They're dotted all around the house. It's a Wi-Fi plug socket or Wi-Fi switch, whatever you want to call it. Basically that goes in the wall, plug your appliance into that, and you can turn them on and off by remote. I've got them plugged into lamps around the house. They are hooked up to my 4 fish tanks, controlling the lights and the air pumps at certain times of the day, because you can set schedules as well. Do it all through the Google Home app. What this one will allow me to do is have this little oil heater on remote control from wherever I am in the house or when I go out and about, and essentially I'll be able to stop it getting too cold in here. It's not going to be on all the time, ain't got money for that. These oil-filled radiators, they are really quite efficient. I found them to be one of the best ways of heating your home, apart from a central heating system. But we'll set this to minimum, and this just to on-off mode, controllable from my phone. And then if I look out in the morning and it's gotten really frosty, or it's due to get cold, I can just flick it on minimum, and it'll just stop it getting too cold and damp in the showroom where the bike is. And by too cold I mean like freezing or below, you know, when it's going to start potentially doing some damage, when like condensation won't evaporate, it will freeze, all that sort of thing, you know, when it starts to really get damp in a place like this. So that goes in the wall, that plugs into it, there we go. Quick demonstration of what I mean. There she is, plugged in, set to minimal power, minimum temperature, and I go on my phone, turn her on, and then I can turn her off again later as well. And that's it. It really is as simple as that. Next up is plugging holes, giggity giggity. Oh God! Now there's 2 main entries that concern me with this. Oh God! One is right here, the air intake. It sucks air in just under there. Oh God! And the other is the exhaust.
That one is also sexual.
Mainly this one, because welcome back to another episode of Strange Things from Across the Pond. Why are you saying it like that? Yes, that's right, I've got my hands on some Cool Whip.
Oh, you got some pie, huh? Can I have a piece?
Sure.
Ooh, let me have some of that Cool Whip.
What'd you say?
You can't have a pie without Cool Whip.
Cool Whip?
Cool Whip, yeah.
You mean Cool Whip?
Yeah, Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
You're saying it weird. Why are you putting so much emphasis on the H?
What are you talking about? I'm just saying it. Cool Whip. You put Cool Whip on pie. Pie tastes better with Cool Whip.
Say whip.
Whip.
Now say Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
You're eating hair!
And yes, I am going to be pronouncing it that way throughout this entire video. More specifically, I've actually got my hands on 3 flavours of Cool Whip. We have this, the Cool Whip Original. We have Cool Whip Extra Creamy, made with real cream, which this other one doesn't say on it, so I'm curious to know what the fuck that's made from. Anyway, and then we have Cool Whip Zero Sugar, which I'm guessing is also berry flavoured, but it doesn't actually say that it is. It just implies it doesn't actually say it. It does also say, not a low-calorie food. Okay, well, it could be interesting going through the nutritional information on that one. So there we are, 3 lots of Cool Whip. Also worth noting, my partner has very kindly cooked for this episode some very American pumpkin pie. And, well, this is perfect because you can't have pie without Cool Whip.
You can't have a pie without Cool Whip.
So what I'm going to do, after we've gone through all the packaging and nutritional information and all that jazz, we will have some Cool Whip on its own, and then we'll have some pumpkin pie with the Cool Whip. Mainly because it's an excuse to have pie, and Cool Whip because you can't have pie without Cool Whip.
You mean Cool Whip?
So, starting off with Cool Whip Original. On the front of it, this pretty much just tells us what it does. You can layer it in desserts, okay? Make breakfast extraordinary. Eat like ice cream. Interesting, because this came out of the fridge, not the freezer. Dip with fruit, top hot chocolate, and make smoothies delicious. So this is an interesting product. I can't think of anything else that can be used for all these things. Eat like ice cream, well, you would eat ice cream, maybe yogurt, but then you put it in smoothies as well? I mean, you can put cream in smoothies. I've never known anyone to actually do that, though. I mean, you can put anything you like in smoothies, you know, as long as your blender can handle it. You can put a fucking brick in there, but why would you?
I think, for added bite, brick. This is actually a brick. Oh, it's broken, but there we are. I'll pop that in there.
It's interesting as well, because we had the one earlier that said not a low-calorie food, and this says whipped topping. So what is it? What exactly is Cool Whip? Net weight 8 freedom units, 226 grams. Fridge fresh for 2 weeks. Well, if it's nice, it probably won't last that long, but we'll see. Lift here for recipes. Easy strawberry shortcake trifle. Okay. Cool and creamy mixed berry smoothie. I don't really like trifle. Well, actually not. Tell a lie. I despise trifle. And it's like fucking -4 outside at the moment, so I don't really want a smoothie either. But, oh well, at least it's including something. Whatever. Right. If I can get a decent picture of it, nutritional information will be going on the screen. It's sort of a weird shape. Ingredients. Here we go. This is where it could be interesting. Water. Corn syrup, high fructose corn syrup, hydrogenated vegetable oil, which is coconut and palm kernel oils, skim milk, which I'm assuming means skimmed milk, contains less than 2% of light cream, sodium caseinate from milk, natural and artificial flavour, xanthan and guar gums, modified food starch, polysorbate 60, sorbitan monostearates, sodium polyphosphate, beta-carotene, which is colour. Okay, so apart from all those chemicals, most of which I have never heard of, that seems like a fairly simple product. It's water and corn syrup. Now, we've seen corn syrup, especially the high fructose corn syrup, in a lot of American foods. Am I just going to be eating corn syrup? Is that what Cool Whip is? It's just corn syrup with a few extra bits put in it. And yeah, contains less than 2% of light cream. What is light cream? Milk? This could be interesting. And yeah, you can do a lot of these things, you know, with cream, except maybe put it in smoothies. But it's not cream. I think it's going to be a cream substitute. Alright, let's do the other two. Cool Whip Extra Creamy.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Oh, made with real cream this time. Interesting. It's still only labelled as whipped topping. Net weight is 8 freedom units, 226 grams. That's something, actually. These don't weigh anything. They just don't. You'd have thought something like this, if you've got some sort of liquid in it, they normally have a bit of weight to them. But yeah, marshmallow would be heavier than what this feels like. Yeah, anyway, this one looks like you can dip your cookies in it. Fair enough, I suppose that's another use for it. So once again, probably a mediocre picture of the nutritional information going on the screen. And the ingredients with this are skim milk first, hydrogenated vegetable oil, coconut and palm kernel oils, high fructose corn syrup, water, corn syrup, light cream, contains less than 2% of sodium caseinate from the milk, natural and artificial flavour, xanthan and guar gums, I think it's meant to say polysorbate 60, maybe, it hasn't printed properly, sorbitan monostearates, sodium polyphosphate and beta-carotene for colour. So, interestingly, very much the same ingredients, but in different orders. Where this is made with real cream, I don't think that's true. It seems to be mostly skim milk. Assuming the ingredients mentioned first are the main ingredients, yes, skim milk is the primary ingredient in this, followed by high fructose corn syrup, apparently. So maybe that's how they got the extra creamy. Here, on the original, water is the primary ingredient, followed by all the corn syrups. On this one, the milk is the primary ingredient, and water is way down the list. So, yeah, I think this has maybe just got more milk in it. Not cream, though. I don't know where they're getting that idea from. Anyway, let's do the last one. Last up, we have Cool Whip Zero Sugar, not a low-calorie food. Okay, interesting. This with the purple and then the blackberry on here, I thought was going to be flavoured, you know, like berry flavoured Cool Whip, but I don't know, maybe that's just a serving suggestion. You can dip fruit in it. We'll have to see when I taste it. So, nutritional information going up on the screen, and ingredients are, again, water, corn syrup, and there's a qualifying mark on it this time, which isn't on the other two. So corn syrup, qualifying mark, says adds a trivial amount of sugar. I suppose, yeah, they have had to put that because this is the zero sugar version. Ah, right, okay. Interesting. Hydrogenated vegetable oil, coconut and palm kernel oils, contains less than 2% of sodium caseinate from milk, natural and artificial flavour, modified food starch, xanthan and guar gums, polysorbate 60, sorbitan monostearate, sodium polyphosphate. What on earth does that say? Acesulfame potassium and aspartame, and there's another qualifying mark which is phenylketonurics. Yes, apparently those are sweeteners. Okay, beta carotene, which is colour and contains phenylalanine. Okay, so it looks like they've taken out the sugar, at least most of it, down to a trivial amount, and replaced it with shit that no one can pronounce. Okay then. Right, that yeah, could be interesting. I just noticed these also have recipes on them. Oh look, strawberry cheesecake cups and chocolate banana bark. Oh, okay. And what was the other one? Fluffy fruit pie and mile high fudge brownie pie. Mile high fudge brownie. Giggity.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Anyway. I'm sorry. So I don't know why I find that so funny. Mile high fudge brownie. You just imagine, this seems like the sort of stuff that you would serve to kids. You know, kids, do you want some Cool Whip? I've made mile high fudge brownies. Why don't you take a seat?
Yeah, seat right around that store out of there front of it.
What the fuck? Right, anyway. Serious face. Serious face. Mile High Fudge Brownie. Oh, fuck me. I'm sure some innocent young thing in a marketing department probably thought that was a lovely thing to include. And I had absolutely no idea that some British guy would be laughing his head off on his subpar YouTube channel about it. But, yeah. Fucking hell. Right, anyway. Let's start with Cool Whip Original. You can't have any, Bella. Don't start that shit. Right. I think I'll do a taste test first on a spoon, and then we'll go get the pie, because you can't have pie without Cool Whip. So, see, how do I open? Oh, fucking hell. Let's just use a knife. Mile High Fudge Brownie. Gave your mum a fudge brownie last night. Oh, shit. Right, serious face, Stuart, serious face. Let's open this up. Right, that's interesting. I'm not sure what to make of that. What is this? I mean, it's Cool Whip, but it's sort of... I mean, look at that, I can bend it and... I mean, if I leave it sitting here like this, it looks like marshmallow. But I can also squish it and move it around like a liquid. I mean, there's like no resistance in this at all, other than the plastic container. That is a really weird looking substance. It's like ice cream, marshmallow and double cream had a threesome, and somehow this came out of it. It got away from me, yeah. I really don't know what to make of this. It's weird. The edges here, this like ridge around the crater, almost, looks just like marshmallow, especially around here as I'm moving around. But then the middle looks like a liquid. But the whole thing is holding its shape. I don't know what to make of that. Let's do a sniff test. I'm not sure what to make of the smell either. It's like a combination of marshmallow and double cream, but there's something else in there as well, and it's not ice cream. It's almost chemically. I'm not sure what to make of it, so try again. Yeah, double cream, marshmallow, maybe a hint of ice cream, but I don't think so. And then a sort of chemically smell that goes with it. Not a nice one either. But it has to be said, it's a faint smell too. This doesn't have a very strong smell to it, which for food isn't always a good thing. I'm not sure what to make of it. Smell-wise and appearance-wise, it's... yeah, I really don't know what to say about that. Alright, well, I'm going to dive straight in with a spoonful. Let's just see what... See, even as I spoon it out, it looks weird. Yeah, it looks like partially melted marshmallows. I'm scooping it out. But look, it's keeping its shape. But look, way too much on that spoon there. But very... It's not liquid. It's soft, very soft, but it's not liquid. I don't know what to make of this. It's like very, very soft marshmallow. Alright, in the gob. Okay. It's marshmallow. That's what it tastes like. It just tastes like plain white marshmallow. It has the texture of squirty cream. Exactly like that. But the first thing that strikes me that this tastes of is marshmallow. It's nice, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I don't really know what this is. There's hints of like cream flavouring to it. I won't say cream because, as we read on the ingredients, it does not contain cream, but there's a hint of cream flavouring to it. It's like if you took squirty cream and added a small amount of marshmallow to it. It's nice, as you can see. I keep spooning into it. I want more. as you do with squirty cream, you just want to eat the whole can. But yeah, I don't know, what is this? It's Cool Whip. We're going to go get the pumpkin pie in a minute and have some of that on it. I'm going to warm it up, but I think that's going to go quite well. Yeah, let's go and get it. Here we go. Bit of pumpkin pie, homemade. Let's have some Cool Whip. There we go. That is some Americanness to 1,000 right there. Like I said, homemade. I may well one day feature the pumpkin on another episode because it's this like tinned stuff, and it comes in like a cream almost, but it is very nice. I can't really imagine making this with, say, fresh pumpkin. I don't think it would actually be as good. You can tell I've already had pumpkin pie many a times, but this is the first time I've actually had Cool Whip on the pie, and you can't have pie without Cool Whip. Right, so let's just dig straight in. That is definitely complementing the pie. Yeah, definitely. You've got the usual clash of temperatures. I've warmed this up, and then of course the Cool Whip is cold, but it's not the same as having, say, a dollop of cream on it. I don't really know how to say it. The two flavours complement each other nicely. You've got the pumpkin, which, when it's been cooked like this, has a similar texture to the filling of a cheesecake. You've got the crust, which is supposed to be there as well, which is, you know, nice and crumbly. And then you've got the light, almost fluffiness of the Cool Whip going with it. And of course you've got that sort of sweet and savoury mix as well. Yeah, it's like having squirty cream on a bit of apple pie, but American. It's gorgeous. Many thanks to my lovely fiancée for making this. I think I'm going to end up having more than 3 slices in this episode. Right, I'm going to stuff this in my face and we'll move on to the next flavour. Alright, next up, let's open up the extra creamy and see how this is any different. You know, it's the same ingredients but seemingly in different proportions, so... Ooh, look at that. Look at how much is stuck to the lid. That is certainly different. I think it's safe to say it's definitely a thicker substance. Look at how it's stuck to the lid. I wonder why it's done that. Probably because I squeezed it or something before I opened it. But it still does that thing, though, of being part solid, part liquid. Looks more like double cream or clotted cream than the other one did. The other one looked more like very weak marshmallow. Right, let's do a sniff test. I have to say, yeah, it's different. It's, compare it to the other one, since I've got it right next to me. So this is the extra creamy. This is the original that I've just had. This one, the first thing that struck me was marshmallow. That one definitely smells more like cream. Again, it's so subtle though. They both have only a very weak smell to them. It's so weak it's possible that I'm just making it up in my head because that's what the labels are telling me, but it's there as far as I can tell anyway. Also, don't know how well it's going to come across on the camera. They're a different colour. This one's a sort of off-white, whereas this is very sort of jet white, very sort of marshmallow white. Look at that. Yeah, this looks more like cream. This looks like squirty marshmallow. Anyway, let's go straight in with a taste test. Oh, let's scoop it out of there. If anything, it's maybe even softer. You can see there, it's behaving more like clotted cream in the tub. Alright, in the gob. Very hard to tell. It definitely doesn't taste like cream, like real cream. It's nowhere near. But it's closer to squirty cream than the original. But there's not a lot in it. No, it tastes like I'm just eating squirty cream. That's all it is. Let's try them side by side. So let's have a bit of this. A little bit, because I'm going to make myself sick at this rate. Okay. A bit of this. Not a lot in it. There really isn't. That one, slightly creamier, but yeah, not a lot in it, really. There is a difference, but you know, if I wanted this one and they didn't have it, and I had to have this one, fine. That would make no difference at all to my life. It really wouldn't. Come to think of it, you know, I'm 34. I have bought squirty cream in my life, and I've squirted plenty of it into my gob, as everyone does who's normal. I have never actually checked to see if that actually contains cream or not. It may be that what I was buying as squirty cream all this time was just Cool Whip, but in a can. I think I'm going to have to check that now. I mean, you would have thought, because we have higher food standards in this country, if it has the word cream on it, then it should contain cream, but then again, you never know. Right, I think we need to have this with some pie. Alright, here we go. Another piece of pumpkin pie, because you can't have pie without Cool Whip. Let's get a spoon of the extra creamy out. Slightly smaller piece this time, because even my fat ass is going to get sick eventually. Right, let's have a piece. Here we go. Oh, dearie me. There we go. That's nice. I do like this pumpkin pie that my fiancée makes. I have to say, this extra creamy seems to be working a bit better this time. A bit better than the last one, I should say. I think it's the fact that it's closer to cream in terms of flavour, anyway. Neither of these are anywhere near being actual cream. That I think is doing it for me, because I would normally just add cream to something like this, but this is good. Yeah. I got a nice big bit of the crust as well with this, which is one of the best bits of this. Let's get plenty of pumpkin in there as well. Right, big gobful. It's doing all the things that the original Cool Whip does, in the way that it complements the flavour and the different temperatures and the textures. It's doing all of that, but being slightly closer to cream in flavour just puts it ahead. So far, until we've tried the third one at least, if you want some cream to put on some pumpkin pie, but you don't have any, you've only got Cool Whip, go with the extra creamy. So far, extra creamy is winning. Right, let's finish this, and then we'll go for the last one. Right, last up is going to be the... oh dear. Cool Whip Zero Sugar. Let's get her open. This one, I suspect, I'll try not to prejudge, but I suspect is going to end up in last place, because zero sugar, you know, fat-free stuff just is never as good. It just isn't. But it says zero sugar, but not a low-calorie food, so it may be okay. Let's open up and see. Interesting. Immediate first thought is, that looks the most like ice cream out of the three of them. Obviously, I know it's not ice cream. It still has that weird, soft, marshmallowy characteristic to it. But, for all intents and purposes, that looks like ice cream. It's the same colour as the original. Now, looking at the screen on the camera seems to be making it look like there's a difference, but to the naked eye, they're both just completely white. There's no difference in colour. And then, of course, we have the extra creamy, which has that sort of off-white colour to it. But other than that, fairly unremarkable. It looks the same as the others. Let's give it a sniff test. Okay. That smells like the original, but whereas before I was picking up marshmallow, bit of cream, and a chemically smell in the background, very faint. This, the chemically smell, is the primary smell. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that. I think on the ingredients, I mean, all of these are the same product with the ingredients swapped round, except that this one seemed to have a lot more chemicals, including ones I'd never friggin' heard of. So that may be it. Chances are whatever's making it smell that way, if there's more of it in the low sugar one, or the no sugar, zero sugar, not a low calorie food version. But, like the other two, it's a very faint smell to it. These don't really smell of anything. unless you're doing what I'm doing and sticking your nose right in it. Let's have a spoonful. Ooh. Now that, as I ran the spoon through it, felt thicker than the other two. You'd have thought that the extra creamy would have been the thicker, but no, that's, yeah, and it seems a bit stretchy. I don't know if you can see that on the camera as I pull it away, ever so slightly. It feels thicker. It still doesn't really weigh anything. Alright, let's do a taste test. Oh dear, I'm not sure what to make of that. It's tangy. I was not expecting that at all. Let's do one more. That's weird. That's really weird. The first thing that hits you is on the tip of your tongue. It's like a tangy sensation. It goes quite quickly, but it's there with each mouthful. Ooh, I'm not sure. These tubs, by the way, are brand new. They were bought last night, so less than 24 hours ago, so it's not off. The rest of the flavour is pretty much the same as the original. It's not quite as sweet. It's basically squirty cream in a tub. It tastes less of marshmallow and more like squirty cream, but obviously it's zero sugar, so there's something missing. But yeah, I was not prepared for that tangy sensation. Oof. Interestingly, I'm not picking it up as much now after 3 or 4 mouthfuls, but it's still there. It's the same as the others. It's the same as the original, but it's just very subtly different in that you can tell that there's zero sugar in it and they've been replaced with sweeteners. It's not bad if you need to cut sugar from your diet, but you really like Cool Whip, then fine. But it's perfectly fine. You're not really going to be able to tell the difference just generally, unless you're doing a taste test like I'm doing. But when you compare them side by side, you can tell that something's been changed with this. Unfortunately, that's the downfall of a lot of products that have an ingredient removed or replaced. Anything zero sugar is going to be different. You know, they say, oh, same great taste, but zero sugar. No, the taste is different. I mean, don't get me wrong, sometimes it is better. I am definitely a Pepsi Max and a Diet Coke kind of guy. The full fat stuff it's just, it's like drinking treacle. But you can always tell. Same with, say, non-alcoholic beer. That has gotten really good recently. There are some really nice non-alcoholic beers out there. But it will always be different to the regular stuff. And that's what I'm getting here with this. I don't know if it's the fact that I've had 2 plates of pumpkin pie, and then and on top of that 2 servings of Cool Whip on its own. But I don't really want to have any more of this. I'm going to have to force myself to have some pie with it. Ugh. Put that there. Right, here we go. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice this is no longer pumpkin pie. Basically, there's been a few days gap in filming this episode. I couldn't face a 3rd slice of pie in the space of an hour, so I decided to just call it a night, start the editing and finish it in the morning. Unfortunately, I was working the next day, and then I felt a bit sick, and then, unfortunately, another day went by, and we'd eaten it all, and I didn't film it. So, this is apple pie. It's very much the same recipe. I mean, if you think I'm cheating, just remember it's my channel, and I make the rules. So, we have the zero sugar Cool Whip, because you can't have pie without Cool Whip. Let's tuck in. I haven't even had dinner yet tonight, and I'm already eating Cool Whip. That's nice. This is the first time I've tried this pie. It's quite nice. Have another one. Let's get some apple in there. Once again, compliments to my fiancée for making this. It's really good. It's got a massive load of Cool Whip. But it has to be said, the Cool Whip tastes the same. I cannot tell the difference between this one and the 2 that came before it. It's just the same thing. Sorry, but I just can't. It's still got that light fluffiness. I've warmed the pie up. The Cool Whip is out the fridge, so you've got that contrasting temperatures. Yeah, it's just like a light, fluffy cream substitute on a nice bit of pie. That's all I can say about it. Now, to be fair, all of them have really complimented the pie, and this one's doing a good job of it as well, obviously. So when they say you can't have pie without Cool Whip, they're absolutely correct. This is good. Get some of that fruit. Look at that. Yeah. Fuck me, that's a big gobful. It's adding to it, but it's in no way overwhelming it either. The primary flavour is the pie. The apple pie, every single mouthful. No matter how much Cool Whip I get in my gob, the pie is always the stronger flavour, which is how it should be. It's adding to it without overwhelming or taking anything away. Even if I get a fresh spoonful, and just, let's have that bit there. Oh, look at that. Trying to get all this in my gob. Yeah, even then, it's the pie. The Cool Whip has just a slightly delicate flavour to it. It just makes it absolutely perfect on pie. I wholeheartedly agree. You can't have pie without Cool Whip. Right. Do I want a second slice? Yeah, I think I'll have a second slice. And yeah, then I think we'll do conclusions, shall we? Alright then, conclusions on Cool Whip. As I said earlier, there's been a few days gap in filming this episode. That's why some of you may have noticed this episode's coming out a few days later than intended. I've come to the conclusion that Cool Whip, for viewers in the UK, it's basically squirty cream in a tub. That's what it is. Instead of an aerosol can and you sort of squirt it on, it's in a tub. Now, I haven't looked at what the ingredients are of squirty cream, whether that contains more milk and dairy or, you know, maybe even some actual cream. I think I've seen the occasional squirty cream out there that says made with real cream. I don't know, I'm not going to look. That's not really the point. The point is, in terms of taste and texture and appearance and the use as well, Cool Whip is squirty cream in a tub. That's essentially what you're buying. In terms of differences between the three, not a lot. There really isn't, especially between the original and the Zero Sugar. Zero Sugar has a slightly more chemically taste, probably because they're using sweeteners instead of sugar, but not a lot in it. Honestly, if I was served Cool Whip Zero Sugar instead of original on some pie, not gonna notice. I'm just not. The extra creamy, yes, slightly different, slightly more creamy, as the name suggests. If I had to pick a favourite, it would be the extra creamy, but there's so little in it. There's just nothing really separating them. Do I recommend it? Yes, of course. Absolutely. It's lovely. It goes great if you're having pie. You can't have pie without Cool Whip. I absolutely agree with that. But that's about it. That's about all I can say about this. Yeah, it's really nice. Does a great job. I haven't tried any of these things with it. I've literally put it on pie, Cool Whip on pie. But I really like it. Like I say, it's squirty cream in a tub. So yeah, if you like squirty cream and you want a big load of it in a tub, get yourself some Cool Whip. Right, I need to hurry up with this editing because I am way behind schedule with it. Next month, I don't actually know what we're going to do. I've got a huge pile of stuff and I haven't decided, so you'll have to wait and see. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching. Visor's steaming up already. I'm heading out in rush hour with a steamed up visor, and I haven't ridden in about 2 months. Good start to the day. Alright, welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. It's MOT time today for the old Lifeline King. Always a bit of a nerve-wracking time for owners of any type of vehicle. There's the MOT, you know. Are you going to pass the government test? Ooh, fucking mud on the road. Are you going to be allowed back on the road? How much is it going to cost you? But I'm feeling good. I only have one real concern with this bike. and that's the brake lights. When I pull the front brake, occasionally the little switch on the brake servo sticks, and it's not that the brake lights don't come on, it's that they then go back out, which I suppose is as good as them not being on. I suppose best having the headlights on, it's still a bit early in the morning. And hopefully I've got the sound a bit better for this video as well. I followed some tips in the comments and did a bit of research myself on how to get acceptable sound whilst riding a motorbike. Oh, we'll go left here. I'm not in any rush, I've got like an hour to get there. Oh yeah, back brake works well. Slowing down early because there's a Range Rover up my chuff, because a Range Rover. Around here. Oh great, he's followed me. How much are we betting he goes for the ill-advised overtake? We'll get over the crest of this hill, I bet he goes for it. But yeah, that's my only concern with the bike. It may end up needing, well, as far as I can tell, it's the entire thing, the brake fluid reservoir and the light switch, they all come as one. Of course, parts for Chinese motorcycles aren't the easiest to come by, but we'll have to see what happens. And yeah, hopefully the sound is a bit better. Oh, here he comes. I mean, mate, I'm doing 60, the limit is 60. Whatever. But yeah, hopefully the sound is a bit better. Essentially, I've taken the microphone, removed the little clothing clip and tucked it in the cheek pad of the helmet. And with a bit of luck, what that will mean is the wind noise is reduced to nil, but you should still be able to hear my voice. Maybe a touch muffled, we'll have to see. We'll just have to see when I watch the footage back how much of an improvement it's made. Because short of spending a boatload of money I don't have, I'm struggling to find ways to improve the sound quality while I'm riding. And, you know, I'm trying to make biking content, but without the biking. Yeah. So, if you're watching this, it means it's at least slightly improved, or was usable. I've been out a couple of times trying different things, and the footage was completely unusable, so I just deleted it. So we'll have to see. Anyway, the MOT isn't really what I wanted to talk about today. I mean, it's the reason I'm going out on the bike, but it's not the reason I'm filming, it's not the reason I'm talking to you now. The reason doesn't quite feel right here. Oh, horse. Bloody hell. Right. Low gear. I'm not going to look to go past, but I want to go past nice and wide. Clutch in. There we go. They waved. They seemed happy with the way I approached that. Anyway, the real reason I wanted to talk to you was group rides. Now, it's a couple of months back, I published a video. In fact, no wonder my arm's cold. I haven't done that cuff up. There we go. I published a video basically saying I'm not doing any more group rides. If you haven't seen it, I'll put a link in the description, and if I can be bothered, I'll maybe put a card on the screen that you can click on. But essentially, I went on a group ride, and it was, I don't know if I would call it a disaster, but it was awful, and it culminated in me basically being left behind in London and I made my own way home, and yeah, there was a lot wrong. It wasn't safe. Oh, Jesus. Trying to maintain position too, but the road is so broken up. It grabs the tyre and jolts you around everywhere. Should have gone the other way. They've just repaved the road. The other side of the railway to my right, there's another road that's just been repaved. It's like a racetrack. Should have gone that way. But yeah, anyway, it was a ride to London, and it was everything you shouldn't do on a group ride out. Way too fast, no consideration of safety, not sticking together, not looking out for each other. It was really quite disappointing and quite upsetting, and it sort of hammered home some feelings I'd had about previous group rides, in that I felt pressured to go faster than I really wanted to, and it felt like, basically I'm part of a riding group and we're a group of really good friends. Yeah, it felt like this group was going in a direction I couldn't follow, and that someone was going to get themselves hurt. Let's wait here. And I didn't flounce from the group. I didn't leave the group. I was still in all the group chats, but I took a break from it all and basically just didn't interact or read the messages. I think I got up to like 2,000 unread messages in one of the WhatsApp groups, and then I just tabbed it off and didn't bother reading any of it. And yeah, really withdrew from it because it was bad. If you want the full story, go back and watch the video. The sound is passable. Maybe don't watch it on too high of a volume, and I explain everything that went on. And yeah, I really didn't want to do group rides. Since then, however, more has happened. So it turns out, I thought that my absence hadn't really been noticed. It turns out it was. It's just that people didn't really know what to make of it, because there was a lot of other drama going on. As in, like, accusations of SA, as we have to say on YouTube. False accusations, I might add, as well. Basically, vile things being thrown around by people who've had too much to drink on a Saturday night. The sort of admin of the group were getting woken up in the middle of the night with this and that and all this arguing. There's a lot. I'm not going to go into it. I wasn't privy to it, and a lot of it is kind of private business, but it got really serious, and people didn't know basically what my view was. I was completely fucking oblivious. I was just upset over the London ride. Yeah, but didn't want to make a fuss. Basically, if there was a group ride going on, I was just going to say, look, I'll meet you there, guys. And if anyone asked why I didn't want to ride with them, then I'd tell them. But I wasn't going to start flouncing like some people do on Facebook groups. But anyway, all this drama, eventually came to a head. And a group sort of broke away and didn't want anything to do with us anymore. Interestingly, it was all the people that were on that London ride riding like complete bellends. And there was a new group formed with the same name because they have no imagination. And yeah, lots of people were leaving that had been caught up in all this drama and wanted nothing to do with it. And it felt like the whole thing was falling apart. My entire friendship group was breaking up, and I don't have any other friends. So that was unacceptable. So what we did, we arranged a small run to Hunstanton, which is, I don't know, 50-60 mile from where I live. It's a nice, straightforward ride, and of course Hunstanton's a lovely place to be. Very popular with bikers. You can get right up by the coast and everything if you haven't been. And I went with two other bikers. Get in gear, you twat. Which I suppose technically is a group ride, but not really. But I trusted these two to be sensible. And of course I could just follow my own rule, which was I'll go at my own pace. If they fuck off at stupid speed, I'll see them there. That's the best way of doing it. If they ride off, well then it's them that have ended the group ride. And we met up with a few other people from the group, a few that had left up in Hunstanton, and had a long talk. And they filled me in on all the drama that had gone on, and I was quite shocked because there was a lot of it. Like, a lot, and a lot of it very serious. Yeah, like I say, false accusations of SA, police, solicitors, yeah, all manner of shit, which, when you're just a group of mates who just want to ride bikes, you really shouldn't have to be dealing with. But there we are. I've come down here, we're in bloody school run, and fucking smelly teenagers everywhere. So yeah, they filled me in on all the drama, and they said, you know, they had noticed that I'd been absent from the group, and thought that it was because of the drama. And I said, no, I had no idea about any of this. And I told them what happened on the London ride. And I explained it all in detail, like I did in the video. And they turned around and said, you know what? I thought it was something like that, Stuart. It turns out they'd heard about what happened in London that had been left behind. One member of the group, Rosper, trained, very safety conscious. Yeah, never have a problem riding with him, that's for sure. Was absolutely livid. That's not how you conduct a ride. You don't leave people behind, especially not in the centre of fucking London. It turns out they tried to blame me for what happened, saying I just kept going off on my own. It's like, well, I didn't. I was going as fast as I fucking could. You know, we did a good 50 mile with me flat out on the bike. Can't have been good for it. And you were just doing stupid speed. Yeah, but yeah, anyway, they basically lied about what happened. Really, mate? On a roundabout? Just to get there? Fucking penis. Yeah, and it turns out they had a bit of a go at them. I should point out that these people are only in their 20s and are still behaving like they're fucking 17 as well. They haven't grown up, so no wonder they lied about their bad behaviour. But that's by the by. So we all made up. I explained why I'd been absent. I got filled in on all the drama, but it also didn't fix the fact that the group was falling apart. Lots of people had left. A number of people had been expelled, the ones causing all the drama, and like I said, they went off and formed their own group, but it left our group sort of a bit dead, which was quite sad. And a lot of people saying, oh, I guess this group's dead now, it was nice knowing you, bloody blah. How are you overheating, bike? You're not overheating, are you? You're just chatting shit. Right, that's nicely timed. Around him. And yeah, I thought that is unacceptable. I mean, I didn't want to do any more group rides, but I also didn't want the party to end. And so something had to be done. And I thought, what's the best way to get people back together? How are we going to do this? And I thought, what's the one thing we all used to come together for? Well, there was two things. We used to have like a barbecue. We'd all meet up sort of once a month and have a barbecue. Well, the place where we did that, the chap didn't want anything more to do with it, so that was off the table. We couldn't do that, and we couldn't really find another venue. And the only other thing that generally brought us together en masse was group rides. I thought, we're going to have to do a group ride, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to be in that position where I'm feeling like I'm in danger on the bike again. And when we were in Hunstanton, we were like, we need to put a group ride together, and they were like, Stuart, have you been to Snake Pass? No, I haven't been to Snake Pass. I keep meaning to go, but it's not exactly that high on my list of priorities. I'm not a fast biker, so I feel like Snake Pass will be lost on me, apart from maybe the scenery. And like, well, we'll get a ride together, and you can come to Snake Pass, because, you know, we don't want to lose you from the group, Stuart. I'm like, okay, well, if I'm honest, my favourite ride that we've ever done was the Norfolk Coast Run. Now, this was before I was filming my rides, but I did take a lot of pictures, and you can find them on the Doing Stuff and Filming It Instagram page if you're interested. And I'm like, all right, we'll do the Norfolk Ring. Excellent. Anyway, a few weeks went by and I didn't hear from anyone. I thought, fuck it, I'll organise it myself. Why not? So I spent, I don't know, a week, maybe two, trying to liaise with our road captain, who had also left the group. His fiancée at the time, was still in the group, so he still, you know, had an ear, he still knew what was going on, but he wasn't really responding. And I was trying to liaise with him because I wanted him to lead the ride, but I'd explained to him my problems with, you know, previous rides, and even the ones that he'd been leading, where it just felt too fast and I wasn't comfortable with it. But it just wasn't happening. We were struggling for days off and struggling to get back to me, and I thought, mate, nights are drawing in. You know, this is a ride that really should be conducted in summer, not September. So I did it myself. I researched the route, meeting at our, well, it wasn't our usual place. We met at a bikie cafe called Walker's near Mildenhall. Lovely place, very popular with bikers all year round. And we did out to Lowestoft, and then basically the entire Norfolk coast right the way around to Hunstanton. A number of stops along the way, you know, photo opportunities, breakfast, second breakfast, lunch, 11s. We're like fucking hobbits on motorbikes. Oh, Jesus. And it occurred to me, whilst I'm planning this, I'm going to end up leading this. I don't really want, you know, I passed in February, it's September. I'm not the best biker, I'm never going to be. But I'm going to end up leading this ride, and I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that. And the day came, and yeah, I ended up leading the fucking group ride. And I thought, how have I gone from never wanting to go on any group ride ever again? I'll just navigate this roundabout. So yeah, anyway, I ended up leading a group ride. And it turned out that I wasn't the only person that had these problems on previous rides. I've had one person, Harley rider, make of that what you will, who said he didn't, you know, he didn't like the pace on the previous rides. It was too fast, he didn't feel safe. And this is a guy that rides an R1. He's a fast, confident rider, but he didn't like doing it. But yeah, he likes the leisurely pace, like I do. And so did lots of other people. So the ride was a great success. We had a great turnout, best turnout we've had all year. I've had patches made up, which are, you know, really nice. I got them made on RAF Lakenheath, where all the airmen have their, you know, various patches for their uniforms made, so they're top quality. And yeah, a lot of people really, really enjoyed it. They liked that it was a steady pace, it was relaxed, so it made it enjoyable. They really enjoyed the route and the sightseeing. It was a bit chilly. First stop was Nest Point in Lowestoft, and we got there after a bit of a cold ride. You've got this
this chilly wind blowing in from the sea. It's like, oh, that's a bit bracing. And then we went round and had a cup of tea and some chips and, you know, all these sorts of things. And it was a really good do. It was a great success, and I was really happy. And it felt like we'd got the gang back together, which was what I wanted. And a few people as well did reach out and basically say, you know, well done Stuart for getting it, because I thought it was all falling apart, and yeah, so did I, and I didn't really want that to happen. And I said publicly that I don't have any other friends, so yeah. So yeah, it was a good do. One thing that I did factor in as well, a lot of photo opportunities. And I made a full route as well. I made a whole route plan. This is the meeting point. This is where we go in. It had maps, ETAs, how long we were going to be at each place. Because of course, doing it in September, daylight was an issue. It was getting dark by the time we got to the last stop. And things a little bit about each stop as well. You know, we went to Ness Point and said, this is the easternmost point of the United Kingdom. You know, blah, 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 blah. And the local government has recently been criticised for underdevelopment of this area when it could be a really popular tourist attraction. You know, all this sort of thing. Really put some work into this. And people really liked it. But after all the drama, and a lot of us have been, you know, a lot of hate had been directed at us, I put all these photo opportunities in and basically said to people, get them on fucking Facebook and Instagram, because you know the arses that have left us are watching. You know, they're trying to show off that they're doing so much better without us, and that, you know, this is the loser group. The best revenge is living well, and we lived well that day. It was fantastic. And I was leading the whole fucking way. And not one person complained. They actually said it was a good pace. They liked, you know, I felt like I wasn't going fast enough. But I was sticking to my guns. I thought, if you don't like it, fuck off. You know, if you don't like the speed I'm going at on your sports bike, fuck off. But no, not one person. Everyone liked the relaxed, safe environment that I created, which was good. I'm really happy with how it went. So, lessons learned, I was maybe a bit hasty, just immediately withdrawing from group rides and group life. I probably should have reached out and talked to people and said, you know, I'm not happy with this. I mean, I'd still stand by my reasons for not doing that. And in some ways I'm glad I didn't, because it would have just added to the drama. We're nearly there. I'll have to finish this story on the way back. But yeah, I probably should speak out in the future, because I missed out on a fair bit whilst I was away from the group. I mean, I don't miss being part of the drama. I'm quite glad I wasn't involved. But yeah, it was a good do. So yeah, I'll speak out more in the future. And it turns out if you don't like the way group rides are being conducted, do it yourself. And now, as we pull in here, I'm actually in the process of putting together 6 more group rides of the same format. I'm doing Norfolk again, and a number of other places. And so far, reaction has been positive. So I'm really happy with that. We'll finish this on the way back. Let's go. Moment of truth, a little life. We'll put you next to all these nice new ones, shall we? Oh, there's a nice Triumph there. Oh, a bit close here. I'm always conscious of parking too close, and the bike leans over, and then you can't get on it. That one's for sale, so it's not the end of the world, right? Still. Right, moment of truth. Alright, well, that is unfortunately
they've let me drive it home. You know, it's not terribly dangerous. Turns out it's not the thing that I was worried about. Two things: swing arm pivot or pivot bush is effect. So that wobble that I felt on the way over, I thought was tyre pressure. No, it's just the entire back end of the bike. And rear shock absorbers aren't absorbing shocks. So I need some shock absorbers and a swing arm pivot bush doobadoo. So yeah, and they've tried looking around, phoning all their suppliers, struggling to get parts, which is always a concern with bikes like this, just getting the bits. Lifan don't really do them, so you're looking for pattern parts, and they're happy to do the work, but their concern is they'll order the bits, take the bike apart, they won't fit, and then they're in a point where they've basically made the bike scrap because it won't go back together. They can look on eBay, but eBay lies. I'll end up with bits that don't fit. It'll be a fucking disaster. So I'm going to go back to my house and get on East End Motorcycles, which is where I've bought parts before. Former Lifan dealer. See what he's got. Not the end of the bike. If it takes a while to get her fixed, then it takes a while to get her fixed. Not the end of the world. This is very much a hobby, a pleasure vehicle for me. It's not like it's my car or my work van, so not a big deal. Also means I've got at least one video to make of me fixing this to get it through its MOT. Maybe even two, depending on how well it goes. So, always a positive. I also, whilst I was sat waiting, having a cup of tea, ran into my old riding instructor. She was bringing a student back. They always stop for a cuppa at the garage before heading back. Yeah, he'd unfortunately failed his mod run. Put his foot down on the U-turn, which is disappointing. He said he did the rest of it fine. But yeah, put his foot down on the U-turn, that was a fail. I said to him, don't worry about it, mate, mod runs are shite. Took me 3 attempts to pass it. First time I did an epic skid on the emergency stop. I mean, it was cool as fuck, but, you know, it was a fail. And the second time was bullshit. First time, fair enough, that I caught that up. Second time, 2 kilometres an hour, too slow on the emergency stop. Not even 1 mile an hour. Yeah. But nailed it on the 3rd attempt, and then did mod 2 first time, no advisories. Bosh. But yeah, not giving up on this bike. The garage was concerned, like I say, you know, they'd ordered some parts, not sure if they're going to fit, take the bike apart, and then they've basically just got to give me a box of bits when it can't be fixed. And of course they've got to bill me for the work that they've done up to that point as well, so they didn't really want to do that. And I went, okay, that's fine, I'll take it home and we'll see what we can do. So, anyway, as I was saying about group riding, so, lessons learned, need to speak up when something isn't right. I'm still sticking by my rule that I will ride to my own pace and in my own way. I will not be made to go any faster than I want, and you know what, people are actually comfortable with that. And yeah, second takeaway, please don't do that to me, mate. Second takeaway is, if you don't like the way it's been done, do it yourself. And that's what I'm going to be doing. Also, I've got 6, maybe 7 ride outs for next year, for 2025. Lots of places. Routes are going to be mapped out. I'll probably drive a few of them myself in the car before we go as well. Try and spot any hazards, which I've done before. We did a ride out to Dunwich, which everyone really enjoyed. But
the last couple of miles were to the destination were single track roads and were, you know, potentially quite hazardous for bikers, so that was a warning that had to be put out there. And it's basically going to be like 1 a month for the entirety of the season next year, and I am really looking forward to it. I am going to lead all of those rides, and they are going to be good. Let's shoulder check. I best do it right. At any moment my instructor and my student, who are on big bikes, could come up behind me. And she'll probably still yell at me. I haven't got the headset in, but she'll probably yell loud enough. And a lot of people are looking forward to the group rides that I'm putting together. First one next year is going to be in April. Nice little 125 friendly job. I may even take this 125 if she's back on the road. She will. She'll be back on the road before Christmas. I promise. I hope. Yeah, I'm going to call it Give Your Child a Crossbow Day. Basically, we're going to go to an archery range and then up to the coast. The whole point is it's 125 and learner friendly. It's a nice relaxing start to the season because not everybody rides all year round. I try to, although not as much as I would like. But some people may not have ridden for quite some time. And a lot of people have kids, and you know, when it comes to going on group rides, they have to try and find childcare. It's like, well, bring your kids with you. You don't even have to come on a bike, just have a day out with us in the car. And there's a lot more. We're doing Norfolk again. Quite a few other ideas in mind. And I may even try and film some of them as well. One of the rides is going to be back to London. The one that all went wrong, and the one that started all this, at least for me anyway, started my personal little drama. We're going to do that, and we're going to do it right this time. So yeah, that is the update. I am back doing group rides, not just going on them, but actually leading them, and having led a big one. We did over 200 miles. We were on the bikes for like 12 hours. It didn't take us 12 hours to ride 200 miles, we kept stopping and having lunch, but we were out. And having led that, and it being such a great success, and you know, I'm confident now I can lead more rides. Oh, you know what, we'll go right. I don't fancy queuing. It's a bit of a U-turn and then some, but I'm happy with my decision. Lessons learned, improvements made. It's going to be good. I'm looking forward to next year. It's only a little railway bridge, but it makes a lovely noise, even on me 125. In fact, I think I prefer the noise on the 125 through there to the Virago noise. Down. Merc cuts the corner because he didn't want to wait. Typical. A lot of people, it's normally Beamers and Audis, but Mercs as well. Any premium brand of car, Range Rover, always drive like bellends. Right, well, nearly home, and I'm running out of things to say. Probably going to have to cut a lot of this out, assuming you even see it. So we'll call on it. I'll see you next time. I think I can safely say next biking video is going to be shock absorbers and swing arm pivot bush jollies for this bike. I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching.
She'll remember them. It's going to destroy the integrity of the experiment, Your Honor.
Plus, now I have to live next to a man who once lied and said I wasn't at Diddy's white party. I was there, Eleanor. I was. You must believe me.
Yeah, that bit doesn't age well. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, it's freezing outside. Let's have some hot chocolate. Right, here we go. Now, as you can see almost immediately, this is not just regular hot chocolate. This is bacon hot chocolate from Redneck Cafe. That's about as much across the pond as you can get. Oh, dearie me, Redneck Cafe. You know, I'm actually quite looking forward to this. Now, my fiance tells me I've had this before, but I have absolutely no memory of it whatsoever, and it definitely hasn't been on Strange Things from Across the Pond, so this is going to be a new experience for everyone involved, including myself. I'm not entirely sure how well this is going to work. Bacon and chocolate are not things I generally put together, but bacon hot chocolate, I mean, you struggle to find anything much more redneck than that. Fucking hell. I just know it says here, heck yeah, I'll try that. Alright, we'll give it a try. Quick look over the packaging. Net weight 1.25 freedom units, 35 grams. Just notice here, it's in brown lettering, which says, does not contain real bacon pieces. Aww. Maybe I'll put some bacon in it. I've got some in the fridge. Right, let's have a look over leaf. Oh, look, they've got directions on how to make hot chocolate. Put the contents of the packet in hot water. Stir, enjoy. Yeah, okay, fair play. This is created and distributed by McStevens in Vancouver. Now, I don't know enough about Vancouver to know if that is an especially redneck part of the country, but if they're making this here, it probably is. And good news, the mix is product of the USA, the packet is product of the USA, and it's packaged in the USA as well. Like I said, this can't get any more across the pond like. There we go. Alright, let's go through ingredients. So, nutritional information going on the screen that way this time, I think. And the ingredients are sugar, cocoa powder, which is Dutch process, whatever the hell that means. Whey, which is from milk. Creamer, which is coconut oil, corn syrup, because America. Corn syrup solids. Sodium caseinate, dipotassium phosphate, non-fat dry milk, natural flavours, guar gum, contains milk, tree and tree nuts, as in the coconuts. So, that, when I glanced at it, looked like a long list, but it's actually not. The main ingredients are sugar and cocoa powder. I'm interested to know where the bacon comes in. I'm guessing it just comes under natural flavours, which, to me, that means bacon. Natural flavours, natural bacon. They've just put bacon in it. Yeah, that's all I could think about that. I was expecting it to say, like, pork fat or something like that on here, but apparently not. Alright, well, there's not a lot left to look at on this. Let's go get a cup and some hot water, and, well, let's try it, shall we? So, unboiled kettle, and what I'll do, because it says here, Don't use boiling water. We'll give it a minute or two for the kettle to cool down, but we'll tip out the powder and we'll do a sniff test to begin with. That's what the powder looks like. Looks like hot chocolate powder. It really, it's just, that's what it looks like, hot chocolate powder. Yeah, there's no real discernible difference in colour or anything from regular hot chocolate powder. Let's give it a sniff. Interesting smell. It's hot chocolate, obviously. Everyone knows what powdered hot chocolate smells like. But there's something else there. And what it reminds me of is places like York Dungeons and the Jorvik Centre. I don't know why, but that's the first thing that pops into my head. That's really quite a weird smell. Let's try it again. Yeah, there's something else going on there. It's... You go to these museums and they're meant to show you like medieval life and all this sort of thing. And some of them have that really artificial smell to them as you move around the different exhibits. And they put it there on purpose. It's meant to show you, what it smelt like in medieval Europe or something like that. It's like that sort of artificialness to it. It's really fucking weird. It's not bad. A lot of the time they put that smell out to make it seem like it always smelt bad in medieval times. But you can always tell it's an artificial smell to it. But yeah, there's something very odd about it. Yeah, that's all I can think of. And if I take a good long sniff, I can start to taste some of it as well. Yeah, it's an interesting smell. Right, let's put some water in this thing. Good stir. Now obviously I can't judge a drink on texture like I do with a lot of my other foods. However, one of the things that always winds me up about instant hot chocolate is the lumps in it. You stir the ever-loving fuck out of it and you still never get all the lumps out. However, if this dissolves nicely, then that's a plus point. And by the feel of it, it has. There's nothing in the bottom of the cup. Yeah. Let that settle. Now, again, first appearances. It looks like hot chocolate. I don't know what else to say about it. It's a brown chocolatey liquid in a cup. As it's starting to settle from being stirred, there is something coming to the top, and obviously there's a few bubbles. Let's see if we can settle that. They're almost like little white chunks. I have no idea if they're going to come across on camera. I never am when I make these videos. But something is floating to the top. It looks like, although I know it's not, when you make a cup of tea and the milk's gone off and you get tiny little bits floating on the top and then you throw up if you're me. I'm trying not to think about that too much because it's making me feel sick as it is. Off milk I just cannot take. Ugh. 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 However, something is coming to the top. It could just be milk powder. Was there milk powder in it? There was creamer and whey from milk. So yeah, something's floating to the top. Or it could be the bacon flavour. Who knows? But other than that, this looks like hot chocolate to me. Right, sniff test. Much the same as before I added the water. The chocolate seems to be a lot stronger now as before. It was sort of equal parts chocolate and York Dungeons. But yeah, very much the same as it was before. Yes. It's hard to really glean anything from the smell. It's hot chocolate, but with something in it. If I didn't know this was baking hot chocolate and you sort of gave that to me, I'd be like, something odd about this. What have you put in it? What are you trying to drug me with? But anyway, let's go straight in with a taste test, shall we? That tastes like hot chocolate. I don't really know what to say about it other than it tastes like hot chocolate. It's perhaps the The way I normally make my hot chocolates, it's perhaps a little watery. I didn't measure the amount of water I was putting in this, but this is a perfectly normal size mug that I've put it in here. But it tastes just like hot chocolate. I would normally add like some cream to it, some squirt cream or some Cool Whip, but I'm not going to do this because I'm testing the product. But just as it comes, it's maybe a bit on the watery side. Tastes just like hot chocolate. Yeah. Try another gulp. It's weird. It takes sort of 2 to 3 seconds to fully experience the flavour. And initially, there's not a lot there. It's just sort of watery. And then there's a hint of something which could be bacon. And then the aftertaste is chocolate. Hot chocolate. Yeah, it's fairly unremarkable so far. It's not bad, but I'm a bit underwhelmed by this. I was expecting something special. I think what I'll do is I'll give it a minute or two to cool and then see if I can get a big old mouthful and see if the flavour comes through a bit more then. Alright, back in a minute. Right, that's enough waiting around. Let's try again. No change. It tastes like hot chocolate. It really does. It's now at the temperature where I can just gulp it down, but there's no change. Yeah, I'm sorry, there just isn't. There's a hint of bacon flavour. And it said natural flavour on the ingredients list, but it tastes artificial. And obviously, as I'm drinking it, I'm smelling it as well as tasting it, and I'm still getting that artificial odour through. I'm not sure what to make of it. I mean, it's not bad, but I was really thinking it would be something different, and it's not. It's just hot chocolate with a weird artificial smell and hint of flavour to it. Other than that, it's just hot chocolate. Can't rate it. I'm afraid I can't. It's just, I am really quite underwhelmed by that. Yeah, sorry. It's not a very good start to the year, isn't this? It's just, it's not right good. Damn. So, conclusions. Well, it's hot chocolate. There's nothing fancy about it. It's just hot chocolate with a weird extra flavour to it that's not bacon. Yeah, I can't really think of anything else to say about it. I'm really quite underwhelmed by this product. Redneck Cafe Bacon Hot Chocolate. I'm afraid it's just regular hot chocolate. It's not even that good. I've got a tub of regular hot chocolate in the cupboard that I've had about a year because I hardly ever drink hot chocolate, and it's nicer than this. I'm really quite disappointed. So yeah, I suppose conclusions are, it's not special. That's all I can say about it. I can't think of anything else to say about that. It's just hot chocolate that's a bit weird. Would I recommend it? Honestly, no. No, if you see it and you want to try it, then go for it. I'm not going to say don't try it, but don't expect much from it. I'm sorry, it's just, yeah, it's not that good. Right, well, we'll call that it. Great start to the year there, Stuart. Next month should be a lot better than this month. We're going to be doing wrap snacks again, but very different to the first episode that we did on wrap snacks. I'm not going to say any more. You'll have to watch it in February. So for now, thank you for watching. See you next time.
Hello, welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. Today, I'm going to be talking about licenses. And what I have to say may surprise you. Right, this is the short version of this video. I decided to do two. I recorded the first one the first time and it was over an hour long before I got halfway through it. And then I started it again and then I just hated it and started again. And then I recorded it a third time and I was sort of happy with it, but it was still pushing like 45 minutes in length. So I thought I'd just do a shorter version because I know not everyone has the attention span to watch the other version. The other one, I go into a lot more detail into my thought process and everything, but I thought I'd just do a much shorter version of this video, just explaining what I would change about motorbike licenses, because it comes down to three things, really. Now, by all means, leave your opinions in the comments. I'm well aware that my opinion on motorbike licensing is a fair bit removed from the general consensus, and everyone has their own view. This is just what I would do given the opportunity. Let's say I was a government minister or something like that. This is what I would change with motorbike licenses. Spoiler alert, if anything, I would make them a bit more complicated. Most people seem to want them to be simpler, and I agree they are quite complex, some motorbike licenses, but I think I'd make them more complicated. They would make more sense, but I think I would make them complicated. In fact, the whole licensing system would probably end up more complicated under me, but here we go. This is what I would say. Now, starting off, CBTs. That is for everybody their first foray into being a motorcyclist. It just is. It has to be. Now, with those, I would do two things. Option one, let's say it's a 16 or 17-year-old, never been on the road before, especially when they're 16. They have had no reason up to that point to be in charge of a vehicle, no reason to pay any attention to the rules of the road or behaviour of other drivers. I would make the CBT a minimum 2 days. And the reason being is, on modern roads, as busy as they are, as impatient as they are, with the number of subpar drivers out there, as well as impatient Audi drivers that think they own the road and they're God's gift to driving, 1 day isn't enough. And I did my CBT in winter, and my instructor was very keen for us to get back and get it done before it got dark. She really did not want us out at night, and I can understand the reasons for that, although CBT doesn't restrict you to daylight hours, but whatever. So it was more like half a day's training. So yeah, that's just not enough when you've got no other experience on the road. Minimum 2 days training. First day, classroom work and pad work, and then the next day you want a whole day out on the road with an instructor in your ear, just going through situation after situation, junctions, roundabouts, different types of road. The CBT, even on a moped, you can go out on A roads, on 60 and 70 mile an hour roads. You've got to be prepared for that, and I just don't think a few hours worth of training is enough when you have no other experience on the road whatsoever. If anything, it might even need to be 3 days, but what I'd probably do is make it a minimum number of hours that have to be done before you pass. So in winter it'd probably take you 3 days, whereas in summer you could probably knock it out in 2. But that's what I would do. However, if you already hold another full license, say a car license, I don't see why your CBT needs to be 2 days. It could be 1 day, and you can skip the classroom work at least. Like when I did my CBT, I'd already been driving for 18 years. Why the hell do I need to be taught how roundabouts work? And it's the same, even if you're 17, you will have already done all of that. If you have a car license, you don't need to sit in a classroom and go over junctions and giving way to the right. It's utterly pointless. You could just get straight on the bike. Still do the pad work. I still think there's value in doing the off-road training before you go out on the road. Some people just don't like it, and they abandon their CBT before going out on the road. That's fine, it's not for everyone, but you can skip the classroom work and do it in 1 day if you already own another full license of some sort. That's what I would do. And the same if you're renewing a CBT. Your first ever CBT, 2 days for example, and then say you come back and you've got to renew it again after 2 years, you could just do the 1 day course. If it's run out, if it's 2 years and 1 day, tough shit, you've got to do the 2 day, and it'll obviously cost more to do it, but that's your fault really. But renewing them could be done in 1 day. So only your first ever CBT, if you don't have any other license, will be 2 days. Next up, theory tests. Now this only applies if you're going for one of the full licenses. In particular, that's going to be A1, but mainly A2 and A licenses. Doesn't apply to AM necessarily unless you're doing one of those when you're 17, but I don't know why you would, because at that point you can just do an A1 licence. But anyway, theory tests. If you already have a full licence, the theory test is pointless. It really is. I had to do one for my Cat A licence, and it was exactly the same test as I did when I got my car licence 18 years before it. It just was. It's that test where there's video, you're going along the road, and you have to click when you see a hazard. And when I booked it, I had to tell them that I was doing a motorbike licence, but the test was no different. And when I got up to leave after doing the test, I looked around, and everyone's doing the exact same test. I just felt that after so long on the road, I'm pretty good at hazard perception. So why do I need to do a hazard perception test on a computer? I'm already perfectly good at it out on the road. Yeah, especially since it's not a different test. Now, you could say, alright, if you've had your car licence, if you've got a full car licence, you don't need to do a theory test for your bike licence. Or you could say you've got to have held it for 1 year, or 5 years. Either one would be kind of acceptable, but yeah, once you've done one theory test and got a full licence after, doing another theory test is pointless. It just is. Yeah, you're just giving more money to the government, which is good for the government, but it's not really good for the people, and government should be afraid of their people, not the other way around.
People should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people.
Third thing I would do is change the age limits. Now, 16-year-olds should still be limited to 50cc mopeds. They just should, because a 16-year-old does not need anything bigger than that, and can't be trusted with anything bigger than that. This tends to rile a lot of people up. I'm going to say it anyway. Bikes are dangerous, and teenagers are idiots. It's a fact of life. Yep, 50cc for 16-year-olds, 125 for 17-year-olds. You know, there's a nice progression to that. But A2, I would make available at 18. And the reason being is, A2, whilst it is a restricted licence still, I think it's 35 kilowatts, you can get a more powerful bike and then restrict it down. It can't be more than 50%, whatever, look it up. But you can still get some reasonably quick bikes on an A2. I wouldn't consider an A2 licence and an A2 bike really all that restrictive to your life. But at 18, it's a big moment in your life. I'd say it's probably the most important time of your life. You think about it, you've finished school, you've finished compulsory education. A lot of people go off to university at that point, so they're moving out of home, maybe moving to the other side of the country. They may be going into full-time work. They've got all these options, but for everyone it's a time of big change, and the need and the will to travel at that point goes up massively as well. And I think keeping people restricted to 125s, it's just not fair at that point. You're just treating them like a child. You know, by that point, they can have a full car licence, but let's say they want to do it on a motorbike. Why are you holding them back? You know, you're still treating them like children. And being 18 will be used against you at every fucking opportunity. How many times have all 18-year-olds heard, oh, you're 18 now, you should know better, right? But then they're not allowed to, you know, move past their learner motorbike. You can't have it fucking both ways, government, can you? So yeah, I would make A2s available at 18. I just would. Cat A's, at the moment it's 24 if you want to do direct access, or 21 if you do the progressive access from A2. It's 21, however, because you need a minimum 2 years on the licence before, which is the same if you're going from A1 to A2 or AM to A1. But I would make it 21 for everyone. Just because it seems fair. I mean, the idea of an 18-year-old being able to get hold of a fire blade, it just sounds mad. It's like, no. It's like an 18-year-old passing their driving test and being able to get in a Ferrari. It's like, no, don't do that. But I think making them wait till they're 24, it's like, no. knock it off. I mean, at 21, you know, you can adopt children, but you're not allowed to ride a motorbike. You know, it just seems a bit daft to me. It really does. And also, you think about it, most people's lives, by the time they're 24, they'll have finished university if they went. If not, you know, they're going to be a good few years into a career, likely to be in a serious relationship at that point. Maybe not again, but quite possibly. Maybe looking at marriage, maybe even children. Maybe a bit early for those two things, but still, all of those things can be happening. And I think to be still treated like, you know, you can't be trusted with a full-size motorbike at 24, but all these other things, it just feels wrong to me. And also, a lot of people are concerned about the ageing population of motorcyclists, and that is a bit of a concern. You know, getting young people into biking is a bit of an issue, and licenses being as complex as they are has been cited as one of the potential issues, but I'm not sure if I fully agree with that. I think making everything available to you at 21, that stage in your life, is a good time to be going out on a big bike, to have access to them. At that stage, you're still young, you know, you may have just left university, you're looking at more serious things in life, but I think 21's a perfectly reasonable age. Some people will say you should be able to get a full Cat A at 18. And I can see the reasoning behind that. Yeah, you know, you are an adult, you should be allowed to go out and do what you like, but you can't do everything in life at 18. There is still some stuff you have to wait till 21 for, and I think bikes should be it. 18 for an A2 is perfectly fine, but I'd keep the 2-year restriction. If you put in the effort and get your A2 when you're 18, if you want to go for Cat A at 20, then fine, there has to be some reward to putting the effort in. So that's the 3 main things I would do. I would keep the 2 tests, Mod 1 and Mod 2. I do think there's value in those, in demonstrating that you have the skills to be safe in a controlled environment before you go out on the road. But I would transfer that over into cars as well. I think there should be an off-road element to car tests. I think there should be a Mod 1 and Mod 2 for cars. You should have to demonstrate basic skills in a controlled environment before you're allowed out on the main road. I think car and bike tests should be the same. Well, in that sense that there's 2 tests, you know, obviously they can't be the same in a lot of other ways. I just think that's how it should be. And I think at 18 your car licence should be restricted to certain power levels and sizes of vehicle. I think it should be 21 before you're allowed to drive anything you fucking well please. I mean, how many examples are there out there of, you know, rich kids getting hold of stupidly powerful cars because they can afford to buy them and insure them, and then going out and doing stupid shit, you know, or YouTubers with basically unlimited cash crashing McLarens and then filming their seriously injured mates. Wouldn't fucking happen if they were on a restricted licence until they were 21 and just that bit older and a bit more mature before they start doing that sort of shit. So yeah, that is what I would do. CBT's your first one, harder and more intense.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Theory tests can be scrapped. If once you've done one, you don't need to do them again. They're pointless. Once you've got a full licence under your belt, theory test is relevant. And I'd lower the age restrictions for getting into bikes, but not fully scrap them. That's what I think. That's what I would do, given the power. Let me know what you think down in the comments. I'm well aware that some people are going to be frothing at the mouth. Keep it respectful. If you're going to start going off on one, I'm just going to delete you. But yeah, let me know what you think. If you think you should be able to get on a Fireblade age 17, same as you can drive a Ferrari at 17, fine, let me know. I'm interested to know your reasoning behind that. Or if you think it should be even harder to get into motorbikes. You know, I've heard some people say that you should be like 30 before you can get a full Cat A licence. Yeah, let me know your reasoning behind that. Don't just say, this is what I think. Explain your thought process behind it. Anyway, that's it. Next month, I'm hoping to have the Lifan back on the road, and that should be a good video. So yeah, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.
Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. As promised, we're doing wrap snacks again. Here we go. So what have we got here? Not crisps this time. This time we have 3 different flavours of ramen noodles. These seem to be extremely popular with the Americans on base. Ramen noodles, I mean, I don't really know if the wrap snacks are especially popular, but ramen noodles as a whole are extremely popular. 3 flavours, there may well be more, but this is what I was able to get my hands on. I'm really looking forward to trying them. However, I'm going to have to temper my expectations with this. The last time I tried wrap snacks, it was several different flavours of crisps, very hit and miss. Some of them, absolutely fantastic, others, not very nice at all. The main thing that's happened since, though, was I tried another packet of crisps, and it was the number 2 rated flavour from last time. They didn't have the lemon one that I really liked that I gave number 1 slot to. It was the number 2, I can't remember exactly which flavour it was. And I just really fancied a packet of crisps, and that was the ones that I got. And they weren't very nice. And I gave some to my partner and said, it's almost like they're turning stale. And they agreed. I don't know what it is, if it's they're spending too long being shipped over from the US. Then again, crisps normally last a good long time. It feels like it's a production issue. They seem to be having issues on the production side, and it's making the quality somewhat hit and miss. The packet that I ate yesterday was in date. There's no reason it shouldn't have been perfectly fresh. And I can go and get a packet of Walkers, and it doesn't matter how long they've been on the shelf, they're always fresh. Something about wrap snacks, they're very hit and miss. These, obviously, very different product. I may be completely wrong, they may be all fantastic. But based on my experience so far with wrap snacks, the crisps, yeah, I'm hopeful, but I'm also prepared, you could say. So with that in mind, let's get straight on with it. We'll do the usual, we'll have a look at the packaging and do ingredients and nutritional information for all 3, and then we'll cook them, eat them, see what we get. So in no particular order, let's start with these ones, because why not? So these are Louisiana Hot and Spicy Chicken by Boozy. Again, like I did in the crisps episode, I'm going to show myself up here. I have no idea who this chap is, but there we go. Looking on the side, wrap snacks icon ramen noodles. Louisiana Hot and Spicy Chicken flavour. The quote on here is, sometimes you need those bad days because it helps you truly appreciate the good ones. You know, that's not bad actually, I quite like that. Well, that's pretty good. Let's see what this QR code does. Let's see. Wrapsnacks.net/icon boozy. Oh, I'm being redirected to their shop. Oh, that's as far as it goes. Interesting how it redirected. I wonder if, when I scan that QR code, he gets some sort of kickback because people bought his flavour. I wonder if that's how that works. We'll try the QR code on the other flavours when we get to them. But it's saying I can buy chips and popcorn. Oh, look, they do lemonades, noodles, Boss Up, okay, and merch. Yeah, I don't really need any of this stuff. Oh, Wrap Snacks Gumbo. Oh, that sounds interesting. Yeah, there's a lot on there, but we'll investigate the QR codes on the others a bit later. Anyway, only thing on here, apart from the QR code, is the instructions. Boiling water instructions. You basically pour water in up to the fill line, which is about here. Leave it for 3 minutes and eat them, which is pretty much how you do all ramen noodles in a pot. And there we go. Alright, so nutritional information going on the screen somewhere, as always. And ingredients are enriched flour, palm... Now, I thought I was going to say palm oil, but it's not. It's palm olein. Okay. Seasoning, which is salt, monosodium glutamate, spices, soy sauce, maltodextrin, dehydrated chicken broth, powdered cooked chicken, yeast extract, garlic powder, hydrolyzed corn and soy protein, autolyzed yeast, natural flavors, disodium inosinate, disodium guanylate, soybean oil and silicon dioxide, dried carrot, dried peas, dried corn, dried onions, potassium carbonate, guar gum, sodium... oh, what does that say? Sodium tripolyphosphate, and contains a bioengineered food ingredient. Okay, so from that, it sounds like what they've done is taken Louisiana hot and spicy chicken and the peas and sweet corn and everything that goes with it, and freeze dried it, turned it into a flavour powder. That is the way it's done. That's how crisp flavouring is made. It's, yeah, absolutely fine, is that? Alright, moving on. Next up is Rick Ross lemon pepper chicken. I believe this was also a flavour on the crisps, or at least something similar, so quite excited to try this one. Let's try the QR code, see where that takes us. Okay, that takes me to the infovoteapp.com. Federal, state and local... what? Let's just try that again. Yeah, it takes us to this InfoVote app. Okay. I think one of the QR codes on the crisps did this, and it didn't make a lot of sense. I was watching the address, and it does come up, rapsnacks.net / it says R. Ross. But then it redirects to this. I guess Rick Ross really wants you to vote or download this app. Bit weird, but yeah. Anyway, that's what that QR code does. Not much else to be seen on the packaging. So, as before, nutritional information going on the screen. And ingredients for this one are enriched flour again, palm oil, seasoning, which is salt, monosodium glutamate, black pepper, sugar, yeast extract, lemon juice powder, dehydrated chicken broth, powdered cooked chicken, onion and garlic powder, autolyzed yeast, citric acid, hydrolyzed corn protein. For a moment I thought that said hydrolyzed.com protein, but nope. Disodium inosinate, disodium guanylate, natural flavours, turmeric extract. And then we've got dried carrot, salt, dried peas, dried corn, dried onions, potassium carbonate, sodium carbonate, guar gum, and sodium tripolyphosphate. No bioengineered food ingredients on that one. Now, obviously, ingredients differing in places, but largely the same. It's noodles with freeze-dried lemon pepper chicken powdered on them. It seems to be the same. You get some noodles. The noodles are probably identical up until the point that they're put in the pot and the flavours added. That'll be it. You know, you standardise as much of your production. Makes perfect sense. Sounding good. Looking forward to trying that one as well. Last up, we have NBA Youngboy Lobster Bisque flavoured ramen noodles. This one I'm most curious to try, because how on earth do you get lobster bisque into noodles? It's not the sort of thing that I imagine transfers very well into a freeze-dried powder. Yeah, whatever, we'll give it a go. Let's try the QR code, see what happens with this one. You can see it coming up there on my phone, rapsnacks.net / MBAYB. See what happens when I press on it. It goes to the InfoVote app. Again. Why? Why is it doing that? Let's try this one again. That one takes you to the Rap Snacks shop. Okay, well I'm guessing NBA Youngboy and Rick Ross are really keen for Americans to vote, or they're getting paid something by that app. Or there's something wrong with the redirect. Anyway, whatever it is, it's weird. Alright, nutritional information on the screen. And ingredients on this are enriched flour, palm oil, seasoning, which is salt, butter, monosodium glutamate, tomato powder, maltodextrin, onion and garlic powder, non-fat dry milk, modified cornstarch, sweet cream, whey, spices, hydrolyzed corn protein, sugar disodium inosinate, disodium guanylate, carrot powder, natural flavours, xanthan gum, sodium caseinate, paprika and turmeric extract, dried carrot, salt, dried peas, dried corn, dried onion, potassium carbonate, sodium carbonate, guar gum, and sodium dry polyphosphate. No actual lobster, no bioengineered food ingredients either, but no actual lobster or even seafood, like at all. They must have found a way to get lobster flavour without it containing actual lobster. Alright, I know expecting it to contain chunks of lobster is a bit much, but there's other things you can add. Like, you could probably add crab meat, and by the time you've freeze-dried it, most people aren't going to be able to tell the difference, but there's nothing even close to it in there, so that could be interesting. Alright, well, that's the packaging done. Let's go and boil the kettle, and let's give them a taste test, shall we? We'll start with the boozy ones, the Louisiana hot and spicy chicken, just cause I fancy trying these first, no other reason. Let's open them up. Oh, come on. Oh, well, that's great. That is wonderful. That's better. Right, now before I put the water in, that is pretty much what I expected. Noodles, the orange stuff is the freeze-dried powder, which will be like the chicken and such like that we saw in the ingredients. And then, of course, you've got the dried peas, the sweet corn, dried carrot there. Pretty much what I expected from that. Right, sniff test. Smell like spicy noodles. It's a bit cold in here at the moment because the boiler's broke.
It's a well-known fact, there is nothing more manly than mending your own boiler by head torch in the middle of the night.
But my sense of smell is still working reasonably well. They smell like spicy noodles. Let's try one more time. Yeah, they remind me of chicken flavoured crisps, which makes sense because freeze-dried powdered chicken is a fairly common ingredient when you're making chicken flavoured crisps. Not a lot to be discerned prior to cooking. Right, let's add some hot water up to the fill line, which is there, and it says to leave them for 3 minutes. So, okay Google, noodle timer 3 minutes.
Alright, a 3-minute timer called Noodle. Starting now. Your noodle timer is up.
Okay Google, stop. Right, let's eat. So, let's give these a bit of a stir around. They have cooked. I know the instructions say to cover, but then you wouldn't be able to watch them cook in a time-lapse section. Also, the lid's fecked. Can't do that. Right, give them a bit of a stir around. Appearance on this, I'll be honest, just looks like any other noodle pot. I've had plenty of them. Noodles, water which has formed a sort of broth, and rehydrated vegetables in there. Yeah, fairly unremarkable appearance. Let's do a sniff test. Sniff test. Also, somewhat unremarkable. They smell like any other spicy noodle pot that I've eaten. Yeah, the primary smell is that sort of that chili that they use on spicy ramen noodles that really burns at the back of your throat. That's kind of what I'm expecting when I took into this in a second. Not really a right lot else. Unfortunately, I'm still hopeful. I'm going to remain hopeful up until the point that I've put all three in my mouth. But at the moment, I think we're going down a road of disappointment. Right, let's give them a taste test. Fair chance I'm going to get a big old gob full as well. Very unremarkable flavour. Disappointment really starting to set in now. They're just generic spicy chicken noodles. There isn't even that much flavour to them. Yeah, the noodles haven't really infused with anything, and even if you get a bit of veg and some broth in there as well, there's not a lot there. Very just generic. There's more flavour in a pot noodle. It's yeah, not going well. Give it another try. Unfortunately, I think if things don't improve by the time I've finished all three flavours, this may be the last time I buy wrap snacks. They're just not there. This one certainly isn't. And the frustrating thing is, given how inconsistent they've been, I may well go out and buy another pot of this exact flavour, but with a different batch, and it may be brilliant. But you've got to be consistent with them. Yeah, just not right good. There's a hint of chicken flavour. Mostly what I'm tasting though is noodles and heat. Yeah, they're a bit flavourless. There's no other way of putting it. And normally I try and be as descriptive as possible with the smells and the tastes, because you're not going to get that through your phone screen whilst you sat on the toilet watching this. But there's really nothing I can say. Yeah. What I'm going to do is finish the noodles, and when the broth cools, drink it. Partly because I'm a disgusting pig, but also just to try and give it a chance to taste of something. But so far, not good. Okay, so as you can see, I've eaten all the noodles, or at least nearly all, and all that's left is a few bits of veg and the broth. Let's see if we can get some flavour. At the moment, the only flavour I've got, having eaten all the noodles, is spice. My mouth is burning, but that's it. I'm drinking it to give it the best shot I can. I'm giving wrap snacks every opportunity to impress. So far they're just disappointing. Again, very uninspiring. Quite disappointing, if you ask me. The flavour is stronger in the broth. Obviously I'm drinking it, but it's not especially chickeny. It's just chicken flavoured noodle broth. There's nothing fancy about it. There's nothing special. Unfortunately, bit of a letdown. I'll finish drinking it and you'll see on camera if my opinion changes. Not good so far. Unfortunately, the only thing that's really coming through is that burning at the back of the throat, which you always seem to get with spicy ramen noodles. I don't know what it is that they use. Normally, I eat a lot of spicy food and it burns around the mouth. This only burns at the back of the throat. Yeah, okay, let's keep going. As I'm getting to the very bottom, I can taste chicken flavour more. The heat is still there. It's still burning the back of my throat quite badly, but nothing special. Really nothing special at all. Right, let's gulp this down. Let's move on. Okay, next up, I'm going to do the Rick Ross lemon pepper chicken. Hoping for something a bit better. There was a chili lemon type flavour on the crisps, which got to number 1. Hoping for something a bit better with this. So, as before, let's open her up, sniff test, then we'll cook them. Let's see what happens. Oh. Hey, the lid actually came off this time. And appearance is pretty much the same as before. dried noodles, the powder, and then the dried vegetables there. Slightly different colour. This is sort of paler. I suppose that'd be the lemon rather than the chilli. Exactly what I'd expect. Sniff test. Ooh. Ooh. Much improvement. Yes. That smells exactly like the winning flavour when I did the crisps. It's quite lemony. That's nice. Let's do that again. Yeah, very nice smell. Right, I'm just going to hurry up and put some water on these and let's tuck in. This should be good if the smell is anything to go by. Okay, Google. Noodle timer 3 minutes.
Sure, a 3-minute timer called Noodle. And we're starting now. Your noodle timer is up.
Okay, Google. Stop. Right. Give that a stir. Now, appearance-wise, again, pretty much what I expected. Noodles, broth. The veg has rehydrated nicely. The broth and the noodles appearing a bit paler. Before I stirred it, looking a bit anemic, if anything. But that's to be expected. Different flavour. This is lemon pepper, so the appearance is exactly what I expected from it. Let's do a sniff test. That's weird. The smell has gone. It no longer smells of anything. I'm not joking. It doesn't smell of anything. I'm just inhaling steam. Maybe it smells faintly plain noodle, but that is really weird. It was a really nice, strong smell. I've added the water and it's fucking gone. I don't know what to say. Let's just try one more time. Yeah, it doesn't smell of anything. I'm at a loss for words. I've never known a food to do that, to not smell after you've cooked it. That is really quite strange. Alright, well, down the hatch, let's see what happens. Hopefully the flavour hasn't disappeared. Okay. The flavour hasn't disappeared, thankfully, but there's not a right lot there. Again, I don't know what's going on. It doesn't really taste of anything. It smelled really strong. I was really keen to tuck in. It doesn't taste of all. Try again. As always, getting a big mouthful. It's hinting at a lemon flavour, but it never comes through. It's like when I reviewed the Vienna sausages, and there was one of those flavours was called like hot and spicy or something like that. And if I got a really big mouthful and held it in my mouth, it would hint at being spicy, but never actually got there. This is doing exactly the same thing with the lemon. It's almost like it starts the flavour, and you're expecting it to taste of lemon, and then it just doesn't. There's just nothing there. I think this is disappointment number 2. I really don't know what to say. Let's do one more mouthful. Same again. Alright. As before, I'll give it every opportunity to impress. I'll eat the noodles, leaving just the broth as before. The broth seems to be where the flavour is. See if anything comes through. So far, not good. So, for the second time, I'll show you there. I've eaten all the noodles, at least nearly all of them. And all that's left is the broth and a few bits of veg. After finishing the Louisiana hot and spicy chicken, there was some flavour in the form of heat, you know, the burning at the back of my throat. Having finished all the noodles in this, nothing. I hate to say it, but what it reminds me of is Asda Smart Price chicken pot noodles. Or noodle stacks, or whatever they call them, but you know the sort I mean, shop own brand pot noodles. They're always just that bit weak on the flavour. That's exactly what this is, which is really disappointing. These people putting their name to it, I wonder if they know that they're signing up for a subpar product. Alright, down the hatch with the broth, let's see if it improves. Slight improvement. I could definitely taste some lemon chicken there. It was weak, but it was there, and it was just lemon chicken, mostly chicken. Again, only hinting at the lemon, but it was there. And I got a pea in my mouth as well. When I chomped on that, I could taste peas. It's interesting, the veg seems to be the most flavourful part of it. Let's have another mouthful. It's getting stronger as I work down, which is weird because I'm giving them a good stir. It's still not right good. When I did the crisps, yes, there were some disappointments, the Nicki Minaj ones and the Snoop Dogg ones. But overall, they were quite good. They were just a bit hit and miss. So far, this is all misses. So the lobster bisque that I'm going to do next better be fucking amazing. Because at the moment, 2 out of 3 are a fail. Right, I'm going to finish this. It's his last chance to taste of something. Look at that. The last mouthful has left behind a load of pepper and lemon flavouring. That's where all my flavour's gone. Those look like ground peppercorns, but they've all just sunk to the bottom. Alright, down the hatch. Yup, that is indeed where the flavour was. Finally got to taste some lemon. Well, not proper lemon. It didn't taste anything like having an actual lemon in my mouth, or lemon juice. It was imitation lemon, but it was there. Mostly pepper. I was eating peppercorns. Yeah, maybe something they need to work on, getting the flavour to infuse with the noodles, or maybe just adding some more of that powder. So far, 2 out of 3, bit of a disappointment. Yeah. Right, let's do the last one. Okay, last one, lobster bisque. Last chance for these noodle snacks to redeem themselves. Come on, it's got to be good, Mr. Young Boy. Right, let's open her up. Easiest one so far to open, at least. Appearance, exactly as expected, same as before. Powder, noodles, dried veg. Does seem to be a touch more veg in this one. Maybe I'm imagining that. And it's more orangey colour than the lemon one. It's a slightly more vibrant orange, I'd say, than the Louisiana chicken one. But again, exactly as expected. Right, sniff test. That one somehow smells like the sweet chili lemon pepper crisps again. It smells exactly like them. I don't quite know how, but that is what it smells like. Try it again. Yeah, it smells like a bottle of sweet chili sauce that I've got downstairs in my kitchen, which is not what I was expecting from lobster. Yeah, that's what it is. Alright, let's get them cooked. Okay, Google, noodle timer 3 minutes.
Alright, a 3-minute timer called Noodle. Starting now. Your noodle timer is up.
Okay, Google, stop. Right, come on, Wrap Snacks. Last chance to redeem yourself. Give this a good stir. I don't want any flavour left at the bottom of the pot. No powder left down there. Stirring the noodles over and over. Interestingly, and something I didn't see happen with the others, some of the noodles are slightly discoloured. Again, don't know if it's going to come across on camera. Some of the flavour does appear to have stuck to the noodles. The majority of them are very pale, almost white, which tells me they're going to be quite flavourless. But maybe, just maybe, this one will redeem it for the Wrap Snacks. Right, sniff test. It smells to me of like a creamy fish sauce. I made a fish pie once from scratch, did the whole thing. I made a sauce to go in it, and it smelled exactly the same. Yeah, that's what it smells like. And as I'm stirring it round, I may be imagining it, but the broth looks a little bit more viscous than the other two. Yeah, it's definitely there. Right, taste test. Alright, it tastes of something. I shouldn't be this happy, but it tastes of something. Alright, I need another mouthful. It's not the strongest, but it's certainly better than the other two. It's somewhere between fish sauce, like you would use in, say, a fisherman's pie or something like that, and crab gnocchi, which I've made on occasion at home, except I don't use real crab meat. I use the crab sticks, which don't actually contain any crab. They barely count as fish, but you call it crab gnocchi anyway, it don't really matter. It's sort of part way between those two. And when I make the crab gnocchi, you use, obviously, gnocchi, which is sort of little bits of potato-y type stuff, crab sticks, and like a creamy sauce. So, very similar products, but that's what it tastes like. It's nice, don't get me wrong, just because I'm comparing it to something that it's not supposed to be, and in the case of crab gnocchi, it's a very much throw it together when you can't be bothered type of dish. Don't take that as it being a bad flavour. It is really nice, and it actually tastes of something. I'm going to get some more. That's good. Right, battery died on the camera, so slightly different angle now, so I had to set up with a different camera. As I did with the others, let's drink the broth. I've got nearly all the noodles out, just the veg left. So far, this has been the one that's actually tasted of something. Weirdly, as I was eating the noodles though, the flavour seemed to get weaker, which is the opposite of what you would expect, but there we go. Right, down the hatch. The broth, however, does not disappoint. Strongest flavour so far. Glad I saved this one till last. It's the same flavour, that sort of fish sauce type flavour, but it's good. I feel like I'm not giving too much description in this episode because they're really quite simple flavours. You know, there's no like different stages to it, like you taste one bit first and then the next bit follows. It's just one flavour, but it's not bad. This one's quite good. Yeah, let's finish this off and see if it changes at all, and then we'll do conclusions. Nearly done. And it's just randomly popped into my head. Cuppa soup. There's like a creamy vegetable cuppa soup out there. That's what it tastes like. Weirdly, I want to say the pea and ham cuppa soup. I haven't had a cuppa soup in years, but that's what it's tasting like as I get to the bottom. Cuppa soup. I don't really rate cuppa soups that high. I think the reason I'm so excited about this one is because wrap snacks have just been a bit of a disappointment so far. Alright, last swig. There we are. Last mouthful, just the dregs. It went back to that fish sauce flavour, but now that I've said it, I can't get cuppa soup out of my head. It's like if cuppa soup wanted to make a lobster bisque flavour, that is what you would get. Alright, let's do some conclusions. Right, well, there we have it. Wrap Snacks ramen noodles. Very hit and miss. Mostly miss. 2 out of 3 weren't worth buying. And then the last one, lobster bisque, I got quite excited because it actually tasted of something. But having taken a few minutes to think about it, it weren't that good. It was no better drinking that broth than drinking a cuppa soup. Taking all 3 as a whole, disappointing. They just are. That's worse than the crisps. At least some of the crisps were nice. I really liked my top 2. But these, just no, not worth buying at all. If you want me to rank them, let's say the lemon chicken is last because it tasted of pretty much nothing. I'm going to say the Louisiana hot chicken is number 2 because whilst there wasn't much flavour, it was at least spicy, which counts as a flavour. And the lobster bisque can be number 1 just because it had the strongest flavour, although it still weren't that good. Very, very underwhelming. 2 out of 3 tastes of nothing, and then the one that did marks out of 10, it's going to have to be a 2. It just I'm so disappointed. I really am. Thinking back to the first time I tried wrap snacks and how impressed I was with them. They were gorgeous. And I bought a load of packets of them and shared them with me mates. And they were really impressed. And then I was so excited to do the wrap snacks crisps episode. And half the flavours let me down. And then having bought another packet just on a whim for my own consumption, not for an episode, and them being stale even when they were in date, and then having tried these three, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be buying wrap snacks again. They're just too disappointing. They're far too hit and miss. They have the potential to be great. They really do. They showed that with the crisps. Some of those flavours were fantastic, and I can't think of anything else on the market that's like them. But taking them as a whole, everything I've tried, 75% are a failure. And it's not good. It's just not. I normally say in these videos, would I recommend? Well, it's not that good, but you can always, I always say try it. Would I recommend these? No. Don't waste your money. Just take it from me. They're not worth it. Alright, we'll call that it. Thank you for watching. Next month, given that I've had 2 straight months of disappointment, last month's bacon hot chocolate was considerably underwhelming as well. I'm gonna do Takis next month. I've got at least half a dozen new flavours of Takis that I haven't featured on the channel, and Takis never disappoint. So next month it's going to be a big episode. I'm doing Takis. Right, that's it. Thank you for watching. See you next month. She probably won't do it this time, but watch this. Bella, here. Sit. Who's a good gal? Who's a good gal? Yes, who's a good gal? Right, ready, go. Oh, we're going that way. Who's a good gal? That's as far away as I dare let her go, because there's a road on the horizon. Let's try it again. Bella, here. And she ignores me. Fuck's sake. Bella, here. Fuck's sake. Bella, here. Oh, okay. She's doing a wee. Alright, I'll let you off there, dog. Bella, here. There we go, look. Alright, I'll let you off that one. Sit. Oh, no, we're running off. Bella, come on. Sit. Good gal. Who's a good gal? Who's a good gal? Alright, once more, then we're going home. Ready, go. Right, I've procrastinated about this for long enough. Let's see if we can get the old girl back on the road. Right, here we go. This is the work that needs doing. So, if you followed along my last video when I was out riding this bike, taking it for MOT, if you could hear it, granted the sound was pretty terrible, it failed its MOT. And it failed on 2 things: rear shock absorbers aren't absorbing shocks, basically, and excessive play in the swing arm. Now, the garage made it quite clear that they didn't want to do the work. They said they can do it, but getting parts for this was going to be a pain in the arse. In the end, it wasn't. I actually got the parts in a few days, but they made it clear they didn't want to do it. Fine, whatever. I'll do it myself. So, I've got the parts. They're up in the house. We'll go and get them in a minute. We need to disassemble it. So, I need to get the swing arm out and the shock absorbers off as well. It's a bit cramped in here, but it's blowing a gale and it's absolutely freezing outside. It's January when I'm filming this. Not a lot I can do. We're going to have to do it inside. Now, I would really like to be able to do this without breaking the chain. And by breaking it, I mean having to press the links out and undo it just because the last time I did that it was a pain in the arse, and I'm not entirely sure where my chain tool is right now. Having a look at it, it should be reasonably simple. There's sort of 3 points of attaching: top of the shock absorber, obviously the rear axle itself, and then where it joins with the chassis at the front here. The exhaust is mounted to the chassis itself, so that should stay there. We need to undo the rear brake and then see if we can get it off. If I have to put a new chain on, then I will. Fine. But that's what we need to do to get it through its MOT. The parts came from a Suzuki GZ125, which, according to my research, is what this bike is based on. Lifan basically licensed the design of the GZ from Suzuki, and then they just change bits about it. Like, this is the cruiser style one, so you get different forks, different tank, etc. They do a sports one where you get a fairing on it, but underneath it's the same bike every single time. I've never actually tried Suzuki GZ parts on this. They've arrived, I've offered them up, they look the same. They look to be slightly better quality perhaps. They're not rusty like these ones are, but we're just going to have to see. One of the things the garage said to me was they might take it apart, try the parts, they don't fit, and then I've just got a bike in bits and they're just going to give me the bits of it back rather than put it back together. This could happen here. I could take this apart, these parts that I've ordered don't fit, and then it's just going to stay like this forever, and this video ends up being a two-parter, or maybe more. In other news, while she's been sat here, it's been a couple of months she's been sat here now, the starter motor's packed up. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I thought before I start the video I would start her up and just see if she's alright, because she hasn't been on a battery pack or anything. All the electrics work, lights, headlights, horn, all that sort of thing, and it starts fine on the kickstart, but the starter motor just does not engage. You press the button and nothing happens, so I don't know if that's wiring, relay, the starter. The battery voltage is showing around about 12 volts, so I would still expect it to turn over, but that's going to have to be for another video. It might end up going to its MOT on kickstart only, and I'll deal with that later. Right now, first part of this video, we need to get this taken apart. There's only one way of doing it really. Just start undoing stuff and see what comes off. Yeah, let's get on with it. Yes, that's right. I've got myself a boiler suit. Every real man needs a boiler suit. It's like basically the law. Let's see, where are my spanners? Now, I'm well aware that getting stuff off from the other side is going to be a pain in the arse as well. I would like to have the bike in the middle of the shed, but it'd mean putting the Virago outside, and I don't really want to do that, so we'll just have to struggle. Now, there shouldn't be any load on these springs and shocks because the bike is on its centre stand, and so the weight is lifted completely off. We will still go a little gently as we undo it, just in case it decides to try and kill me. Oh, that's not done up very tightly at all. Fairly sure I've mentioned this in previous videos, definitely in my car videos. Whenever I do a project and stuff is coming off, I have these little toolboxes. These were from Wilco, but you can buy them anywhere. They were £2, and you just put all your nuts and bolts in there, and then you know you've got them. Right, just come sideways, perhaps? No. I bet we're going to have to undo the bottom one. Right. I was hoping it would come off whole, but never mind. Oh, and I can't get to that because the exhaust is in the way. Let's try the other side. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that wouldn't want to go. Just rounding off the fucking bolt. Piss. This is going well. I've undone one fucking nut. Yeah, that one's the same. Okay, well, this is going well so far. Yeah, there we go. Bit of brute force. Put that in my little toolbox. That might be useful later. So it might be interesting later to see if we can get the spring off of this and see what the shock absorbers are actually doing. I'm unsure how he actually tested them. Anyway, we'll stick with this side. Let's slacken the axle off as well. As I'm doing this, I can feel all this chrome just peeling away. Normally when chrome peels it's sharp. This is just thin dust, it's like paint. Maybe I should have removed the exhaust after all. What I would really like to do before is just get her through her MOT. The exhausts do kind of ruin the look of the bike though. I mean, granted, it's not exactly a looker anyway. Everyone who looks at it immediately sees it and goes, oh, life on Earth, Chinese. Still a lot of snobbery around Chinese bikes, I think, but that's the axle undone. Let's undo the back brake as well, shall we? Got these nice little ratchet spanners now. Can't remember how much they were. I think about 20 quid for a set of 5, 6. And they have really transformed it. Stuff like this, just a little thing like that, so easy to undo. Okay, right. So the axle is undone, although it's still in place. This shock absorber is off. Let's get the shock absorber off the other side and then pull the axle out, and then it only leaves this part here. Behind this little cover is where the swing arm attaches. It is a little concerning how loose these nuts were at the top of my shock absorbers. So we can safely say there was no load on these, because as soon as I undid the other one, the whole fucking lot of it's just dropped. Yeah, they now just flop out of the way. Right, let's pop this little cover off. As far as I can tell, the mounting point for the entire swing arm is behind this little plastic thing. Let's see if we can just pop it off. Turns out we can. And it turns out we can find the correct size socket on the first attempt as well. And it fits perfectly. Look at that.
Nice.
Now, come on. It's definitely coming loose. Alright. There we go. That is identical to the axle one. It's interesting. Obviously this one's still got its paint on it because the axle one's been off before, but right, that won't push straight out. That's sod's law. I am deeply concerned. Why is this going so well? And that is what holds the swing arm in. A little bit of wear there. Don't know if that would have been enough to make it fail MOT. And from memory, although I haven't taken it out yet, that is almost identical to the axle. Which makes sense, really. If you can use a part twice on a bike rather than having two different parts, it's going to save you a bit of money. And here's another top tip. Keep parts together where you can. Now, the new swing arm does come with this, but I'll keep this anyway, just in case. Because we're still not 100% sure all these parts are going to fit. Right, that has come completely loose. I just want to try and get the back axle out, and then it's free. Oh, you know what else I've forgotten? The chain guard. Fuck. Never mind, the chain guard is only attached to the swing arm. I don't need to undo that. Right. I need a proper hammer. Where are my nice hammers? How do I not have a hammer down here? I remember this from last time. The axle just did not want to come out. I really probably should have got the axle out before undoing the swing arm, but I've done it now, so we're committed. I think last time I ended up using a breaker bar to get this axle out. It just does not want to budge. Let's just try. Before anyone says anything, I have absolutely no fucking idea where my hammers have gone. Like, all my hammers are missing. Wait, am I being incredibly thick here? Probably. Right. Chain tensioners are fully slackened off. The whole thing rattles around like mad, but I still can't get the fucking axle out. Getting hot now. Fuck me, that was more effort than it needed to be. But it is out. Turns out the key to getting the axle out is just to hit it harder. Go find a hammer and do it. But then once that was out, I was able to wrangle the wheel off, which is over there. And the chain is still intact. You basically just had to thread it around the swing arm. Right. Like I said, that was way more effort than it needed to be. I am going to go have a cup of tea and something to eat. And then we're going to get the other parts down and offer them up. Hopefully, they all look the same. Right, couple of cups of tea and some grub. And a night's sleep. It's actually the next day, never mind. This is what we're looking at. This is the old one, that's the new-ish one. It's not new at all, but it's new to me. Lining them up side by side, this is actually the first time I've done this for this video. It's been in a box for a couple of weeks in the conservatory, and I've just sort of worried about it instead. The similarity is remarkable. I'm actually really quite confident with this. There's a few differences here and there, besides the fact that this one is in so much better condition than this one, despite that being older than this one. I'm actually quite confident putting this in. I'm still cautious. I still think I'm going to offer it up and it's just not going to fit, but I'm quite confident in this. This is going to be good. The main bit that worries me is at the top here. This old one has this sort of, it's not a dent, but it goes in here. Whereas the new one doesn't. It does a little, but not nearly as much. Now that's not broken. The other side is the same. It's just that this rubber guard is in the way. See? Now, is that going to cause an issue? I shouldn't think so. I really hope not. But is there potential that the chassis, the frame of the bike, is meant to slot there, and that's going to foul it, I'm not going to get it in? I mean, the idea of a Chinese bike being built to such tight tolerances doesn't seem realistic, but then again, like I say, they probably had a frame and wanted to make stuff fit to it, so they modified the design rather than modifying the design of the frame. These bikes are built on a budget. But yeah, that's the main thing that's concerning me. Other bits, I mean, we look at the top of the new shock absorber and compare it to this one. Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference, but again, not much. Interestingly, this seems to be thicker here at this neck than the new one, but again, this is probably better quality steel. Yeah, and the chain guard, that is identical. And then this bar here, which is for adjusting the rear brake as you go over bumps, that's identical as well. I'm pretty confident. Let's just get on with it, see what happens. Alright. One day I'll have a bit more space in here. Now, the plan is to reuse as many of the Suzuki parts as I can. For obvious reasons. They're obviously of better quality than the ones I have on it. I've also need to look up the weight of this bike, or how many parts do I have to replace by weight before it's more than 50% Suzuki and I can call it a Suzuki. That's what I'm going with. If I get to 51% by weight, it's officially a Suzuki. That's what I've decided. And if you don't like it, be mad at the internet about it. Right, do that. That slides out nicely. See, that just sliding that out feels a lot better. It feels like a firmer fit. The other ones I'd undone the bolt, it pretty much just came out. Now, I'm aware that I probably could have fixed this by replacing these bushings, but fuck it, I've done it now, and this is a much nicer part. But if this doesn't fit, what I will do is take the bushings out and put them in the old swing arm, and then just see if it will go through its MOT then. I don't really see that I have much of a choice. So let's get this lined up. I want to remove this back axle. And because I haven't broken the chain, what we do is we feed one limb of this through the chain. Like that. There we go. Oh, that's fallen out. And now, the fucking annoying part. I have to lift this heavy piece of metal up and line it up with that hole, and then get the bolt through. We're going to use the Suzuki one, just cause. Come on, why won't you go in? It doesn't fit. Fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake!
Right, I'll show you the problem. In there, the pivot point, the little bit with the bushes in, is too wide. For whatever reason, Lifan have decided to make the bit on the swing arm thinner and then add a bit to the frame. So it just doesn't fit. It will not physically go in that spot. That is hugely disappointing. because I don't really know where I'm going to go from here. Fuck. I need a break from this. I've been well aware since starting this process that all I probably need is the bushes, not the entire swing arm. But I couldn't for the life of me find the bushes. I had it on good authority that that swing arm should fit, and it doesn't. And making it fit, either cutting a piece off that or a piece off the frame, seems like a terrible idea. Even if I had the tools to do something like that. I really don't want to give up on this bike. I like it. I really like it, but if I can't get it back on the road, I don't know what to do. Right. Okay, so at this point, I locked everything up, went inside, and had a good long think about what I was going to do with it. Because at this point, I honestly didn't know if I was going to be able to fix this bike. Now, I've had a few sources for parts over the years of owning this bike. Unfortunately, on this occasion, they were letting me down. My first port of call is East End Motorcycles, where I've bought parts from before. He used to be a Lifan dealer, but unfortunately he didn't have them. To be just selling off his old stock in his retirement, and doesn't really care too much either, so I've kind of stopped using him. Also, a while ago, I had a chap contact me through the comment section on a previous video. He had a Lifan King that he was working on, he was restoring it, but he also had a second Lifan King that he was using as a parts bike. I got in touch with him, seeing if he had the swing arm. Unfortunately, he'd since got rid of both bikes and gone on to bigger and better things, which is disappointing. I'd have had both bikes off him, but never mind. So my only option really was to just keep trawling the internet and see if I could find something. And that's when I came across, just by chance, this eBay shop here, China Parts Online. Now, I swear to God this didn't exist when I started this project, back when it first failed its MOT. But, I mean, it's great. You know, I put in the model code in the search bar, and they've got 144 results for this. And, yeah, I can get an entire carburetor if I ever needed one. Fuel filter. I mean, some of these I could get generic ones for. I could get a generic fuel filter. Carburetor repair kit. But crucially, swing arm bushes. Yeah, that's what I need. I wish I'd found this before starting this little project, because I could have saved myself a lot of time and money. But, I mean, there's all sorts on here. There's CDI units. Look, I can get inlet and exhaust valves, sprockets, and get another fuel filter. All sorts on here. And it's really giving me hope that I should be able to keep this bike going. Look at that, and get a heavy duty chain. That's probably going to be my next repair, because the chains don't seem to last very long on this bike. Top gasket set, and get clutch plates. Yeah, this is great. So, I ordered them bushes, and yeah, this is what happened next. Okay, new plan. It's been a little while. I've got some more parts for it. They weren't especially difficult to find, and they arrived quite quickly, but I've been procrastinating, so unfortunately it's been a while. Now, that swing arm does not fit. It may be possible to make it fit. I do know someone who's extremely good at metalwork. They may be able to modify the end. We'll keep that in reserve for now. I haven't actually asked them. They may tell me it's not possible. I don't know. That doesn't fit. Let's put that to one side for now. Bit more research. And I may have gone down the wrong path here. They've put on the MOT certificate excessive play in the swing arm. That's all they've put. But doing some research, the swing arm probably isn't the problem. It's more likely the bushes and the pin, you know, the whopping great bolt, that thing that goes through the bike and holds it in place. The pin that I took out, yeah, had a few little marks on it. I couldn't really see very much wrong with it. But the bushes may well be knackered. I mean, the whole thing is really... I mean, it's over 10 years old now and it's Chinese. What do you expect? So, I've got some bushes. The pin is available from a Lifan dealer. I could get one. I haven't, though. I want to try and use the Suzuki one. Put that back together, and hopefully that will eliminate the play in the swing arm. And I still want to use the Suzuki shock absorbers. I still think they should fit on the Lifan swing arm. If not, again, there are other options available. I'm sure I can find some generic shocks that will fit, but they're going to be quite a bit more expensive. You can get those fancy sports type ones. So that's what I'm going to try and do today. Get the old swing arm back, somehow get the bushes out of it. They look to be rusted in rather nicely. And get it back together. With a bit of luck, if I can do it today, I may even get it in for its MOT. It's January at the moment, and a lot of the bike garages aren't busy at all. If not, I'm off work tomorrow as well, so I'm really hoping this bike will be back on the road today or tomorrow. It's Monday at the moment when I'm filming it. But I'm also kind of expecting this could go wrong again, and I'm trying to get this video out. It's due out in a week's time. Fuck. Right, let's get on with it. Also, if you notice a noise in the background on this section of the video, it's because it's frigging cold in here, so I bought myself a fan heater. Live with it. Now, just having a look at the swing arm. This is the Lifan one, obviously. It's a mess. I mean, the main thing is not so much the rust, but the paint. This is cheap and nasty paint, and it's just flaking off. And of course, then you get surface rust. None of this looks to be so bad that it's compromising it. It is just surface rust, but it looks terrible. I mean, it's filthy as well, which doesn't help. But, I mean, yeah, just look at that. It just comes off. Half of it is already on my floor now. This is bad. At some point, I'm going to have my workshop finished. And part of that, I want to have a small spray booth in there. So, in the future, this is going to come back off. And it's going to go into the booth and be properly sprayed down and everything. For now, though, I just really want to get my bike back on the road. The workshop is going to take months to finish. And I don't really want my bike to be in this state for that length of time. I want it back on the road. I want to be able to use it because I really like riding this bike. That's why I'm putting all this bloody work in. However, I think what I'm going to do is strip this, get rid of the shock absorbers. This rubber chain guide is considerably more worn than the one on the Suzuki. And get the bushes out, obviously, strip it down. And I'm going to go out to my local motor factors and get some K-rust, the stuff that just converts it back to black metal. And that'll have to do for now, until I can get it properly sprayed down. So, yeah, let's get it stripped, and then we're going to pop out and see what we can buy. Let's get the shock absorbers off first. Almost the same size bolt. Wonder if they're like a size down. I hope that doesn't make them difficult to attach to the Suzuki suspension. I suppose I'll find out. Needless to say, this bolt isn't coming out nearly as easily. You know, changing all these nuts and bolts for ones that aren't rusted to fuck will probably do this bike a world of good as well. There we go. Now, hopefully I get this on camera. That is a world of difference. Not sure it's meant to look like that. Good. The bottom bolt from the Lifan suspension does fit through the hole on the Suzuki suspension. It's looking good for that part of it anyway. Right, let's undo this one. Also, I was wrong. The nuts are welded to the swing arm on the Lifan as the same as the Suzuki. That's number 2. They can go on the wall of failed parts later, which is getting rather full. Now this bit is interesting. This is where the rear brake cable goes. It sort of comes through this way and the brake is back here. Obviously it clips in there. That bit is missing. There should be a little hook that screws onto there. It's on the Suzuki one, so that's another part that can be transferred across. I think we'll get this arm off as well. That's another size bolt again. Oh, and it's a weird captive nut. Which again is the same as the Suzuki. Right. There we are, that's off. That's not actually in as bad a condition as I thought. Not even close. Right, we'll put that to one side. Right, and then it's just the chain guard to come off. Well, now that's interesting. I'm filming this on the day of Donald Trump's inauguration because America decided it wasn't fucked enough already. Joe Biden has issued preemptive pardons for several figures threatened with criminal prosecutions. In a statement, the White House says that the preemptive pardons are for officers that testified at the House Select Committee as well as the committee's members and staff. The committee investigated the 6th of January 2021 riot at the US Capitol and Trump's role in the day's events. It looks like it's all just people who criticised Trump. Wonderful. One of them, called Millie, previously said he was concerned about being called back into uniform because he's now retired and court-martialed by the Trump administration. He noted that Steve Bannon, a key Trump ally, has vowed to hold him accountable. These public servants have served our nation with honour and distinction and do not deserve to be the targets of unjustified and politically motivated prosecutions. The issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offence. It really is concerning. I mean, the first time Trump was elected, it was concerning. But he was a fucking idiot. And he was just a joke. And people just waiting for him to leave. Now he's back again for some fucking reason.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
He feels dangerous this time. And I think the whole world knows it as well. I think it's going to be a really tough 5 years. I really do hope that the American democratic system is able to just neuter him. As in, anything he tries to do just won't get through Congress, like, at all. We've already seen some rebellion from his own party. People voting against him because he's just completely off the fucking rails. He doesn't have universal support in his own party. But stuff like that, preemptive pardons, I've never heard of them before. So they're pardoning someone because they expect them to be prosecuted in a political move by the incoming administration. That is fucking mental. That is absolutely insane. Right, let's carry on. There we are, that's the chain guard off. That, surprisingly, isn't in that bad of a condition. Most of this is dirt. However, I still think the Suzuki one is better. But it's hard to say. They are, again, however, identical. The Suzuki one, though, seems to have more crud on the inside. And it's oily as well. I reckon someone has been majorly over-oiling their chain on their Suzuki GZ. Anywho. Right, let's get this off, and then we've just got to get the bushes out, and then we'll go get the K-rust. That is also considerably worn out. Now, this is the hard part. How am I going to get these out? In theory, they will just push out. In practice, I think I'm going to have to hammer them. The Suzuki pin, though, does at least fit all the way through. Quite nicely. That's a positive. And it is the same length as the Lifan one as well. I think I may reuse that. The only difference is there's slightly more thread on the Suzuki one. Okay. Right. Let's see if we can do it this way. Let's just try a hammer. These ain't budging at all. The correct tool for this would be a hydraulic press to push them out, but I don't have one, nor do I know anyone who has one, at least not locally anyway. Alright, time for a break. Right, I've had a bit of a break, and I've sort of been tinkering away. Not tinkering, tinkering's the wrong word. I've been hammering away at these bushes off camera because I don't need 30 minutes worth of footage of me just trying to bash a bush out. I think I'm going to need a hydraulic press. I'm not going to go out and buy one just to do one job. I do believe in buying tools as and when you need them and trying to always have money for tools and getting the best you can. Adam Savage on Mythbusters taught me that. But a hydraulic press is just too much. However, I have noticed something. The old bushes are still in, obviously. This is the new pin. How much fucking play is in that? I think that might have been what he was on about. Because if I put this pin, or even the old pin, in the new bushes, there's not nearly as much play. So it looks like the bushes might be the issue. At least I'm on the right track. I just need to find access to a hydraulic press. Fuck's sake. This video is going to be a two-parter. I apologise. I hate doing two-parters. They just feel like they're way too long, and I like to get each task done in a video. It's just how I like to do it. I just don't like spreading videos over multiple parts, but unfortunately it's going to be that way. 2 cups of tea later, and trying to think of the best way to get these bushes out. Hammering away at them is not going to work. I could just really whack away at them, but I risk damaging the swing arm, which I don't want to do. I kind of want to do this properly. There's 2 ways of approaching it. Well, there's a third way, which someone suggested using a hole saw to cut the rubber out, and then using a jigsaw to cut the bloody metal ring out. No, that just seems... just no, not doing that. That's too dodgy even for me. But there seems to be 2. A hydraulic press or a bush removal tool. Hydraulic presses, not nearly as expensive as I thought they were going to be. For a tool that will probably only ever get used once by me, I don't need anything that expensive. I try and buy the best tool I can afford if it's going to be something I use a lot. Like, say, that socket set up there. Costs me a lot for the number of sockets that are in there, but I use it quite a lot, so I want good ones. But removing these bushes, I may not do it again for another 10 years, so I'm happy with cheap tools to use once. I can get a hydraulic press brand new off eBay for 70 quid. A 6-ton press. Couldn't fucking believe that. Or I can get a bush removal tool for 15 quid. From B&Q, of all places, which surprised me. But that's on order. It probably won't arrive tomorrow. It's going to arrive on Wednesday when I'm back at work, which means this is going to be delayed again, and I just don't see any way of me getting it done and all the video edited on time for February's video. So it's going to be a 2-parter. The upside of this being a 2-parter, mind, I'm going to try and do a more thorough job. It's going to buy me that extra time, so part 1 will be February. Part 2, let's assume that's going to be March. Rather than putting it together, putting it through its MOT, let's try and get that swing arm done properly. So that swing arm, once I get the bushes out, I'm going to de-rustify it. You could say get all that manky paint off, get it treated. In an ideal world, I would have it powder coated. I'm going to look at quotes for getting that done, but I may just end up spraying it instead. I mean, it's already painted. I think I can do a pretty reasonable job, and I've always wanted to learn how to spray paint, so, you know, I'm going to go down that route. Let's do it properly. I'm going to stop worrying about getting it on the road, because I still have the Virago, which has a valid MOT on it, and it's just a great bike in much better condition than this. I'm going to go down that road. This bike is unfortunately going to be off the road a lot longer than I thought, but I'm going to do a proper job. I've made that decision. That's what I'm going to do. For today, however, there's not much more I can do until that tool arrives. I think what I'll do, we'll do a bit of tidying up here in the workshop, and I'm going to do some work on the exterior workshop that I keep mentioning. I need to lay the floor and start building the walls, because it ain't going to build itself. So let's time-lapse it, tidy all this bollocks up, and I guess I'll see you in part 2. Hello, my darling. Okay, I'm coming up. Do you know, I have lived out here for close to 8 years now. How have I never just walked along? You know, apart from the occasional car and the train going by, it is so peaceful out here. It's bloody cold. I really love living out here. Welcome back to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. I have a ride out tomorrow, which means I need the Virago back. Right, let's get the Virago out of her winter slumber, shall we call it. Now, I did say when I first put the bike away for winter, I made a whole video about it, that taking it out was going to be the reverse of what I did. Kind of like you'd see in Haynes instruction manuals. Reassembly is the reverse of disassembly. Well, yeah, okay. Kind of knew that. The only problem is, I can't remember everything that I did. Now, I could go back and watch my own video, or I'm fairly sure I have the list written down somewhere. But I'm a man and we don't follow instructions, so we're just going to have at it and hope that I can remember it.
Got something complicated to put together? Don't use the instructions. Be a man.
Things I do remember, we need to let some air out of the tyres. We should probably take all the crap off it that's piled up. The battery has been on its maintainer for several months now. 3 months at least, maybe 4. Can't really remember. And of course we have all the damp proofing that I want to inspect. I just generally give her a look over, and then at the end we'll see if she starts. Should, hopefully, be a quick and simple video this, partly because I really am going on a ride out the day after filming it, partly because I've been procrastinating about filming March's episodes for the channel, and it's now the 28th of February when I'm filming this, so I need to get a shift on. Right, let's start. Well, let's just uncover and see what's underneath. Right, let's see what we still have. She is beautiful. He looks beautiful. There's very minimal dust. And in case you're wondering, I'm getting back on the Life and King series next month. It's proving to be a lot of fucking work, is that, and then of course the editing is even more work. I wonder if my disc lock is still working after all this time. Apparently not. That's a bit of a fuck up. How has that happened? Because the one for the Life and King is exactly the same, and that still works, and I've had it 2 years. But this one, the battery seems to be flat. Yeah. Either that or it's just fucked. I mean, obviously it still works as a lock, but it's supposed to be alarmed. That's quite disappointing. Alright. No sign of any damage. No sign of any rodent infestations. That's good. I'll show you this. This is the only bit of damage that's occurred to this bike, and it happened before I put it into storage. It's one of the reasons it prompted me to put it into storage. In there, a mouse has got in there and made a nice little bed for itself. I think I mentioned this in the wrapping it up video when I had put the bike away, but yeah, it's chewed all the stuffing out. Thankfully, it didn't damage the leather on the other side, although you can feel there is a gap in it now. Fortunately, I never have pillion passengers. I don't want pillion passengers. Get your own bike. But yeah, that was quite annoying because I really like this bike. Maybe one day I'll find a way to fix it, but yeah, it'll be okay for now. Now, damp proofing. Not sure what to make of this. Show you on camera again. So these are the things I put 3 of them under the bike. Actually, I think there's a 4th one somewhere, but I can't remember where. And in case you haven't seen these before, they basically absorb moisture from the air. I just wanted to try and keep it as dry as possible under there. Obviously, it's not getting rained on, but through winter, you're going to get a lot of damp condensation. Normally, you end up with this bit full of water by the time they're done with, and these bits at the top sort of dissolve into it. They absorb the moisture, dissolve down into the bottom, then you throw them away. All 3 though, this has turned to, it's solid. So they've obviously done something, but perhaps not what I expected them to do. Yeah, I mean, it says here on the instructions, once the product has absorbed the full amount of water, in brackets, when all the granules have turned to gel, place in a plastic bag and throw away carefully with normal household waste. But they haven't turned to gel. They've just gone, they're rock hard. It's like I'm holding an actual rock. I can't break it up or anything. I mean, they've obviously done something, but interesting. Maybe I'll look up why that happens later. They do, however, still smell of fresh linen, as it says on the label. So my bike should smell nice. Film this bit by hand, because we plugged up the intake with this cloth. Excellent. Bit mucky, but it wasn't exactly clean when I stuffed it in there. But no sign of it being chewed by rodents. Not even really any dirt, like leaves and dust. Good. That part of it seems to have worked. Right, battery. Now, the unboxing and review video that I did for this little Halford's Trickle charger actually proved to be a lot more popular than I thought it was going to be. And I had a lot of people asking me for the instructions and such like, and I ended up making a video basically just reading the instructions out, because people wanted that and they seem to have lost the instructions themselves. Absolutely fine. One thing I wasn't able to do at the time though was a long-term test. So you can take this that I'm about to do as the conclusion of that long-term test. It's been sat here for 3 months. Can't really I mean, I could leave it here for longer, but I want to ride the damn bike, so let's see what we've got. So it's still on, and that's putting out 13.5 volts. When I measured it a second ago, it was putting out 13.5 volts, and then it dropped to say 1 volt. It's obviously come back up now. 13.5 is normally what you charge a 12 volt battery at, you know, about 13 to 14 volts. Obviously that occasionally cuts itself out. So based on what I've just seen, it sounds like it just puts in a little bit of charge every now and then. I don't know how long those charges are, or how long it cuts out. It probably does like a minute on, minute off. I'm not going to stand around and wait, but that certainly seems to be what it does, which makes perfect sense to me. Let's unplug the charger and throw it on the floor. So we're showing 13.5. That'll probably start to come down now that it's off the charger. Before we put the seat back on, we'll do that last. Let's check the fuel and let's see if she still starts. I will say I don't have much experience with bad fuel. Until a couple of years ago, it's not something I ever really took into account, even on my project cars. Cars just seem to be able to handle bad fuel better than bikes. It's just not something you really take into consideration, except on extremely old cars. However, I do know that when fuel does go bad, it smells foul and it just looks off. It's hard to describe. It won't be off in colour and the viscosity will be wrong. And I quite like the smell of petrol, but it smells foul when it's gone off. So let's open her up. Let's have a look. Now, I did fill this to the brim before putting it in storage, and in the previous video on this subject I did explain my reasons behind that as well. And it is still full to the top. Let's give her a sniff. It still smells like petrol. It's exactly what I was expecting. I'll give you a close-up view of it. It's petrol. It's maybe not coming across on the camera very well, but it still has that faint yellowy colour that petrol has to it. Obviously, I can only describe the smell, but that's great. We don't appear to have lost any either, so I know there's a good seal. I don't really know what else to say about it. I'm happy with that. That's worked really well. Mind you, I never really did subscribe to the idea that fuel goes off like milk does. Some people, I think the shortest I've heard of people say was 2 or 3 days before fuel starts going off. It's just not true. I get certain engines, smaller engines like lawnmowers for example, may be more sensitive to off fuel. But honestly, I've left fuel in my lawnmower over winter before and then just used it and it just starts fine. Modern fuels are really quite stable. It takes a long time for them to go off. Yeah, it's just not a thing. Last check of the battery voltage. Still holding at 13.5. That's a little concerning. Has it overcharged the battery? I think not. I think perhaps what's happening is it's just been kept topped up at maximum charge for so long, it's going to take a while to come down. Like if I'd ridden this bike for 1,000 miles, I'd probably get the same result. At least that's what I'm hoping anyway. Really don't want to be trying to source a battery with less than 24 hours to go. I am, however, going to leave the seat off until after I know she starts and runs okay, because I may end up taking the seat back off again. Okay, right. Let's just fire her up, see what happens. Okay, good. We've got a good neutral light. Headlights are working. That's working. That's good. Little parking side light thing's working. Flasher works. And beam. Brake light is working. On both. Right. Moment of truth, I guess. Give it some choke, shall we? I suppose it's been a while. Oh! It needs full choke, but it's working. Oh, that was too soon to rev it. Let's try again. fucking smells of unburnt fuel in here now. She's maybe missing a little on one of the cylinders, but if I'm honest, she's always done that from stone cold starts. She'll be fine for tomorrow. That's a nice idle as well. Oh. Fucking hell, it's smoky in here now. I really need to stop starting engines in enclosed spaces. Never mind. I'm happy with that. I think she is definitely misfiring. Like I say, she's done that from cold since I've got her. I am planning, I met a chap at a biker cafe the other day who runs a garage not too far from me, and we got talking, and he was talking about all the things he could do. He's got advanced carb balancing tools. Yeah, he was like a walking encyclopedia for motorbikes. I'm bringing her out of hibernation maybe about a month earlier than I intended to, but I think she'll be alright for tomorrow. It'll give me a chance to refresh my memory of how she's performing, and then I'm going to book it in with him and just get it done. I could go down the route of having a go at it myself and making YouTube videos about it, but I've got plenty to be getting on with in terms of content, and his skills are way above mine, so fine, absolutely fine. He can just do it for me. But that I'm really pleased with. Full choke to start, not unexpected. It's still like 2 degrees at the moment, and it hasn't run in a long time, but once I remembered to put the choke on, she started first time, which is fucking brilliant. I want to do it again though. Yeah, she just needs to warm up. Right, let's put the rest back together. Seat can go on first. And of course the 10mm socket landed on the floor and has fucked off. I'm really impressed with this. I am Really very happy with how this has turned out. This is great. I kind of knew, because I know this is a good bike, that it was going to be like this, but at the back of my head I'm always thinking something's going to have gone wrong. I'm going to find a fucking mouse has got up in it and ruined the whole fucking thing, or something's going to have seized up, or the battery maintainer won't have worked and I'll have a flat battery. Everything's just gone really well. I'm really fucking happy with it. Point to Yamaha, this is fantastic. Yeah, happy with that. Right, last thing, we need to check the air in the tyres. I pumped them up initially, they need to come back down, but we also need to just see if they've lost air at all whilst it's been in storage. So, yeah, let's do that now, and that's about it. We're ready to ride. Right, so, according to the manual, we are aiming for 29 on the front, 36 on the back. That is on 32. Okay, we'll just let a little bit out. There we go. Let's do the back one. Why is the valve up there? Why did I park it like this? Fucking hell. Okay, right, that one is down a touch from the specification. Now, I may have let a little bit out there, but not that much. It's only off by sort of 3 psi. There we go, that's better. I do anyway, but we'll keep an eye on tyre pressures this season. And that is it. I am really quite happy with how that's come out. The way that she started, well, I suppose it was technically second attempt, but that's only because I forgot to put the choke on. It's absolutely great, yeah. Only area of little bit of concern is the tyre pressures, but I check them regularly anyway, so I'll know over the coming months if there's anything wrong with them. Obviously the batteries in my disc lock need changing. That's also a bit concerning. But yeah, I'm really happy with this bike. She's done very well. Only other checks I would normally make after this long of hibernation, you could say I'm really struggling to find my words today. Lights and levels, I've done the lights, you saw there isn't a coolant level, it's an air-cooled engine. The oil level, it's not really that easy to check on these. They don't have a dipstick, they have a little viewing window. When I laid her up for the winter, the oil that was in there had 250 miles on it. I'd literally changed it, done a ride out of the Norfolk coast, and then she hasn't really moved since. So a few hundred miles on the oil, and there's no evidence of any leaks, so I'm happy with that. This bike, however, the engine oil and the gearbox oil are one and the same thing, so you know when there's a problem because your gear changes become a pain in the arse. It won't go into neutral. So I will know on this ride out. We're not going far, about 50 miles tomorrow, so yeah. Really happy with this. I fucking love this bike. Right, I'll put the wing mirror back in a minute. She's ready for a ride out. Let's go. One more thing. Just packing some bits away in the top box, ready for tomorrow's ride. If we come around here, there's a half-drunk bottle of Pepsi Max. I must have forgot it was in there, and that has been in there at least 3 months. Yeah. Do I drink it? Do I try it? Yeah, fuck it, why not? Still a little bit of fizz when I opened it. Yeah, let's see what happens. Do you know, it's all right. It's gone a bit flat. In fact, it's very flat, but it's not gone off, and it's nice and cold. The sun's out. It's actually getting a little warm in here. I've got a cold drink. That happens to be 3 months old. I guess it's like petrol. It doesn't go off nearly as quickly as people tell you. Look at that. Yeah. All right, let's go. I am so happy to be back on this bike. Oh, she hasn't lost anything. Right, just making a bit of dinner. On the menu tonight, we have some tofu. Unfortunately, I don't have any oil to fry it in, so we're going to use lard. Sorry, vegans.
The police. Where are the police?
Yeah, you don't look like it. Why are you hiding your faces? Why are you hiding your faces?
In the news this week,
Welcome back to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. Now, can my Virago be fixed by a YouTube comment? That is the question. Right, so, a couple of days ago, at the time of filming anyway, I woke up to a comment on one of my previous biking videos. It's the one where I gave this bike a full service. It's the Virago full service video, I think I've called it, something like that anyway. So, and in that video I talked about how it seems to be underperforming, does this bike. I think I've mentioned it in a few different videos. It will absolutely fly up to about 60 mile an hour with less than half throttle, but then if you want to do 70, say if you're on a motorway, you need to just pin it at full throttle, and it takes an age to get there. And its top speed, according to the booklet, is supposed to be 100 mile an hour. I don't want to do 100 mile an hour, but I also shouldn't need full throttle to get to 70. Something not quite right there. And I talked about the carburetors on it and how I know nothing about carburetors. They are an absolute mystery to me. And I've been debating whether I just have a go and try and learn and maybe cock it all up, or just take it somewhere and get them to fix it. An extremely eagle-eyed viewer, and I mean like Dr. House level of eagle-eyed viewer.
Oh my god, yes, more.
Spotted something on my carburetors, which honestly I might never have seen in a million years. It is the tiniest detail, but if they are right, and we're going to find out in this video if they are, it may just solve all my issues. I'm really hoping it does, because it's like 4 screws. I'll just hold here and tell me if you can see what it is. I mean, I'm standing here and it's so obvious now, but at the time, I don't think I'd have ever spotted it without someone pointing it out to me. Let me show you. That bit there, or more specifically, this bit. You see, on that one, this little bit here is covering up that hole. But this cover looks to have been put on wrong by whoever last fiddled around with my carburetors. Wasn't me, previous owner. Has put this on wrong. It's off by 90 degrees. And apparently that has something to do with the vacuum, which affects how that front carb works. I mean, I never would have spotted that. Even if I knew something about carburetors, I never would have spotted that. So the plan is, get these screws out. That one, of course, is different to the other three because we don't want it to be too easy, do we? Get it off, turn it round, take it for a ride and see what happens. If that fixes it, I'm going to be amazed. The pessimist in me makes me think I'm not that lucky. But the optimist in me thinks it may just transform the bike. Yeah, let's hope. Right, let's crack on. First things first, let's do a before and after test. Now, apart from the lack of power at higher speed, the other thing that I haven't really complained about it, I just found it odd, is the startup on this. The choke doesn't seem to make any real difference to starting this bike. I mean, if it's extremely cold, it does. Now, at the moment, it's sunny, but it is quite chilly. I moved the bike out of the shed knowing I was going to film this video about 7 o'clock this morning. Went back inside to have a coffee, came back out, and it had chucked it down, and now it's sunny again. That's why the bike's all wet. Never mind. So we'll start her up, let her run for a short time. What normally happens is it sounds like it's running on one cylinder. I thought it was the back one that wasn't working, but I'm wondering if it's now going to be the front one. But that doesn't really matter. We'll start it up, see what it's like, and then once I've fixed it, we can do another comparison and see how it goes. Right, let's do that. Fucking hell. Well, that's a great start. That's the light and camera mount just collapsed. At least it waited for me to finish filming. Fuck's sake. Right, let's try that again. Right, so no choke. And this is what it's like just about every time until it warms up. Doesn't want to rev up. Starts okay-ish, doesn't want to rev up. Sounds like it starts misfiring as soon as you do. I wonder... Definitely something not right. Putting my finger on the hole doesn't seem to make much difference, but then I wonder if this little pipe looking thing has something to do with it. Right, let's get that fixed. Right, first things first, need to get this out of the way because otherwise I can't get to that screw. Typical. That'll do. Well, the comment said they're normally really tight. That I probably didn't need this far. I could have just undone it with my fingers. I think we'll check all of these once we've done this. Yeah, they're not tight at all. Okay. You watch, this is when it all just pings apart. Like that. I knew that was coming. Fuck's sake. Right, well, that was a delightful cock-up. Let's see if we can get this back together. I suspect, given how easily that came out, this probably wasn't in properly to begin with. Also, that O-ring there is apparently removable. Thankfully it hasn't fallen out. That's fun. But yeah, let's just try and get this back together. There is a correct way to put this in as well. I'm tempted, you know, to take this one off and see what it looks like, because now I'm beginning to wonder if this has had a really bad carb job done at some point in its life. So that sits on there. The spring goes through. In fact, let's just try putting this together in my hand. You know, some people go mad for carburetors. They sing their praises no end, act like they're the best invention in the history of mankind. I'm doing a relatively small task on one and it's a ball ache. I am not enjoying myself. Right, and we've got to get this membrane to line up with all that as we put it back together. You go in there and make a seal. Doesn't want to stay, fucking thing. Right, this goes on there, and I've got to try and get the membrane to stay in place whilst I push this into it. Will it cooperate? Probably not. Oh no, it looks to just slot neatly into place. I honestly thought those little covers were plastic as well, but it turns out they're not. As you could tell by the noise when it went flying all over the floor. Good, it seems to be staying in place even when I take the pressure off. That's what we want. Where are the fucking bolts? Fuck! Interestingly, now I've got the parts back in the right order and the right way around, it's not trying to ping apart anymore. So I wonder if all those internal gubbins were just the wrong way around. Right, let's tighten this up and we'll take the other one apart after that. And yes, these are JIS screwdrivers. I think they're featured in one video prior to this, but they only ever get used on this bike for, well, obvious reasons. It's the only Japanese thing I own. Right, that's one side done. Let's do the other. We shall do this one slowly. I don't want a repeat of a few minutes ago. Interestingly, these screws are noticeably tighter coming out than the other ones. So maybe this one will be just fine. I am, however, going to keep a hold of it so it doesn't ping out everywhere again, because that was fucking annoying. That didn't ping out everywhere, probably because that one was put together properly. Which makes me think someone has had that apart for some reason and not known how to put it back together. Because when that one pinged out, it flung this inner ring out and the diaphragm, which makes me think that everything was piled on top of it. Whereas with this one, you can just take the spring out. It's not actually doing anything to the rest of it. That looks good. That O-ring's in place. There's no rips in this little diaphragm. Right, we'll put that back together. Right, let's try again. No real change on the start up, still doing that thing of bogging like it's misfiring and then going. Hopefully this footage isn't complete bollocks. see how things go. So, feels about the same. Last one, really giving it some. Okay, once again I'm going to do this as a voiceover because once again the sound was absolutely unusable on the ride down to the bike night. I don't know why I keep trying, it's obviously not going to be possible with my current setup. The long and short of it is it's not really any different. It didn't really work. The bike felt maybe a little bit perkier up to the usual 60 mile an hour. It's slight though. It'd been a couple of weeks since I last rode it. It's entirely possible it was just the placebo effect as well. Yeah, it was very hard to tell. The top speed of it though hasn't changed. I was really hoping that just fixing that small issue, that carburetor would suddenly start working as it should, a whole lot better, and I'd have a new bike essentially, and it would restore the performance, but it's made no difference. I still think there is an issue with the carburetors. Making this video and doing the work for it has, if anything, reaffirmed that. Just the way that it's been so badly put together, especially on the front. I think I am, though, just going to get a professional to do it. At the time of recording, I've got a ride out coming up, then the month after, I've got another even longer ride out coming up, like 250 miles in a day. I also want to try and do a holiday on the bike in the same month. I'm just going to take it to a professional and just get it done by someone who knows. I just am. So yeah, bit of a disappointing end. I'm still eternally grateful to the chap who left the comment. Like I say, I would not have seen that at all, and I'd have taken it to that professional. He'd have probably spotted it straight away and said, well, there's your problem. And it turns out that's not the problem. So at least we're sort of a step further forward, but we're not really. The bike night itself, it was nice to see my friends. It was a bit of a letdown in terms of attendance, unfortunately. Yeah, it was a bit chilly. They just had their big 10th anniversary bike night like a week before, so I think a lot of people just didn't come to this one. A lot probably didn't even know it was on. They assumed that they were going to wait until next month. Not a big deal. Also, I believe there was a couple of other big bike nights on at the same time, so all of that affected attendance. But it was good getting out. They do good burgers when they're there, so can't complain. Right, we'll call that it. Next month, I'm hoping to get the Life and King back on the road, or at least make some progress towards that goal. But I still haven't built the workshop, so we'll have to see on that. But at the moment, that's the plan. The Life and King next month, but that might change as well. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching. See you next time. In we go. Oh, there's an ice cream van. Not what I'm interested in. There we go. I think I'll go at the back. Oh, there's a curb there. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. As promised, we're doing tackies. Alright, I have got here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different types of tackies. And I have left it way too late to start filming and editing this episode, so I apologise if it's late, but I'm quite determined for it not to be. But anyway, it could happen. Now, I do not have the original flavour here, because I've already done that once before, and there's also a red flavour that's meant to be even spicier than the original. These I've gathered up over the course of a couple of months. Some of them on the American airbase that's nearby, some of them in UK shops, but all of them come from the States. honestly, the more I look into this, the more flavours there seem to be out there. This is not everything. No doubt I will find another flavour that I haven't tried before, and it will be on Strange Things from Across the Pond, because I love Takis. They're great. Right, so, flavours that we have. Guacamole. These are rated mild. Could be interesting. Zombie. Not sure what that's supposed to taste of. Wild. Yeah, okay. Queso Volcano. That again could be interesting. Intense Nacho, which just says non-spicy, which I suppose is even lower than mild. I imagine that's going to be a really cheesy flavour. Maybe even a good replacement for those cheesy nachos, the Snoop Dogg ones I did in previous episodes, because they were a bit of a disappointment. So, looking forward to them. We then have Dragon Sweet Chili, which is rated hot. And then I have these as well, which I think are identical, but we'll try those side by side, because there may be some differences. Probably not. I may only have 7 different types. Anyway, moving on. And then lastly, we have these Blue Heat, which are the only ones I have that are rated extreme. So, I think maybe I'll do those last, because I would like to taste everything else first before I destroy my taste buds for the next week. Alright, let's get on with it. I think, since I am just now realising I may have made a bit of an error with this, we'll start with these two, because, yeah, I think they are the same flavour now. Whoops. Right, so it's a bit of a cock-up, but I'm going to take this as a win, because this might just save me an hour or 2 on the editing. So, that's fine. Right, so, Takis Dragon Sweet Chili. I think this is just going to be the same, but in a different language. I will, however, try the translate option on my phone. Sweet Lily Dragon's Spicy Chili. Okay. What does this say on here? Okay, it's not translating that bit, but I'm going to take that as being hot. And it seems to be, these are labelled only as sweet chili flavour, but here it says spicy sweet chili or chili piquant. Whatever, they probably mean exactly the same thing. Never mind. I can't remember where I got each of these from, but the likelihood is these came from the American supermarket on the airbase, and these probably came from a UK supermarket. But I can't fully remember. But, you know what? There may be some differences between them. You never know. Right, flip them over. So, we are going to do, let's do nutritional information for both up in the corners. And we'll go through the ingredients for this one first. They're in English and Spanish. Obviously, I'm only going to read the English. And we can compare it to this one as well. We'll try and put the ingredients in the bottom corners. This one first. So we have corn flour, vegetable oil, which is canola and palm, seasoning, which is sugars, corn, maltodextrin, sugar and dextrose, salt, potassium chloride, hydrolyzed soy protein, acetic acid, citric acid, natural flavour, autolyzed yeast extract, spices, Allura red for colour, sunset yellow FCF for colour, paprika extract, cayenne pepper sauce, disodium inosinate, disodium guanylate, silicon dioxide, contains water. I doubt that, well, at least very little of it. Okay, and then the second one, that is pre-cooked corn flour, same as the first one. Vegetable fat listed as palm, as in palm oil. Here it says vegetable oil, as in canola and palm oil. Okay. Sweet chili flavour seasoning. This then just says seasoning, but this is where it seems to get a bit different. So we have sugar, but on this one it lists what the sugars are. Okay. Maltodextrin, that's listed on here. Salt, that's on here. Natural flavourings, flavour enhancers, potassium chloride, disodium 5-ribonucleotides and monosodium glutamate. Interestingly, monosodium glutamate isn't listed on the American ones, so it's either not there or for some reason they're not required to list it. Anyway, acidity regulators, citric acid and sodium acetates. Colouring, beetroot red, paprika extract, radish concentrate, apple and blackcurrant, spice being black pepper, hydrolyzed vegetable protein, which is soya, vegetable oil, which is sunflower, and more vegetable oil, also sunflower, may contain milk. So that's actually quite interesting. Initially they're the same, you know, the pre-cooked corn flour, that's just what they're made of, the base ingredient. But then the further down the list we go, the more different they become. This one contains monosodium glutamate, MSG. This one apparently does not. This one's using, well, different names of colouring and flavouring. I'll have a quick look to see if they actually have any different, but yeah, there may actually be some difference between these two. This could be an interesting, strange things from across the pond. I'm also just noticing here, produced in Spain by Bimbo Donuts Iberia. Okay, and then this one is product of Mexico. So both are from across the pond, except this one says imported and distributed in the UK. So this is a UK version, this is obviously an American version. I think this is a first for strange things from across the pond. We have a UK version and an American version of, in theory, the same product. But looking at the ingredients and looking at it in detail, they are obviously not. Alright, I think the only thing left to do is get them open and let's do a comparison. American ones first. Sniff test immediately after opening the bag. They smell of sweet chilli. Interestingly though, not as strong as I would have hoped. Normally you open a packet of Takis and the smell hits you straight away. They're really intense, but not so with these. Alright. Skip a few out. And let's do the UK ones. Those, again, sweet chili, definitely, but they are different somehow. This one almost sweeter in a way. The UK one almost a little earthy. Maybe that's the beetroot that it mentioned. Yeah, interesting. Let's pour them out. There we have it. Two, at least on the face of them, identical products. But all we've done so far is the sniff test, and looking at these, I'm hoping this is coming across on camera, they are a different colour. They are definitely a different colour. These are sort of lighter, and you can see the corn underneath, the colour of it coming through, that sort of yellowy colour. These are darker, and you can still see it coming through the corn colour, but it's not as much. It's ever so slightly. These are more browny orange, and these are more sweet chilli coloured. Like I say, they both smell of sweet chilli, but they are subtly different. This one sweeter, almost like if you imagine bottles of sauce, this one is a very mild sweet chilli sauce. This one, earthy is the word I keep coming back to, but almost like it would be a little hotter. This, you know, if this was a bottle of sauce. Alright, not much else to do than go straight in with a taste test. Okay. Texture-wise, Takis, they're all the same texture-wise, hard and crunchy. They're, you know, corn tortillas rolled up and roasted, exactly what you'd expect. I'm not going to talk too much about the texture, unless one of them is significantly different. The flavour, though, lacking a bit. Let's try one more, but there wasn't much there. There's a lot of heat that comes later, as in I'd nearly finished chewing it and swallowed it, and then I got a burning at the back of the throat. But flavour lacking a bit there. I hope this isn't going to end up like the Wrap Snacks episode. I really like Takis. Yeah. I don't think they're stale. I have had them a little while, but I don't think they're stale. But apart from the burn, there's really not much in the way of flavour there. Yeah, I mean, it is there, and it's exactly what you'd expect from sweet chilli flavoured crisps, but it's not that strong. Honestly, I could get a packet of Walker's Sensations from the supermarket, and they'd have about the same flavour. Sorry, not a lot there. I'll give it one last try before I move on to the others. Yeah, it's not getting any better. Alright, let's try the UK ones then. They're better. They're a lot better. I like them. Similar sort of thing. That said, texture exactly the same, not going to go into that. Still got that burn that comes very late, just as you're getting ready to swallow it, but there is more flavour there. I think those few ingredients that were different are making a big difference. Let's try a bit more. Definitely sweet chilli flavour, but it's a deeper flavour. It's almost like you're eating a meal as well, like a fully cooked, say, you know, a Chinese meal, a succulent Chinese meal.
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
There's more to it. Yeah, it's a more complex flavour. It's still sweet chilli sauce, but it's a much higher quality sweet chilli sauce, you could say. It's really good. And that little bit of earthiness coming through as well. It's there. They're good. I'm going to have some more of these. They're wonderful. I really like them. I'll give these one last try to impress. So far, they're winning. They taste a little better now, but I suspect it's just the remnants of these. They're not doing anything wrong, but like I say, I've come to expect a higher standard from Takis, and they're just crisps. I could go down to the local corner shop or the local supermarket and get something that's just as good as that. Previous flavours of Takis that I've tried have always been that step up, and it's been great. These are meeting the standard that I expect of Takis. Those, just okay. Yeah. Right, let's have a few more. Let's move on to another flavour. Very nice. Right, next up. Now, I'm not doing these in any particular order, apart from leaving the extreme one till last, just because I don't want it to spoil my taste testing of the others. Not because it's too hot. There's no such thing with me. I love hot food. Let's do... you know what? Let's do Queso Volcano. Okay, sounds good. The front of it appears to be all in Spanish. Again.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
Try a spot of the old Google Translate, see what we get. Jahira, more intense. Okay. Now more intense. That makes more sense. Google Lens gets it eventually. Alright, and that bit's just going to say volcaned cheese. I'm guessing that's meant to mean cheese volcano. And the bottom bit is beginner. Okay. I guess that means it's not that spicy. Let's flip it over. And let's have nutritional information going on the screen somewhere, don't really matter. And the ingredients are all in Spanish. Right, let's give this a try, shall we? Alright, so according to this, we're looking at savoury cheese and chili fried corn snack product. Ingredients: corn flour, vegetable fat, palm, prepared seasoning, which is potato, maltodextrin, whey powder, salt, monosodium glutamate, inosinate, and disodium guanylate. Flavouring, which is cheese powder, 0.4%. Acidity correctors: sodium acetate, citric acid, colorants, paprika extract, antioxidants, ascorbic acid, rosemary extracts. What on earth does that say? Butyl hydroxynisol? Pass. Propyl gallate, alpha tocopherol, rich extract, vegetable oil, which is sunflower and may contain soy. So the ingredients for these, let's be honest, are going to be more or less the same. You know, we're starting with the corn flour because that's what they're made of, and vegetable fat, and then it's just seasoning and flavours all the way down, and then a few preservatives and acidity regulators. It's going to be variations on the same all the way down, but it's interesting to see how they do it, at least. Alright, so cheesy volcano flavour, let's open them up. They're interesting. Now you notice I'm not pouring out the whole bag with this because there's a lot of Takis here. I'm not going to be able to eat them all at once. Those look rather interesting though. They are orange. It's a sort of dull burnt orange, but they are orange. There is no sign of the corn tortillas underneath coming through at all. They're just orange, and they are really thickly laid on. You can see the powder on them. They're not lying when they go in for the volcano effect. Yeah, and the sniff test right out the bag. Concerning. Obviously cheese flavour there, or cheese smell. Cheese flavoured things are different from actual cheese, but it smells of cheese flavouring. And yeah, there's that little bit of chili smell to it as well. Mostly what I'm smelling though is corn tortillas. Now in the past, when I've been able to smell the base ingredients over the flavour that they're supposed to be, it's gone one of two ways. Either that's exactly what they taste like, or it completely throws me for six and I can't taste the base ingredient at all. I'm hoping it's the latter and I get some of this really cheesy chili flavour, but yeah, the smell is concerning. Let's just go straight in with a taste test. Do you know, I was 1 second away from being disappointed there. It's very strange. As I said earlier, texture more or less the same. These may be a little softer, but not much. Other than that, they're pretty much just, you know, tortilla chips. Initially, there was almost no flavour. Just a hint of the corn tortillas underneath. And I was like, oh. But then it hits you a few seconds later. Really cheesy. And really nice as well. Let's have a bit more. That time, the flavour coming through a lot faster, probably because I'd already eaten one of them. But it's just really intense cheddar cheese. It's nice. It's what I was hoping the Snoop Dogg crisps I did in the Wrap Snacks episode would taste of. Really strong cheese flavour. No discernible heat from it though. If it's supposed to have chili in it, there's none there. They're just cheese flavour. It's doing that thing that I've known foods to do before, where they hint at getting spicy, but they never get there. But it's mainly just cheese flavour. Yeah. We'll give it another try, because they are nice. I'm happy to stuff them in my face. Let's get a few together. And see if we can coax out some spiciness. It's not there. They're just really cheesy. It's hinting at being spicy. I had 4 in one go there, but it's not there. There's no spiciness. They're just cheese flavoured. I mean, maybe if I ate the whole bag, it might start to get spicy, but honestly, they're just cheese flavoured. And it's just straight up cheddar cheese, like you would expect from cheese flavoured crisps. It's good. It's really strong. It's quite an intense flavour, as I've come to expect from Takis. They're always that step up, but there's no chili there. It's just cheese flavour. Definitely beginner flavour, as they say. They're very mild though. Yeah, I'm not detecting any hint of chili from them at all. Alright, let's move on. And you know what, seeing as this is going to be such a long episode and I've got all these different flavours to go through, I'm going to rank them as I go. This is the current ranking, so we have the UK Dragon Sweet Chili here at the front. They're currently winning. The ones we've just tried, the Cheesy Volcano, in second, and then, unfortunately, the American Dragon Sweet Chili at the back. Bit of a disappointment from those. Hopefully, the only disappointment this episode, because I really like Takis and I don't want them to be spoiled. Alright, next flavour. Right, next up, let's do the guacamole ones. Just because I'm curious to see how this goes. This picture here implies that there may be chilies of some sort in it, but it is listed as mild, as you would expect guacamole to be. Could be interesting. And you're probably noticing as well, slightly smaller bag with this. I've literally just picked them up when I've seen them, regardless of the size of them. But I mean, I'm only doing taste tests. I don't need massive bags every time. Right, flip it over, and we'll put nutritional information on the screen somewhere. And the ingredients are corn flour, as always, but this time in brackets it says processed with lime. That sounds interesting. Vegetable oil, which is canola and or palm and or soybean oil. Seasoning, maltodextrin, salt, palm oil, monosodium glutamate, onion powder, tomato powder, citric acid, garlic powder, modified cornstarch, whey powder, acetic acid, artificial and natural flavours, spices, silicon dioxide, disodium guanylate, disodium inosinate, yellow 5 lake, blue 1 lake, red 40 lake. Alright, so I mean that's pretty much the corn flour and the vegetable oil, and then the usual list of flavours and seasoning type stuff. It should be good. Yeah, made in Mexico and obviously distributed in the US. This is a proper across the pond packet, is this. Right, let's get it open. Oh, wow. I haven't even stuck my face in them and the smell hits you straight away. Blimey. Yeah, they definitely smell of guacamole. And look at that. They are green. Yeah, that smell is, it's guacamole mixed with chili, and it's no like particular type of chili. It's like you get a mixed bag of chilies from the supermarket, and it's normally like little red and green ones. They're normally jalapenos or something like that. Yeah, it's just chilies with guacamole. It's definitely some coriander coming through there as well. I mean, there's a picture of what I assume is a coriander leaf on the packet. It's primarily the avocado, the guacamole though. See, I occasionally make guacamole by hand, but I normally try and make it with some like freshly chopped onion and sort of lemon and lime juice and such like. I mean, that's just the way I make it. It doesn't really matter. Alright, looking forward to this. Let's get him in my gob. Yeah, alright. Crunchy. Blimey. I said I wasn't going to comment on the texture of them. They're really crunchy. They're almost like pork scratchings. They're vibrating my skull eating those. But the flavour, straight away, it's there and it's avocado. But it's just avocado. I know avocado is the primary ingredient in making guacamole, but they are two different things. And the first thing is just avocado. I'm going to try a couple more, but the primary flavour there is avocado. And then later you start getting some different flavours. You can taste the chilli, and there's a little bit of burn right at the end, just as you finish eating it. But primarily, they taste of avocado. I'm definitely picking up some coriander, and now that I've had a couple more, there is a spiciness building quite quickly. It's all towards the back of the throat, but it's there as if I was eating these green chilies as they're depicted here. I was also expecting these to be a sort of bright green colour, but the flavouring, the powder, is green, but they're primarily that sort of yellowy brown colour that you get from tortilla chips. The flavour's definitely there though. I'm in two minds about these. It's not my favourite flavour. I'm not a big fan of avocado. I don't get why some people go mad for it, really. Except in America at the moment where it's cheaper to have avocado toast than buy eggs, but that's what you get for voting for a fucking man-child.
In order to ensure the security and continuing stability, the Republic will be reorganized into the First Galactic Empire.
So this is how liberty dies. With thunderous applause.
But I do like guacamole. It's a different thing. These only taste of avocado. However, the intensity and the complexity of the flavour are exactly what I would expect from Takis. They really are a step above regular crisps. Yeah, I'm in two minds. I can't decide. I don't really like that initial flavour, but it is exactly what I'd expect from Takis. They're good. Maybe not quite what I like, but they are good. Right, let's carry on. And carrying on with my, let's be honest, completely arbitrary ranking, we're going to put the guacamole ones. You know what? They're going to go in second. Because whilst it's not a flavour that I really like, they have done quite well with it. It is that step up that I have come to expect from Takis. So, yeah, not to my taste, but still very good. Dragon Sweet Chili still winning it. Those are really very nice. The guacamole just beating the cheese ones, or the cheese volcano ones, just because they promised something that then they didn't deliver. So yeah, that's where we are at the moment. Right, next. Next up, let's try wild flavour, whatever that is. Wild. Now, from the picture, that would appear to be chili. Yeah, anyway. But at the bottom here it says spicy buffalo. Ooh, this could be interesting. These are rated as hot. I mean, so far, this rating system has been pretty spot on. Every packet that you get now, it has, you know, some sort of rating system on it. Most of the time they're complete bollocks. Things will be rated as hot or spicy, or, you know, have 4 chilies on it. And you try it and they're not spicy at all. They're just chatting utter bollocks. But so far the Takis one has been reasonably accurate. But yeah, so spicy buffalo flavour. This could be interesting. Right. Nutritional information going somewhere on the screen. And ingredients are corn flour, vegetable oil, which is palm and or soybean and or canola oil, seasoning, which is maltodextrin, buttermilk, salt, cayenne pepper sauce, aged cayenne red peppers, vinegar solids, salt, garlic powder, natural and artificial flavours, monosodium glutamate, hydrolyzed corn protein, modified cornstarch, citric acid, sugar, vinegar solids, red 40 lake, yellow 5 lake, yellow 6 lake, chili extract, spice, soybean oil, disodium inosinate and disodium guanylate. Lovely. And same as the previous ones, made in Mexico, distributed in the US, proper across the pond packet this. Oh, I didn't see that on the others. Made with renewable wind and solar energy. Okay. Right, let's get them open. Sniff test immediately upon opening the bag. They smell like Takis. That's all I can say. They smell like regular Takis. The first ones I ever tried, the chili ones. That's what they smell like. Maybe a few other things going on, but mainly they just smell like Takis. Or rather, I'm going to say original Takis with hints of the sweet chili and the cheese in there as well. Mainly just Takis. Alright. And they look like Takis as well. Just that sort of reddy orangey colour. They're obviously well seasoned, they're well flavoured, and Takis are really quite unique. It did say on the back of one of these packets that the shape of them is copyrighted as well, but in the world of Takis that's fairly unremarkable appearance. Yeah. Alright, taste test. Somewhat remarkable flavour though. Oh, I was not expecting that. Oh, they're spicy. They're the spiciest we've had so far. Somewhat pisses over what I was saying just a few seconds ago about the spiciness heat rating scale that they have on them. These are definitely a lot hotter than the Dragon Sweet Chili ones, even though they've got the same rating. The primary flavour is the regular chili Takis, the original ones as I keep calling them, that I first tried, you know, over a year ago now. But then there's a secondary flavour comes in, you know, close behind it, and it's like a meatiness. I mean, I doubt it contains actual buffalo. It's a little difficult to describe. Let's have some more. Yeah, they're really good. And they taste like buffalo wings. The spicy ones as well. You know, you think about wings and say you put like a nice rich sauce on them. You know, like a sort of spicy barbecue type flavour sauce. You've got that, and then you've got the heat to go with it, which is quite intense. These are easily the spiciest so far, but they are nice. Yeah, they're good at them. They're alright. I have to say, they're not as complex of a flavour as the guacamole ones, but they are good. Right, last bit, let's move on. Just before we move on, as I said, let's position the wild flavour ones. I think they are going to have to go here. Third place, they're good. They meet the standards that I expect of Takis. Cannot fault them at all. However, I didn't enjoy them as much as the Dragon Sweet Chili. They're still at the front. And whilst I do prefer that flavour to the guacamole, I have to say the guacamole is a more complex flavour, and I respect that more. So it's the guacamole is staying just ahead of them, and then behind that we've still got the volcano cheese and the American sweet chili at the back. Still a bit disappointed in them, but we're 5 bags in and only 1 disappointment so far, so it's looking good for Takis. Right, next. Okay, next let's have, just because I'm curious, Takis zombie flavoured, I suppose. I don't know who came up with this. We have hot on the rating scale, which probably means hot, but may not do. However, the flavour that it elaborates on here is habanero and cucumber. 2 very different flavours, and ordinarily, if you mix them together, the habanero, being one of the spiciest things you can eat, would completely overwhelm the cucumber. Eating the cucumber would be utterly pointless. Cucumber is quite a delicate flavour, especially compared to habanero. Yep, anyway, I suppose I'd love to know how they figured out this is what zombies taste like. Sort of spicy cucumber, but, you know, whatever. Right. Anyway, nutritional information going on the screen as always. And ingredients are zombie flour processed with lime, vegetable oil, which is palm and or soybean and or canola oil. They can't seem to make up their mind. Seasoning, which is maltodextrin, salt, citric acid, dextrose, monosodium glutamate, sugar, onion powder, natural and artificial flavours, yellow 5 lake, blue 1 lake, yellow 5, gum arabic, and mannitol. I don't know what mannitol is. Sounds very manly though. And as with the others, made in Mexico, distributed in the US. Right. There's not much else to say. Let's just get straight into it and let's get them open. And sniff test right out of the bag. Oh, they smell hot. That's burning my nose. Christ. Oh, that they have an interesting smell to them. Yes, they certainly smell spicy, and they are bright green as well. Let's tip them out. Jeez, look at that one. If this is as spicy as I think they're going to be, that one is going to destroy my arsehole.
Oh, kinky!
Fucking hell. I'm still trying to pin down this smell. It's chili peppers, yes. Fresh ones, before you've cooked them or anything, you know, you just get them out of the pantry, for example. But there is also that smell of fresh cucumber as well. Again, before you've chopped it up or done anything with it, just a whole cucumber. It's there. And if anything, the cucumber is the stronger smell, which is curious. Very curious, because I'm really expecting that habanero to just overwhelm everything. It's such a strong flavour. Or should I say, it's such a strong heat. And the green on this is really quite impressive as well. Whoever came up with this idea has done a pretty good job on the appearance. Alright, down the hatch. Very nice. They're gorgeous. I like them. They're not spicy. Hinting at being spicy, but not getting there. Although as I'm talking, it's getting stronger is that sensation. But they do the taste of cucumber. But not just cucumber. Lime is really coming through. And in fact, if anything, the lime is the stronger flavour. By far. You know, the cucumber is almost a hint. But the lime is really there. They're nice. I like them. They're not habanero flavoured, but yeah, let's try another one. They're good. They are good. Second one, I'm definitely getting some spice now. And it's one of those things that has to build on you. It's back at the throat, quite strong now. But first thing that hits you and stays with you throughout is lime. It's nice, but it's not what it said they went to taste of. Let's try a bit more. Now that I've eaten a few, there's maybe hints of cucumber, but that may be just suggestive because that's what it says on the packet now. They are spicy lime. But I regret saying it now, that hot rating scale, it's not there. They are nowhere near as spicy as the Wild, but they are a little bit more spicy than the Dragon Sweet Chili. So their idea of hot needs to be refined. Alright, I'll finish them later though, because I've still got some more to get through. Now, giving this one a rating is proving a bit more difficult. On the one hand, I really liked these. They're a really good flavour. And I'm tempted to give them first or second place. However, I still have a lot of respect for that guacamole. So far, it's been the most technically impressive flavour, even if it wasn't quite to my liking. And I don't really want to put something else ahead of it. Especially considering these, whilst very nice, were not the flavour that was described. So, what do we do with it? Yeah, I think I still prefer these, but do they get second or third place? I don't know. Screw it. You know what? If you don't like about it, complain about it in the comments. They get second place. Right, let's move on. Next up, and second to last, Intense Nacho, the non-spicy. And it actually says that in 2 different places. These, I'm really hoping, are going to be a good replacement for those nacho things that Wrap Snacks did, and actually have some really nice flavour. Takis so far, with the exception of that one Dragon Sweet Chili, the American version, really knocking it out of the park. Takis almost never disappoint. They are a step up, as I keep on saying. So these are, as it says, cheese artificially flavoured tortilla chips. Not expecting any spice from these whatsoever. Right, nutritional information going, oh, well, it might go on the screen if I can get it. Someone's put a bloody sticker over the top of it. Good job there, guys. The ingredients are corn flour processed with lime, vegetable oil, which is palm and or soybean and or canola oil, seasoning, which is salt, milk, maltodextrin, vegetable oil, palm and soybean oil, natural and artificial flavours, whey from milk, tomato powder, onion powder, monosodium glutamate, Gouda cheese, skimmed milk, hydrolyzed corn protein, dextrose, yellow 6-lake, turmeric for colour, sugar, lactic acid, citric acid, spices, calcium silicate, silicon dioxide, disodium inosinate and disodium guanylate. Alright, so same as before, corn flour, corn tortilla chips wrapped up, whack a load of seasoning on there. Yeah, that's all I can really say. And again, made in Mexico, distributed in the US, proper across the pond stuff. Right, let's get them open. And the smell out the bag is remarkably similar to the cheese volcano ones, but more intense. It's just really strong cheese scent, or should I say cheese flavour scent, because as I keep saying, they are different things. Oh, they smell as well like some of those cheesy Wrap Snacks did, except that the Wrap Snacks then went on to disappoint most of the time. So I'm hoping for good things with these. Appearance is pretty much what you'd expect. They're the same as all the others, the base ingredients, but with this lovely bright orange flavour powder on them. I'm hoping for good things here. Let's just get them in my face. And yeah, they do not disappoint. That is great. They are straight in there. There's no delay. Really strong cheesy flavour. I'd say it's more cheddar than Gouda that's on the ingredients, but that is Gouda with a lot of stuff added on top of it as well. But they are nice. They're very nice. No spiciness whatsoever. They are just cheese, just throughout. So when it says non-spicy, if that's what you're looking for, these are a safe bet. Yeah, very good. Right, a few more. Yeah, they're nice. Now, I do prefer spicy stuff, so if I'm honest, I probably wouldn't purchase these of my own accord, but having tried them, these are good. These are good. These would be good with a nice cheesy dip as well, but I don't have a cheesy dip, which is unfortunate, but never mind. Maybe one day I'll get a load of different flavours of Could be Takis, could be something else, and a load of different flavours of dips, and we'll try them all in different combinations and see what we get. But these are really nice. Texture, same as the others. You know, I'm not going to go into that. Yeah, they smell cheesy and they taste really quite strong of cheese. Very good. It's a simple flavour. It doesn't change throughout the experience, but it is good. What it reminds me of, I've just realised, cheesy Wotsits. It's that flavour, but of another step up, much more intense. It's each one of these is like taking a whole packet of cheesy Wotsits in your gob, which seems to be the Takis way. Just go with the really intense flavour. Alright, one more. Let's move on to the last one. This has turned into quite the pile now. So, where should I rate the intense nacho, non-spicy, cheesy Takis? Well, they're definitely staying at the back. Those were the cheesy volcano ones. They were okay, but let themselves down a bit by not really being all that spicy, despite claiming to be. Let me see. I still like these ones the best. That order can stay the same. You know what? They're really good, but they're not what I would normally go for. So for that reason, they're going to have to go there. It is second from last, but that shouldn't be taken that they are a bad thing. It's just my personal preference. I prefer the spicy one more. These two are the same flavour except for the heat. And then we have those... do you know what? I'm thinking of moving these down because all they remind me of is the original Takis, the first packet that I ever tried, but with an added bit of meatiness. Yeah, they're fairly uninspiring, but no, leave them there for now. That's it. That's the order we're in at the moment. All right, next. Okay, last flavour, Blue Heat. Now, I have saved these to last because it says extreme. And like I said earlier, I didn't want to completely ruin my palate before having tried all the others. These are just hot chili pepper flavoured tortilla chips. Yeah, I mean, they've been sort of semi-consistent with their heat scale, so I'm expecting these to blow my fucking arse off.
For the next 45 minutes, my ass transforms into like a fucking malfunctioning flamethrower.
Curious to see if they are as bright blue as this. They may well be. I'm expecting with these, there's going to be some flavour, but probably not that much. I think most of it's just going to burn my fucking face off. But that's what I'm here for. I do these things so you, the viewer, don't have to. Right. On the back. We don't have a sticker over the top this time, which is good, so nutritional information can go on the screen. And the ingredients are corn flour processed with lime, vegetable oil, which is palm and or soybean and or canola oils, seasoning, which is maltodextrin, citric acid, sugar, potassium chloride, salt, monosodium glutamate, hydrolyzed soybean protein, natural and artificial flavours, hydrolyzed yeast, soybean oil, onion powder, Blue One Lake, sodium bicarbonate, chili pepper, which is just in brackets chili, okay, disodium anisonate, disodium guanylate, TBHQ, which is in brackets a preservative. Okie dokie. Now, unless I've missed it, that potassium chloride is absent in all these others. I think that's perhaps where they're getting the bloody spiciness from, because potassium chloride doesn't sound like the sort of thing you want to be eating, does it? But never mind, we're going to do it anyway. Right, let's just get on with it. Sniff test before we go any further, but I haven't even got them out of the packet. Look at how friggin' blue they are in there. Jesus, that is blue. Yes. Do you know, that's not the scent I was expecting. I was expecting it to burn my nostrils and smell of spice, of burn. They smell like sweet chili sauce. That's it. They smell more of sweet chili sauce than the sweet chili flavour ones. Yeah, I was not expecting that at all. Let's give it one more whiff. Yeah, sticking my face right in the packet and giving it a right good inhale through the nose. Sweet chili. I thought that I'd maybe get a little bit of an irritation around the nostrils, but never mind. Right, let's tip some out. Should be more than enough. Look at this, Jesus. Look at the amount of powder that's on that. Fucking hell. Interestingly, they don't ever seem to dye the actual tortillas, you know, the little rolls, because on nearly all of them you can see hints of that yellowy brown colour coming through. It looks like they only dye the flavouring and then just hope to dump as much on as they can. That tells me something about the manufacturing process. These are probably being made completely plain en masse, and then they get diverted into different machines to have the flavouring added to them. Because the picture, as it shows here, it shows them as completely blue. But I think to do that, they would have to add food colouring to the tortillas themselves, and they're not doing that. Which naturally will save a lot of money. You know, you can have one big machine, or, you know, two big machines churning out a base product, and then you just divert it where you need to, rather than having a tortilla machine and then a flavour machine for each and every flavour. You just have one big one. It makes sense. But, yeah, anyway. Stop rambling, get it in your gob, Stuart. Okay, that wasn't spicy. I don't know what to make of that. They taste exactly like the original. They are the original, except they're blue instead of red. There was no spiciness to that. A little bit. Maybe I ate it too quick. Try two at once. Okay, there it is. Found the heat. That is not extreme. That barely even counts as hot. These ones, the wild ones, were spicier than the blue heat ones. What the hell's going on? I don't know what to say. They taste exactly like red Takis that I've featured before. I keep calling them the original. I don't know if they actually are the original, but they're the original for me. They taste exactly like that. I've eaten many a bag of those, but they're not as spicy. I was expecting these to be really spicy, but they're not. Even with all this blue powder. I thought this was going to blow my face off, and it just hasn't. Well, let's try again. Nothing. Well, no, I tell a lie. They are a little spicy. There's nothing special about them. Quite disappointing. I honestly thought they were going to be super hot. They're not. As I'm eating more of them, yes, it's building. But if you're going to label something as extreme heat, it needs to be that within the first one or two bites. Christ. I shouldn't have to eat the whole packet before it gets there. And honestly, I don't think it is. I'll have another two. But I think I've reached the plateau, you could say. Same again. They're not getting any spicier now, even as I'm eating more of them. That is a disappointment. They're not bad. They are really nice, but they're no different to the red ones. Yeah, I don't know what you think. If you can call something extreme, Takis, I mean, you're doing really well. You are a step up above all other crisp manufacturers. But no, I'm not liking these. You're not doing what you said you were going to do. I'll give them one chance. I'm going to eat the rest of what's in this bowl and see if they get any spicier and see if they can lay any claim to that extreme rating. But I don't think they're going to do it. Last two, and I will admit it's burning now quite a bit. I'm going to have to force these last two in, but I shouldn't have to eat an entire serving to reach this point. It should have been like this from the first one. If you're going to call it blue heat or extreme heat or whatever, do it right. Okay, last two. Yeah, a little disappointed in them. Right, let's rate the blue heat ones. As you can probably guess, they're not going to be very high. They're obviously nowhere near the top. The question is, do they go right at the bottom or just one up from the bottom? Now, I've just tried some more of those Dragon Sweet Chili ones, again the American ones, just to refresh my memory from a few minutes ago. Those are disappointing because they have so little flavour. These are disappointing for a similar reason. They claim to be extremely spicy, but they just aren't. But those, because of their lack of flavour, I can taste the underlying tortilla chip, which isn't very nice. These, I like the flavour, but it's only because they taste almost exactly like the original, the red ones, which remain my favourite flavour to this day. But they're still going second from last because they promised something and they didn't even come close to delivering it. So there you go, in there. Right, let's do some conclusions and summarisations, shall we? Alright, let's do conclusions then. The main thing is Takis are still bloody brilliant. We've had one disappointment and I've tried over a dozen flavours. I mean, we've done 8 packets of them in this episode and only one has ever let me down. And even then, it's not that bad. Not compared to the wrap snacks, which were like over 50% disappointments. I mean, fuck. They were actually really quite terrible. In terms of these ones here, they're all really good, but all in different ways. Get down, Bella. Let's go through them in reverse order. So, I mean, starting with these, they're not bad. They're in last place because they seem to be missing a bit of flavour, which, yeah, is a bit off. I'll have one more while I'm talking. They're not really a step up from regular crisps that I can buy from the supermarket. They're not doing anything wrong, but they are below the standard that I've come to expect from Takis, which is disappointing on its own. In second to last, we have the Blue Heat. They're just because they promised something and didn't deliver on it. Really quite disappointing in that respect. If you're going to put, you know, extreme, hottest ever, blah, 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 it needs to be that. I've eaten nearly the entire packet in one sitting, and they were no hotter than the regular red ones. And the red ones have a nicer flavour to them. Again, great flavour, a step above ordinary crisps, but they promised something and then didn't deliver on it. Next is the intense, natural, cheesy flavour, the only one marked as the non-spicy, and they're right, they are intensely cheesy, completely non-spicy, and again, a step up from regular crisps, well up to the Takis standard, as I like to call it. The only reason they aren't higher is personal preference. I like spicy food, but them being this low down the list should not in any way detract from how good they actually are for you. If you see some, I still highly recommend you get them. In fact, I'll have one now. Next up is the Queso Volcano, or Cheese Volcano it called itself. Exactly the same flavour as the Intense Nacho, but these are spicy. Or at least they're supposed to be. They hinted at being spicy, but didn't really get there, which is why they're not higher up the list than they already are. In fact, I'm going to try one now. I may swap these two, actually. No, I think they can stay there. On balance, that little bit of heat, but not much of it, makes them nicer for me. Anyway, your own personal preference may be different. This is just what I think of them. But, yeah, they can stay like that. Right, next up was the Wild flavour. These were okay. They were really quite reasonably spicy, which was nice. That's what I want from these sorts of snacks. They are definitely buffalo flavour. Not actual buffalo, you know, buffalo wings type flavour. They have that, it's almost like a barbecue sauce coming through, but then they have a good amount of heat that goes with them as well. Very good and a well-deserved spot just there. Stay there. Next up was the guacamole. These, I have to say, whilst not my favourite flavour, were the most impressive of the lot. Such a strong flavour, but a complex one as well. You know, I could taste the avocado, the chili, the coriander, hints of lime in there as well. It's really good. It was just like having a properly well-made guacamole. I'm going to have some more of these as well. Really very impressive how they've managed to get such a complex amount of flavour into some crisps. Very well done there. Second place the Takis Zombie. These are supposed to be habanero and cucumber, but they weren't really. More like a spicy lime, or I suppose kind of like pickled cucumber, but no, definitely lime. Only reason they're ahead of the guacamole is because I really like that sort of flavour. I like the heat and I like things that taste of lime. Go through a lot of lime juice in my cooking. That's why they're in second place. But I have to say it is a much simpler flavour than the guacamole. That's only in third place because I'm not a big fan of avocado. I love guacamole, don't like avocado on its own. If I was a fan of avocado, these have been in third place. But very good. Right. And then the last one's in first place, and I've nearly eaten the entire bag whilst I've been filming all the other flavours, is the Dragon Sweet Chili, the UK version. Absolutely gorgeous. Well above the standard expected of other crisps out there. Really nice flavour. Not the spiciest, but whilst I do like that, it's not the be-all and end-all of everything. Really intense sweet chili flavour, with just the right amount of heat to go with them. And one other thing I did notice, as I'm eating them, they're almost moist. They feel different in my fingers. Eating a couple of them really does get the salivary glands going, and none of the others do that. So yeah, you can quite easily eat an entire bag of these. Whether that's because these were made for the UK market or the European market, or if it's just a coincidence because I really like them, I don't know, but easily number one. Fantastic. Right, well that's it. I normally ask, would I recommend? But the answer's obvious, absolutely. If you see Takis, doesn't matter if it's any of the flavours I've tried here, or some others that I haven't discovered yet, or ones from another video, if you see them, get them. They're a great product, and they seem to be making inroads in the UK as well now. I keep seeing them in shops like Aldi. They're still a bit pricey, you're still talking £3 or £4 a bag, but they're well worth it if you want to try something new, and hopefully as people try more of them, the price might start to come down as well. So yeah, absolutely cracking. Really glad I filmed this episode. Right, this is going to be a monster to edit together, so I'm going to get on with that now. Next month we're going to do something a bit simpler, but I am aiming to be back in the kitchen for it. So next month's going to be a bit of a cooking video rather than just a sitting and eating it video. Right, that's it. Thank you for watching. See you next month. Thank you for watching this video on doing stuff and filming it. Please don't forget to press the big button here in the middle to subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you liked what you just saw, please click the like button below and leave a comment letting me know what you liked about it. And as always, thank you for watching.